You are watching the Vodka Stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another Vodka Stream. Made it through another week. It's hot in SoCal. Holy shit. Another heat wave. Hopefully one of the last ones we'll have this summer. Probably not, but hey, you know. What can you do? It's fine. We're fine. We're going to talk about all kinds of nerdy shit. Let's get that mood music going right here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Put that on. All right. Put it right there. All right. Cheers, guys. Welcome to another Vodka Stream. We should have some fun tonight. We got Ernie Altbacker joining the show tonight. Obviously, you know, he's got some things to talk about. I think he kind of teased the last time he was on here that he had some things coming up, and who knew that Batman Azteca. We're going to do some conversations when it comes to that. And then, of course, you know, when it comes to Area 51 Studios, that, of course, will be, I think it's going to be, they're going to be printing out those books soon and sending them off. So cheers. And naturally, we'll be, you know, talking about all kinds of things. I'm going to briefly talk about Honey Don't, because really not much to say about the movie. I'm just going to say that now. Not much to say about that movie. But I think the biggest thing, you know, is Peacemaker episode 1 of season 2. That's what's going to be, you know, a lot of talk when it comes to all that. So anyways, guys, how we doing out there? Talk to me. Everything going good? Hopefully everything's running well. I'm live. Everything okay? Making sure audios are good. Okay. How we doing? Hey, Ken, it's been a while. I don't think I've seen you in the chat in a little bit here, but hope you're doing well. I'm doing much better after taking a 3 weeks. Oh, there you go. Social media break. Yeah, to clear my, I get it. I love Superman. Can't wait. Yeah. So that's good, man. You know, take those breaks. Anybody that needs to take those breaks should take those breaks. I mean, I can't take 3 weeks off because of what I do. I sometimes wish I could, but sadly I can't do that. I mean, I guess I could, but you know, part of the whole gig is the fact that, you know, you have to like keep, you know, posting on social media. So I'll take like days off. That's about it. But yeah, no, get your, you know, take a break. Social media can be a pain. I like the DCU Justice gaining a retcon from the DCEU. All right, there you go. Cloned Avenger, what's happening, sir? I was hyped seeing season 1 Peacemaker scene with the Justice League. Last night I was hyped seeing the Justice Gang in one of the opening sequences. Just give me more Guy Gardner. Yeah, first episode was great. I was just a little shocked at the sexy stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. We'll talk about that. Just you really cooking. Versus Seed, what's happening? Feeling really good about Peacemaker's premiere. Going to be a wild, emotional ride. Yeah, definitely is. What's going on there? Arkham Knight. Well, you changed your profile picture a little bit there. Some new video game coming out, I'm guessing. That's cool. Monique, hello all. Hope you are having a fantastic Friday. It's T-bone steaks, baked potatoes, and cantaloupe kind of night. That sounds delicious. As always, Monique, my God, always making my stomach rumble. Cheers. I had some leftover chicken noodle thing that my brother made, and eggs. I love eggs, so I eat a lot of eggs. Let's see, if you're ever out in Northern Nevada, let me know. Oh, is that where you live? Oh, okay, so you're in Nevada, which is a place that I've said it many times where I do want to get out of California, and one of my choices to live is Nevada. So, yeah, I'm just like, you know, I've been wanting to get out of California for a bit. So, what's going on, Sly Bat Dude? He's listening at work. Well, hopefully work is not too crazy. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always great seeing you out in the chat. Supporting the pirate ship. First episode of Peacemaker did not disappoint. There you go. Love that. Let's not forget to like what Arwick said. Come on, guys. Let's not forget to like. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe. If you want to support the channel, become a member. We do members-only streams every Wednesday. And, you know, anytime I do a stream on Saturdays, a vodka stream on Saturday, and you're part of the members thing, you get a link if you want to join the panel and, come on and talk. Or you got the Patreon, same thing. Patreon, you get everything early on there, all the videos without ads and everything. Most of the videos, I should say. Yeah, not the streams, but the videos. And then I do a post show every Monday as well. What's going on, Joseph? Good to see you. What's happening? What is up? I know. That old, I mean, it just shows you. James Gunn's just like, yeah, put that in there. Put that in there. Why not? Why not put that in there? Mr. Balgo, what's happening? Evening. So what are the chances of Jared Leto coming back to the Yeah. Yeah, there might be a little bit of a dig. A little bit of a dig when it comes to Jared Leto in that first episode. Woo-wee! What's going on, Taladia Plays? Hey, 17 months a member, man. Great to see that. It's great talking to you also. So we got Tyler Skender I'm thinking of like Tyler Sheridan, and I'm just like, oh, well, that's really close. So I'm sure maybe that is your real name or not. I don't know. I get sometimes fake names in the chat, so Anyways, what up, Dave? Getting married next weekend? Random question. You ever seen Blood In, Blood Out? I have. Figured you are in LA, you would have seen it. Yeah. Oh yeah. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I have seen that movie. It's kind of funny. I almost actually did watch that movie. I think it was last weekend or maybe the weekend before. I don't know. I've been home for the last 2 Saturdays, so I've been just kind of like going to Hulu mainly, and they have Blood In, Blood Out. I almost put it on. I don't know if it was. I almost put it on, but I just haven't seen that movie in so long that I almost did. And maybe I will. I'm not this weekend. This weekend, tomorrow, I'm actually going to be gone all day tomorrow. Yeah, we can't have a 6.5 hour. We can't have a 6.5 hour vodka stream tonight. I actually have to leave my house at 9:30 tomorrow. By 9:30, no later than 9:30 tomorrow. I got a birthday thing with one of my friends, daughter, and then another birthday thing too with an actual friend. So I have a full day. I'm gonna be gone all day tomorrow. So yeah, but then there's Sunday. But Sunday I'm gonna have dinner with Mama Film Junkie. So, anyways, all right, yeah. Let's see. We got Versus C, Batman, Azteca look cool. Color me intrigued. So does the scene take place in Superman? Why is Superman late? I guess other matters. Yeah. That's what everybody's kind of wondering if he is going to be coming back. Who knows? Finally caught alive. What's happening? Yeah. Been a little bit there, Black Red. You haven't riled up the chat in a bit. So I eat eggs every morning, man. It really is. There really is. And there's a lot of stigma that goes on to eggs, but man, when you start like digging into how healthy they can be, it's pretty great. It's great. It's like probably one of the best, probably is the best source of protein. And man, if you're really down on that protein, start eating some eggs. JB, what's happening? What do you think of Batman losing its cinematographer? Yeah, I talked about it on one of the shows, one of the Film Junkie Lives this week. And yeah, it sucks, but at the same time, it's like that's part of the business. And Greg Fraser, who shot Dune Part 1 and Part 2, is not doing Part 3, so you have to just figure that out. I'm sure the quality is not going to be lost when it comes to Dune Part 3. And if he can't do the Batman Part 2, I'm sure whoever Matt Reeves and crew decide to get as a cinematographer, I'm sure it will be okay. I'm sure I trust the directors. The directors are still there. Yeah, the cinematographer is a crucial crew member, 100%. But still, as long as the directors are still there, we're good. That's all. Anyways, I'm opposite. I want to leave Michigan and move to California. Ooh, tell that to my dad who moved to California. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Eggs are great. Have them every day. Salud from Detroit. Well, cheers, Mr. Trevino. That's right. You are from Detroit. Oh, Always great to see you, bud. We got Julio Gomez right here. Why you want to leave? Yes, too expensive. Yes, that's one of the reasons. Is it's way too expensive. And yeah, I mean, I even last night when before I went to see Honey Don't, I kind of just I wanted to get out of the house earlier because my screening was a little later than usual. So I kind of just went driving around, and man, there's some spots where I'm going, Jesus, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I mean, obviously our governor is doing what he's doing and going after Donald Trump as best as he can. His number one thing is to be president in 2028 and go after Donald Trump. So he gives fuck all what's happening in his actual states. For sure. So, and it's whatever. I just wish he would just pay attention a little bit more. But, if I've seen what he's doing on social media, I mean, he is just 100% going after Donald Trump, which I'm like, okay, cool. You can maybe do a couple of things like that, but can your main focus be the state that you're governing? But he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit. What's going on, Chuck? Enjoyed the first episode of the new season of Peacemaker and laughed my ass off when Maxwell Lord was talking about the White Rabbit. Yeah, she had a little bit of we want accurate costumes, right? That was an accurate costume. Schmexy, what's happening? Tyrone Magnus is pissed. When is he not pissed? I can't remember the last time. When was the last time that guy has actually liked something that he reacted to? I don't know. He doesn't like anything now. Everything is too woke for him, to this, to that, whatever the hell. So, Mama Film Junkie, there she is. Love you, Mom. See you on Sunday. We'll have a little dinner. Should be fun. Let's see who else we got. We got the Black Mamba Studios. Hey, Dave, do you think James needs to change a new? Yes, I think he does. Don't you? Have a different one. Have a different run for the next one. I think so. And, it's going to be interesting to see, because Peacemaker was actually shot very well. There's about, different cinematographer. I'm not saying that it was, but I'm just kind of going, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm one of those people that when it came to Superman, not all, but, some of the cinematography, I was like, nah, some of it was like, there's, but, not all of it. Some of it looked absolutely gorgeous. But I think, yes, I'm kind of hoping that when it comes to the next one, let's get somebody else. Why not? We got William. What's happening? Can't wait to get back to, yeah. Hey, if you want to pay the high taxes and, as long as you don't live in an area that is rotting, that's fine. That's okay. I know we'll switch. I'll run the Sci-Fi Center, William, and I don't know. You can live here with my brother. What's going on, Droga? So excited! You're seeing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the re-release. That's cool. I just heard a new 40-cent tax. New sum wants to put on gas already. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, everything's just so expensive. Everything's so expensive. I mean, that's one of the reasons, like, me and my brother were both, I mean, he's not single. He's got a girlfriend, but I'm single. And then when it came to this whole opportunity to live here and share a house, at first I was against it. I was like, I don't want to have a roommate, but this house is nice. It's a 2-story house with 4 bedrooms. We're very far apart. We don't really, sometimes we'll be home at the same time. I don't even cross paths because I'm always up here and everything. So, but I mean, it was cheaper rent. I'm paying cheaper everything than my 1-bedroom apartment that I was at before. Everything's just cheaper, even though it's like everything's nicer. And I got a backyard, a front yard. It's a nice neighborhood and everything. It's like, that's what people are doing a lot. There's our neighbors across the street. There's like 4 families that live there. There's so many people that live in that house because that's just the way things are in California. Everybody has to start doing that. It's just the way it is. Yeah, new scum, people call him that. Yeah, he sucks. Film Junkie, what's up, everyone? Hey, what's going on there, Hunter? All right. So, let's go ahead and get everything started. Like I said, hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't, and we should have some fun tonight, of course. So the first thing that I'll talk about, and I'm just going to get it out of the way because there's not really much to talk about, and it's a little disappointing after sitting on it, I feel like I have a sneeze coming on. Oh, my nose is itchy. Come on. Ah! There it is. All right, we're good now. Guys. We're good now. Whew, I knew I felt it. I was like, when you feel it, that. Anyways, honey, don't. I mean, there's a reason why I didn't even put the poster in my thumbnail. And if you guys saw my first reaction, it was like I liked it but didn't like it at the same time. It was weird watching this movie because first off, it was kind of cool because the theater wasn't empty where I went, and it was actually probably about 45% full. And I'm going, cool. I'm glad that people are there. Of course, I'm there. I went by myself. I didn't go with anybody because nobody, what the fuck is that movie? But it's an Ethan Coen movie. Obviously, it's not a Coen Brothers movie, but it's one of the Coen brothers, and it's Margaret Qualley, which she's just becoming a new favorite, and she is the shining star of this whole fucking movie. I mean, she really is. Her voice and everything, so fantastic. The way she reacts to things, being this private investigator, and even Ethan Coen, the way he shot the movie and some things that happened with the movie is really good. But I just think the script was not that good. It was really not that good. Chris Evans was doing things. He was okay. Aubrey Plaza was annoying as fuck. I thought her character was completely useless, almost. I mean, she is part of the plot, but at the same time, she's like on this whole other level where, of course, Aubrey Plaza does not really work in this movie. Unless you like the gratuitous sex scenes that she's in with Margaret Qualley. Yeah, okay. There's a lot of moaning that happens in this movie. I will say that because, her and Margaret Qualley, they do, anyways, they do things. But Chris Evans, for what he has to do, I think he achieves it. And Margaret Qualley is the best thing about this movie. But I think the story just lacked. And there was times where scenes just went on for way too long. Way too damn long. Where I was like, okay, is this scene going to end anytime soon? This is just like a little too much. And it just seemed like it went nowhere. It just wasn't really, I don't know. It just felt like it really didn't go anywhere. And there was other scenes that just dragged on. There was other scenes that were trying to be funny that weren't funny. I don't know. But if you're a Margaret Qualley fan, I would say give it a shot. Because she's great. She's fantastic from start to finish. She nailed what she was going for, but the script really lacked big time. So that's what I'm pretty much, kind of going with right there. So I'm pretty much going with when it comes to that. Hey, Stephanie T, haven't seen you in a bit. Howdy, Dave. Finally saw Superman. I'll give it a 6.5, to 7. Okay. 7 out of 10. It was okay. Okay, good. I was kind of wondering what your, because you were a little hesitant. I know you're not the biggest Gunn fan. But yeah, you're looking forward to Supergirl. That's good. So, but anyways, honey, don't. I would say wait for it to come out on streaming. But like I said, but if you're down for like some kind of random little weird movie, then maybe you'll like. If you like Margaret Qualley, give it a shot. Like I said, she was excellent in the movie, and it just sucks that the rest of the movie was just kind of That's all. So cheers to that. All right. Peacemaker episode 1. I didn't watch it, of course, Thursday. Yeah, I didn't watch it last night. I actually woke up and then I went, oh shit, I better watch it. I woke up, so I put it on before I started work because all of a sudden I was seeing a bunch of people, of course, post a bunch of things because I wasn't really on Twitter last night. When I got home kind of late. Like I said, I had a late showing, so I didn't get home till about 9:30. And I really was not looking at Twitter, and I just kind of came home, and I just kind of went to bed. I just was tired, so didn't even. So I watched it this morning. So Peacemaker season 2, it is, like I said, we got the new opening sequence, the new opening dance sequence, which I'm like, when it comes to the dance sequence, it's whatever. It's not one of those where I have to watch it every time. I'm like, all right, I get what they were going for. They're going for a dance sequence. Now you got more people. It's bigger, and I'm like going, okay, cool. That's great. And then of course it does the previously on the DCU, which of course that's where it goes, oh yeah, hey, we're gonna do a thing where it's like previously in the DCU. And they kind of just go, okay, here we go. Now we're going to show what the hell. Clever. Thought it was kind of clever to like do it like that because, again, Peacemaker, not a serious character. And episode 1 is pretty crazy, of course, because we catch up with everybody and everything is still like you could feel like it is the sophomore season. And then, of course, we get more of the pocket dimension where we're going to be seeing some more pocket universes and everything. We get John Cena and his whitey tighties as we have seen him before. He's not ashamed. Well, the guy's jacked, so why would you be ashamed of being in your whitey tighties? And yeah, so I enjoyed it. There is a crazy orgy sequence. I mean, I think James Gunn saw he's looking at the boys and going, how do I bring this to the DC universe? And he did. Let's face it. And I think there's, again, this shit's like religion to people. So when Jimmy Guns is bringing in sex and hardcore violence to the DCU, oh man, people get up in arms when it comes to that. It's crazy. I mean, obviously when you're doing it with the boys, when you're doing stuff like with the boys, which is not DC or Marvel, you can get away with a lot and people just accept it. Man, when you start doing that, you start bringing that shit into, and it's so funny too, because I would even say that Zack was bringing in those adult elements into his world too. I mean, he was, and Zack, and that's what's so funny too, because when I see this stuff, when I see people getting all up in arms about Peacemaker, I mean, I was seeing it today. I've been seeing it yesterday and today where people get so up in arms, especially the conservative side of everything when it comes to entertainment, where they call everything woke and everything. Those guys get really up in arms because, I think I thought it was stupid that Jimmy Guns was like basically saying that, oh yeah, before Peacemaker came out, I wanted everybody to see Superman. That's why we put it on digital. I think that's bullshit. I think he was mandated on that. I think Warner Brothers was like, hey, get it on streaming. We want it on streaming. And that was just like his excuse. He was fluffing, as I always say. He was doing his fluffering thing. So, but the fact that, when I'm seeing like tweets going like, yeah, he wants like, families to see Superman, and they go right into Peacemaker, where Peacemaker has he's doing a bunch of drugs and has a fucking orgy. I mean, spoiler alert, I guess it's not really pivotal to the episode really at all. I mean, we're going to be talking about spoilers when it comes to Peacemaker, but there's just full frontal nudity and people humping everywhere. I mean, it is there. You're going to see all kinds of things. So just prepare yourself if you haven't watched it yet. But it's not like Superman or Batman or Green Arrow are part of the orgy, guys. Relax a little bit. But it is funny to see like, that side go a little crazy because, they are the conservative side, more conservative side. So they get all like, oh my God, they kind of get like that when it comes to all this stuff. But it is equally as funny when I see the diehard Snyder fans get all up in arms too. And I'm going, do you not know who Zack Snyder is? I mean, Zack, he does it in a very different way. James Gunn does it in more like in your face, more like grotesque, jokey kind of way. But Zack also appreciates a little bit of that sensual, hey, I appreciate this. I mean, look at the BVS bathtub scene. That was, don't tell me that, if you watch that scene and you go, Jesus Christ, Amy Adams almost seeing, you're like, look at him like that bath water is not really covering much. They did a really good job with that. And then, of course, when Cavill gets into the bath water and he takes off his shirt, geez, it's all pretty damn sexy. That's what And it's just kind of funny. And then I'm just kind of going like, remember Twilight of the Gods, guys? I don't know if you guys watched that Zack Snyder animated series. I mean, there was literally a threesome with 2 guys and a girl, and they were in a train. I'm just saying, relax a little bit, you diehards out there. I mean, I'm just saying, woo, buddy. So, but anyways, that's all. That's all I'm going to say about that. But yeah, I know. And then also curious of them to find what was woke. Yeah, I've seen the fact that I've seen people in my mentions going like, because Superman, didn't perform as well, even though it's crossed 600 million. Yes, it's not like, making a shit ton. It's not, doing like crazy numbers. But it was like, yeah, go woke, go broke. I'm like, what the fuck was woke really about Superman? James Gunn was bringing back, he was having like, he wasn't afraid to show sexiness from the women and the men. I mean, come on. It was just, I don't know. Who knows? But, all right. So, let's now talk about... Oh, that's funny. Man, there's a couple of things. Okay, so let's talk about this. So the DCEU to the DCU. I think I just spit a little bit. Sorry. Let's take a little drink, huh? Okay. So we're all kind of wondering what the fuck was James Gunn going to be doing when it comes to Peacemaker from the end of Peacemaker Season 1, where he's carrying Harcourt out and the Justice League shows up, and the only Justice League members that showed up were Wonder Woman, The Flash, Aquaman, and Superman. Of course, we only saw silhouettes of Wonder Woman and and Superman, I should say. Aquaman and Flash, obviously Ezra and Jason Momoa were part of that, and then we got this stupid fish fucking joke, which I thought was just kind of dumb. I thought it was cool that they showed up, and cool that, that they were just like kind of there. But I thought the jokey part was dumb. Like I said, not all James Gunn's jokes fucking work. Let's just get that out there. At least not for me. Some people it might, totally fine, whatever. But doesn't always work for me. I'm not one of those. Not one of those. Even though I've been, called that. I've been called a gunt numerous times. And I called a Snyder tard too. But you know how it is. People just don't know what the hell anything. But so we get the previously in the DCU, and it was kind of funny because I started when we were watching the recap of Peacemaker, and it's just going through the motions, showing everything, things from season 1, and then all of a sudden we have what's her name, and they did an ADR voiceover where she doesn't say Justice League, she says the Justice Gang, and it was like, oh god, I was like, oh shit, is that how they're just gonna do that real quick? It's just going to be something real quick? And then all of a sudden they do show the scene, and naturally they replaced those Justice League members. They replaced it with, of course, the Justice Gang right here. That's right. The Justice Gang is now right there. So we got Mr. Terrific. We got Superman. We got Guy Gardner. Green Lantern, and then of course Hawk Girl, and then even Supergirl. We got Supergirl here. So this is kind of one of those things where it's like, did all of them need to show up? But then again, I'm going, well, I guess, yeah, if you see the events that were happening at the end of Peacemaker, it was like literally an alien invasion. So why not have them all show up? But yeah, all of them are right there. And I tell you what, man, what's so funny is the fact that Supergirl was added to that. I remember just like, I tried to ignore Twitter, and then when I watched the scene, I went, holy shit, even Supergirl is like a part of that. Even she is a part of that. And I went, okay, that's cool. And then of course there's people that were like getting up and close. And I'm just kind of going, man, I tell you what, Supergirl does have the potential to be like just a banger. Amelia Alcock and everything. Just seeing like her fly in alone. It's the first time we've seen her fly. Obviously, we didn't see her fly in Superman. But I mean, just seeing that shot right there looks so good. Her just like coming in, she's flying, you see the suit, the skirt's there. It's like, come on, what are we doing here? That just looks good. This looks good, man. So it was cool seeing her right there. It was really cool seeing her right there. So, but it's been very interesting, of course, being online and posting like how everybody's feeling about that. Of course, the post I had got a little traction, so naturally it went a little crazy, and just seeing like a bunch of things and seeing the different reactions to people. And it's so funny too, because again, when I know that somebody's a Snyder fan, I know how they're going to react to it, and I understand it. I'm perfectly okay with it. But sometimes I push back on certain things when I see people just kind of go like, they're erasing Zack's character. They're characters. They're erasing the Snyderverse. No, they're not. And I've seen assholes on the opposite end saying they officially erased the Snyderverse. No, they haven't. You guys are dumbasses, okay? Because literally, this is Peacemaker season 2 has a multiverse kind of story element to the plot. We see that with the pocket dimension and everything. It has a multiverse plot where there's literally like 99 universes out there. And even James Gunn has come out and said, hey, I hadn't erased anything. Yes, nothing has been erased, guys. You're okay. I still have my physical copy of Zack Snyder's Justice League trilogy. It's still there. You could still watch those movies. You can still officially watch those movies. Okay, so it's fine. And it's so funny too, because when I see some of these people like getting upset about this that are Snyder fans, I'm going, again, would you want James Gunn to be handling his versions of those characters? You don't. You don't want him to, right? So why are you up in arms about this? It was stupid what they did in season 1. I didn't think the fish fucking joke was funny. Jason Momoa and Ezra Miller being there, it just, to me, it was cool seeing the silhouettes and everything, but it didn't work. In my opinion, it didn't work. And I thought, I'm glad they actually did this now, where they put Guy Gardner and Hawk Girl, where he was talking about, oh yeah, something about puking and stuff like that. Still a dumb joke, but at the same time, it works for Guy Gardner. It works for Guy Gardner. Does it work for Jason Momoa's Aquaman? Not really so much. And again, like when it came to that point, and even James Gunn, and I'm going to bring this up too, because he actually, there was something, and it was kind of funny too. So let's watch this right here. When it comes to James Gunn explaining the retcon. So he talks about it right here.
Peacemaker was always in a weird place. People say he's a part of the DCEU, but he wasn't really. He was a part of this in-between universe of DC when there was nobody really,
yes,
making sure everything was connected. And
yeah, I'm Walter Hamada, you fuck.
When they were going to rewrite everything with the Flash, we were kind of able to do whatever we wanted. And we had that brash ending, which I loved, was one of my favorite things in the whole season. But it just didn't fit in with the DCU. And Peacemaker almost, there's hardly anything that you need to change for him to slide very easily into the DCU. Same with Blue Beetle. They just kind of fit in very nicely. But maybe we have to retcon a couple of things. But this was the big one.
See? So that's funny. He also brought up Blue Beetle, which I love, because I'm like, James Gunn, please bring Blue Beetle into the mix, and I hope that he that he still does bring Blue Beetle in the mix. So right there, it's just like, yeah, when Peacemaker season 1 was coming out, and even when the Suicide Squad came out, it was just nobody knew what the fuck was going on. Now that James Gunn's running it, it's like, okay, now we could do this, and now I can kind of just set up this. And then it was another thing that I was also mentioning too when it came to talking to people on Twitter is the fact that it's like, okay, there might be more of an explanation that comes out later. I mean, there's 8 episodes, right? There's eight episodes. So there might be more that comes out explaining why maybe that changed too. Maybe there isn't, maybe there's not. I don't know. But I brought that up to people that I was having conversations with. So it's like, when people are just like going crazy with all this stuff, I mean, I tell you what, it's just it's crazy. But I'm just glad that he even talked about Blue Beetle, because I really want Blue Beetle to like slip right in there, and he's right, because yeah. So then, but at the same time, I get it. James Gunn, like when it comes to things, when he was talking 2 years ago and talking about things, and I think there was a lot of pressure on him, of course, and I'll even put that defense out there with him, because there was a lot of pressure when it comes to all this stuff. But yeah, this is where James Gunn needs to now. I think he needs to learn how to, all right, don't just fire off on social media or in interviews about saying things, because things are going to change. Things are going to change. The things that I love what he's doing is the fact that it's like, yeah, he might have to like backpedal on certain things that he said when it comes to canon and whatever. Sure, but I just love the fact still that just don't put a release date out for something that doesn't have a finished script yet. That's the number one thing that I will always be like appreciative of what Jimmy Guns is doing with the DCU, is the fact that he's making sure that a script is 100% ready to go before it's greenlit and they set a date. Because and who knows, it probably will happen, but I hope it doesn't. Like with anything that's getting released, that it doesn't actually happen. But I wanted to bring up this video right here. I'm going to push back against a fucking moron who said this, who did this video right here, who was on the opposite, one of the more gun guys, I guess you could say. I don't know if you guys saw this video. I mean, look at this guy already. Jesus Christ. Watch out. But listen to this guy right here.
Oh my fucking God. I can't stand Snyder Bros. Holy shit. I do mostly anime content on this page, but I gotta
just stick to it.
This has been pissing me the fuck off for the past week.
The nerd.
So it's looking as though James Gunn's Superman is not going to sell more in the global box office than the Man of Steel did. And this is for a multitude of reasons. And Snyder Bros somehow seem to think this equates to this movie being better than this movie, when this doesn't even fucking come close. Zack Snyder's Superman is literally a mischaracterization of Superman. Dude killed people to Orifar. That's not Superman. The reason this sold more was because this came out during Marvel's literal prime. The actual prime of superhero movies, where everybody was so fucking hyped for this and wanted this to be on the level.
Okay, so I will give him a little bit of like, okay, yeah, during that time, different time, which, some people should realize, different time. But the fact of the matter is like, anyways. Jesus.
Of the MCU. The reason this didn't sell well is because of how ass this was.
No! Are you kidding me? A 13-year-old movie? That's why this Superman is not over? Are you kidding me with that? I mean, that was just like, what the fuck? Like, that was the ultimate, what the fuck are you even talking about here, kid?
You had the people who were hype, who were Superman fans, who went to go see this movie. You know what I mean? This brought people who weren't necessarily Superman fans, but superhero fans, because of how well Marvel was doing. They mischaracterized and went and created an insanely terrible...
Mischaracterized? It's like, no, he just tried to make Superman real and grounded. That's all. Produced by Christopher Nolan, you fucking idiot.
DCEU with Batman versus Superman, all of it, and then this suffered because of that.
No, it did not. That's what's so funny about this. It's like, I would say like maybe like a handful of people, maybe, but at the same time, I'm like going, are you kidding me? I mean, you go back to 2013, it's not the same as 2025. That's what's so funny. I'm like, oh man, I got a headache.
Nobody trusts DC to make good movies anymore. This has to be the basis of that franchise.
I mean, literally, like Aquaman made $1 billion. Jesus Christ.
In order to send it skyward. And this is 1,000 times better of a start than this was.
1,000 times. Look at the hyperbole that's happening with this guy, too. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Like, what are you doing? 1,000? It's a subjective fucking thing. What are you doing? Right here. Why are you wearing a hoodie inside recording this video? Because what, you thought it would look cool? You thought it would look cool, bro?
It's not even close. You're gonna see when like Justice League comes out in 5 fucking years that it's gonna shatter what Zack Snyder's Justice League did, like 100%.
Well, we don't even know exactly. I mean, when it comes to what Zack Snyder's Justice League did, I mean, they called it a global phenomenon, which was pretty cool. You know, they did. You know, somebody at Warner Brothers did say that. I forgot her name, but at the same time, it was like it did capture it. Like back in 2021, that captured the attention of a lot of people. 1.5 million restore the Snyderverse hashtag tweets. So I don't know about that, buddy.
Because James Gunn actually knows how to create a cinematic universe. This shit was horrible. Batman versus Superman was literally based off the fact that Superman killed people. That's
it was literally based off of a Superman killing people. Oh man, this is one of those people that just kind of goes like, oh yeah, I didn't like what Zack was doing, and Zack's a hack, and this, that, and this, and everybody's just, it's so hyperbolic. This whole video is hyperbolic. It's crazy.
when the conflict started. Not good. This is not doing as well as this because this fucking ruined it.
13-year gap. Are you kidding me? 13-year gap.
Let me know what y'all think down below. Don't forget to drop a like and follow.
No, we're not going to be doing that. Don't like and follow that guy. But oh, Jesus Christ! When I saw that video was like going all around, and I was like going, "Oh my God, this guy is just giving me a headache." I mean, that whole thing just makes my the cringe level here, guys. You know, but I've seen, of course, the opposite end too. And I'm like, what the hell is happening when it comes to all this? Yeah, I mean, this guy literally like had the take of the reason why Superman did not overtake Man of Steel in the grossing overall box office is because of Man of Steel. I mean, yeah. Oh, man. You know, I get a lot of shit from Gunn fans or from Snyder fans, but you know, Gunn fans too, and this new Superman. I mean, it's like that is a cope. That is a cope right there. You know, that is a cope. It's absolutely crazy to blame Man of Steel for being so bad. It's like, no, it was a different time. And I'll give a little bit to him, to the fact of, yeah, during that time, things were different. Things were definitely different than they are now, which I think a lot of the diehard Snyder fans that are pushing back against all this stuff, which they are just relieved. They are absolutely relieved that it didn't outgross, that it's not going to outgross Man of Steel, because then they don't have to use the inflation thing. So they were just like, whew. And I will say that, but you know, things are 100% different now for sure than they were 13 years ago. But everything else that this fucking guy says is just absolutely just batshit crazy. Especially when people go back and watch that movie and go, holy shit, Zack was doing something here. And it, you know, and then there's something to it too, because obviously he was talking about like, you know, James Gunn knows how to build a universe. Okay, I'll give you that too. When Zack was making Man of Steel, there was no real mention of, hey, doing some crazy universe. Okay, they tasked Zack to just make a Superman movie. Okay, yeah, he put Easter eggs in there, and then of course, obviously, when Marvel was starting to rise, obviously, Warner Brothers wanted to, hey, we got to do the same thing. But Zack didn't want to do the exact same thing, and then had his idea of what he wanted to do. And they fucked with it, and they fucked it all up. And Jeff Johns came in, fucked it all up, and everything like that. Everything just got like messed up. And that's why when I see the diehard Snyder fans going like, Zack Snyder should be running DC Studios. No, he should not be. He should still be running Stone Quarry Productions, because that's his baby. He wants to make the movies that he wants to make. And again, he's got 3 movies that he's going to be making in the next 4 years. And of course, there's still people out there like, oh, he'll still come back to DC to finish off his. Okay, if you guys want to believe that, fine. Move the fuck on. Those people need to move the fuck on. Guys like this need to realize the reason why Superman did not outperform Man of Steel is because, yes, it is a different time. And yes, people have superhero fatigue. And yes, not everybody's just going to flock to a Superman movie that has a flying dog and jokes all in it. Okay. It's just not going to be the case. Now, if Christopher Nolan directed a Superman movie just so happenstance that showed up in 2025, there is a chance that that movie would have probably made a lot more money just because they would have been like, what is Christopher Nolan going to be doing with Superman? You know, when you have James Gunn doing Superman and then you see in the trailers, you see in some of the stuff. I mean, I had one of my really good friends going, I'm not going to see Superman. It looks stupid. And I went, cool. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Jesus Christ. But what can he do? See, Stephanie, you're saying all the great things right now, Stephanie. I'd rather see The Last Photograph than a Justice League sequel right now. Yes. Yes. And, I cannot wait for The Last Photograph. Look at this photograph. Sorry. I don't know. I heard that song earlier. Nickelback. God damn it. Look who's in the chat. Jeez. Look who's in the chat. AKA Saggy Melons. What's happening? Good to see you. But you know what? Because I know, and I know people go like, you go too hard on Snyder fans. Well, because there's a lot of those in my mentions. So that's why I do go hard on them. But when I saw that video that was going around, I was like, you know what? It's time to rant off a little bit about that. Why not? Why not do that? Because you have to give some shit to the other side too. And when you see something like that, it's like, holy Lord. It was just so dumb. So dumb. So I wanted to bring that up. That's all. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start sending off some of the invites. Get some peeps in here. So we're going to have a little fun tonight. Anyways. What else we got? All right. What are you guys talking about out here? Cults doing cult things don't make situation better because they're pissing, Snyder. Yeah. It's so funny too because both sides they point fingers at each other. And then it's funny too when I see people like call one side a cult, but they won't call the side that they defend a cult. The certain people, certain things, and I'm just kind of going, you might be part of the I hate using cult though. I've said that many times. I don't like to use the cult thing, but I've mentioned it a couple of times where like when I've had people in my mentions go, we didn't want this, we didn't this, we didn't that. I'm going, you're saying we. That is very culty. You're saying culty things right now. When you're saying we, it's just, I was like, whoa, it's starting to get a little culty. So yeah, gets a little crazy. So I never had in my bingo card people talking about James Gunn like this, especially. Yeah. Who knows? I know. It's all been pretty crazy. All right. Long as that's the case there. Dave doesn't just go hard on Cinder fans. Hey, Jason McKenzie. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Imagine if Zack and James Gunn collaborate on our future project. I wouldn't put it past them. Like I said, I've always said they're not like besties. They're not besties. It's not like they're, again, having dinner like every week with like, them and their wives, but they are creatives who worked together 20 years ago on Zack's first movie, Dawn of the Dead. They worked together. So they've always considered each other acquaintances. They're totally two different styles. Almost completely two different styles. The only thing that I would say that is that they have a similar kind of, style is the fact that they want to push whatever boundaries that should be, because, again, when it comes to DC and Marvel, I mean, there are boundaries. There are things that are like, So when you have a filmmaker, an auteur even, and they come in and want to push some of those boundaries, I mean, Jesus Christ, Zack did it and James Gunn is doing it. They're just doing it in different ways. That's what's so funny. And I love that. I love the fact that they're so different. It's just like seeing one comic book writer and another comic book writer, or even an illustrator to another illustrator. I mean, you see that all the time in books, like just different people like taking on like, oh, I'm going to tell this story and do this and blah, 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 But, when it comes to film, it's just going to be so different because it's so limited, because you can't have a shit ton of films. You only can have, this. So now it's on James Gunn. So, all right, let's see what he has to offer. And when he does something like Superman, where he does hold back to some things, and then you watch the first episode of Peacemaker, you go, oh, there's James Gunn unleashed right there. And I'm going, yeah, I'm all for it. I love it. All right. DC always better. Yeah. See? Well, there you go. Yeah. People like DC better. I mean, that's the thing. I find what Snyder haters call a cult, just talking about people who are optimistic about, yeah. What's up, Sonny? Can the cult get Apple to release the IMAX ratio of... Yeah. I mean, F1 is one of those movies that you have to experience in a movie theater. I will say that. It's one of my favorite movies of the year, too. I thought F1 was great. It just had that old school, just 90s almost vibe to it. So, and yeah, those sequences were just, you thought F1 was boring, Arkham Knight? What? Something tells me you're younger. You didn't grow up in the 90s. You didn't grow up in the 90s. It's okay. All right. But thank you guys, of course. Thank you for the super chat, Jason. Thank you for, you guys listening to my little spiel when it comes to things. Just great. You're a 99 baby. So there you go. That's why Arkham. Yeah. See, Arkham. See, I knew it. When you said it was boring, I was like, something tells me you were not born. You were born post, and sure enough, 99. See? I'm like, yeah, if you were born in 89 and maybe watched some 90s movies like in that era, you would have been like, F1. Oh, yeah, because I walked out going, that felt like a 90s goddamn blockbuster right there. But of course, enhanced with 2020's technology and everything, because Jesus Christ, I mean, what they did with that movie, pretty cool. So yeah, at least he appreciates the race sequences. So there you go. Anyways, all right, let's go ahead and start off with let's bring in the guest here, and let's talk to him a little bit before we start bringing in some of the peeps in here. Ernie, what's happening, man?
What's up, Dave?
Good to see you, man. How you been?
Pretty
You've been
good.
busy.
Yeah, man. So why the switch from the sunglasses to the regular glasses for the guests? I feel like I get deprived,
So I don't know, for some reason when the evolution of the Vodka stream, I guess you could say, when I started going okay, I'm gonna do at least a half hour, 45 minutes sometimes, with just me spieling off, doing like my full-on review or ranting off about something. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have the shades on. I don't know why I decided that. I've seen other, there's other podcasters that have done it. I'm not the first one. I'm not trying to claim that. I just thought, like, you know what? It's kind of like a vibe. I put on the music, You get the vibe from it. But then when I start bringing people on, I'm like, all right, let's get, because it is dark. The sunglasses are dark, even though the screens are. And then sometimes I can't even see like my keyboard because my keyboard is black. So
all right.
After a bit, I'm like, the sunglasses need to come off and let's just put the regular glasses on. So that's why I do it. I think it's just to have that little vibe at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, just creating that lounge vibe, like, hey guys, let's come in here, and because the start of the show, you just bring that intensity, I guess, before we start bringing on people. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. Yeah. But how you doing, man?
Pretty good. I just got back from New York / New Jersey. I made this absurd. I mean, I didn't make it. Sorry. I wrote the script for this absurd live action, very low budget movie from Hungary. It's in English, right?
Really?
They shot it in Hungary because the British guy is married to a Hungarian woman. We worked years ago on Lego Nexo nights together. And then I found out he lived in Budapest, right? And so we started rapping, gave him some of my low budget scripts, and he's like, man, these are really good, and then he was doing something. Again, the title isn't mine, but it was about two bumbling private detectives. It's called Dicks.
Nice.
And so it just started its festival run in earnest, I guess, and it got into the Smodcastle Film Fest, which is Kevin Smith's.
It's so funny because when you said it's called Dicks, I remember when he had a Cop Out that came out.
Everybody knew this except me.
Yeah. I'm sure you heard about it. He wanted to call it a couple of dicks
in a car.
They call
two dicks in a car.
Yeah, because cops nicknames they could be called dicks, but of course, you can't name a fucking movie that's going to be released to the public a couple of dicks. So he just said Cop Out, But I remember it because I'm a big Kevin Smith fan. I've been ever since I saw Mallrats, and I just related to that movie so much with the whole comic book lore and the movie references and everything. And I was just so I've been a Kevin Smith fan for so long, and I remember hearing that he was going to call. He was like, yeah, he made he had a cop movie that he wanted to call a couple of dicks. I'm like, yes, but of course, naturally, they weren't going to call it that. But anyways, go on. Keep on going. What were you going to say? Oh, you're freezing up a little bit there, Ernie, on your feed. You good?
Apparently that was on board and everything. They had it on the clapper and on the board and everything during the thing. And then at the end, they were just like, we're not going. The studio's like, we're not going to engage right now. And then when they finally got it in the editing room and stuff, it's like, nah, we're changing the title. Marketing came in. It's like, we don't think so. And, of course it was going to be that way. Come on. They're not going to, make that title. But anyway, so this thing goes in and it won Best Comedy Feature. It was nominated for 4 awards, both of our lead actors and ensemble cast. So, I had a bit part. So, of course, I think I was mostly responsible for getting the ensemble nomination, but I couldn't push it over the top. No, I had like one scene I didn't speak. But I didn't fuck it up enough not to get an ensemble, nomination. We didn't win those. And I was like, man, we're going to get shut out. And then we won the, basically New Jersey's Golden Globe.
That's cool.
It's fantastic. I think on one of my feeds that I think on my Instagram, Stu put up a thing and, I collaborated on it. So it's on mine. But the last one, it has Kevin Smith actually announcing us. And he goes,
oh, shit.
For comedy, best feature is Dicks. So, there's that.
So are we going to be able to see this thing, or what's happening with it when it comes to releasing?
I mean, it just started this festival. Or no, we don't have a distributor right now. I mean, this thing was made for like not a lot of money.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Less than 6 figures of money.
Yeah.
And I mean, the shooting conditions crazy in Hungary. But so I guess they have a mini distribution center there. They're looking it over. I don't know if that happens or if they just go to another festival. Actually, I just got word today we're going to be playing it in Los Angeles at the Silicon Beach Festival. Shit. Yeah, okay. 2 weeks. You want to go?
I do. I would love to go.
Saturday. I'm not inviting you to an exclusive a VIP thing. It's an actual film screening, and you have to buy your own ticket. Support the arts, my friend.
Of course.
But
what's wrong with that?
It's gonna be Saturday at 4 p.m. And I probably can get you a link or something. But
send me a link. Send me a link because Saturday I can do. Because every time there's a screening. The 6th. Okay, the 6th. I don't think I have anything going on.
Yeah, but not next Saturday.
Yeah, that's Labor Day weekend. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that could be interesting because I swear, when I get sent stuff oh yeah, we got a screening for this. It's on a Tuesday at 4 p.m. in LA, and I'm going, I can't do that. I can't do that during the week. But if it's on a Saturday, that I can do. So now, that could be fun.
Yeah. Now, I even hesitate to bring this up. I don't know if it's going to happen, but but there might be an Aztec Batman screening. But it would be Monday or Tuesday.
Well, I think I could try my best to definitely make time for that because I'm very curious about. Did you kind of tease this the last time you were on? I can't remember because.
Oh well, now I can speak a little bit more because there's
because I think you did tease a little bit about this.
Yeah. So we got a screening. Did you go to Comic-Con San Diego?
I didn't go to Comic-Con. But we do have somebody who did go to Comic-Con, and that is William, who was actually there. William was there. What's up, William?
How you guys doing?
Hey, William, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing, Arnie? Congratulations.
William, I'm going to sweat you for your address. We're doing fulfillment on Area 51 Studios, so you got to send that back to me. I'll send you a personal email. All right? I got you.
Send you his business card. Yeah, please.
And you haven't gotten it, or did you get it from Steve? Not Steve.
I haven't gotten anything yet from anyone.
No, I'm talking to Dave.
No, I didn't get it from. I haven't gotten.
You know what? I'll send you a digital copy.
Okay, send me. Yeah, because I know you guys are sending out also the printed copies too, right?
Right. Next week, they're being put into boxes this weekend by Josh's kid, using them as slave labor. Yeah. Yeah, the artist, Josh White. Oh. Very talented. Sorry, that's a lot of different topics. But so in Comic-Con, and it kills me. Did that help you? Is that how you got in to go to the lawyer thing?
No.
It's something else.
No, I went through trauma. Trauma. Lloyd Kaufman got me in.
Nice. Well, that's better. Nice. Well, that's better.
Yeah, we filmed. I filmed his panel on Saturday night, so I was technically part of the trauma camera crew.
Excellent. So we had a screening, which wasn't not a screening. We had a panel. It was a 1-hour panel, and we talked. We had some actors there. Horacio Garcia plays the Spanish version of Batman. He was in Narcos Mexico, and also the English version of the Joker is played by Raymond Cruz. That's right. Tuco Salamanca. Tight. Hey!
Oh, wow.
He is Joker, and he does a nuts job at it. Both of them were quite good. But so we played one clip in Spanish, a couple in English, and then we ended with the English trailer, which is now out on the interwebs.
Yep.
And I've been on a couple panels before, so you can tell when people like things. Usually, it's like loud applause is like it. People running up for questions. This was a standing ovation. I'd never seen it before. Standing ovation, and people ran. I'm not saying they ran toward me. They probably ran toward the director, Juan Mazaleon, and the two actors. But security actually had to step in and tell people to get back in their seats.
Really?
I've never seen it at Comic-Con. It was just like a rushing tide of nerds coming in to ask more questions. It was really gratifying. And then we also did like a press junket. So that's why you're seeing all these like articles coming out in CBR and Screen Rant and stuff like that. I mean, I'm not in all of them, but I'm in some of them. So we answered a lot of questions. And I mean, for those of you who don't know, Aztec Batman is kind of a reimagining of the Batman mythos at the height of the Aztec Empire. And so it's not Bruce Wayne at all. It's not Gotham at all. It's how would this thing occur in that time frame. So the characters are a little bit different. Some of them are mashups and stuff, and we hope that everybody's going to really dig it. Although I see some reactions aren't so positive. Let's say.
Wait! Did someone say you ruined their childhood again?
Oh my God, this is going to be a lot worse than that. My friend calls me up and he goes, Ernie, are you listening to blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, who is that? I don't know that name. And they go, man, it's this podcaster. And I go, I don't know it. And he's like, well, he did the last 10 minutes of his show on Aztec Batman. And I'm like, in a positive way? He goes, oh no. Right. And they're like, oh, this guy's a protege of Sean Hannity. So when it comes out, you're going to be like on Fox programs. I'm like,
oh God.
Yay. I guess.
Have them on. Hey, have them take you on an interview then if they're going to.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to cover you the top.
Warner Brothers won't want me getting out in front of them, but
still exposure though.
I'm not saying that it was this guy, but some of the people have run with the ball a little bit, and they described our movie as, let me get the wording right. Warner Brothers has turned Batman into a baby sacrificing cannibal Aztec killer.
Oh, I'm in.
I'm like,
that's awesome.
That's
you had me at cannibal.
That's less nuanced than we were going for, but like whatever puts butts in the seats, I guess.
Yeah,
get Eli Roth in on it. You're set, man.
It is an R. It is one of the darkest versions of the Bat mythos. It's hard to. I'm just doing a shorthand of like it's the darkest version of Batman that you see, but it's not Batman. So
yeah.
Like, everybody can, just like you were. I was listening to the last 20 minutes or so. It's like just like you're saying, it's different. It's like they're two different things. Don't worry. I'm sure that there'll be Batman movies. Yeah. There'll be other Batmans. They're not going to go, we've just changed. It is now, from now on, Yoali Coatl is Batman, and he wears this mask, and Yoka is an Aztec priest now, and we don't have Catwoman, we have Jaguar Woman. That's it. It's done. All of that other stuff that you love, that's Bruce and Selena, done. Now we have Yoali.
Now it's all this. DC is just going 100% Aztec Batman right here.
That's it. That's what you're going to get from now on.
Hey, we got Chris joining right now. What's happening, Chris?
Hey, Ernie. Hey, William. How y'all doing?
What's up, Chris? How you doing?
Hey, I like what you posted in the chat. You said, don't tell them about when Batman became a vampire.
Or a caveman or a swashbuckler. Oh, yeah. There was a thing called imprint. What is it? Oh, Elseworlds. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't tell them about Elseworlds at that point. That's what this is. It's an Elseworlds tale. I'm down with it. I like the idea.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's getting like, I think it's I was in the room developing this thing from the studs up. So I know. And at no time did anybody go, all right, let's fucking woke this Batman up now. Let's like really fucking stick it. We're like, let's make the best fucking story. We've seen Batman Ninja. That was a time tunnel. You know what? We're going to do the hard lift. We are going to try and transplant it and see how it would occur at the height of the Aztec Empire because someone ordered it. Someone asked for it. HBO Max Latin America or whatever is like, we want this thing. And Warner Brothers sees a chance to give it to a different audience.
Guess what? There was a whole imprint called Batman Incorporated. Batman Around the World has been around for years, even before that. So,
right.
These are coming from people who've never read comics. So
this is going to be freaky because they hear about it this time. And it's like, no, but some comic book fans also, if you're of that ilk where you're like, I love this, I hate it, this sucks, it's -10, that one's, it's totally 10. Some of them are coming down on that, not this version of Batman, because, they're making him Latin or Aztec. And I'm like, we had a version where we turned Superman into a hardcore communist, and he made some good points. It was.
Don't tell them that.
Wait, what? You did what?
I mean, come on, man. This is like it's
Elseworlds.
This is what Elseworlds are for. And if somebody wants to, I bet you if like. I've also been called I've never heard of this word before it came out in an article. Do you know what a Hispanophobe is?
A Hispanophobe. Wow. They put phobe in front of Hispanic. Wow.
No, that's a first.
Yeah.
It's apparently spreading what's called the black legend of Spain being a bad colonizer country.
Oh, wow. How dare you, Ernie?
I guess it's anti-Spanish. I've ruined some childhoods again. I don't know.
Again, look what you're doing. You're just
it can open a history book and you can point to a lot of civilizations that have some bad things associated with it.
It's so funny too because like as we're talking right now, and we're talking about characters and certain things, especially like Hispanic or even Latin characters. When I posted that James Gunn, when he talked about the retcon, which of course we'll get into later, but he brought up Blue Beetle in there. We're like, Peacemaker and Blue Beetle kind of just slip into, they could be in this universe. So many people, like I've had probably like 4 or 5 retweets of that going Blue Beetle. I'm like, thank God, give some love to Blue Beetle because I really enjoyed that movie. I don't care what anybody says. I was like, I really enjoyed that movie, and I'm glad the fact that James Gunn is going, hey, yeah, we can have him in this universe, and I'm like, yeah, easily could. But I don't know. I was just totally just off the wall.
But again, it kind of goes into the point of getting a character and getting what makes that character. In this case, Jaime. And Xolo did it amazing. The cast around him, his family, they do it. And that's, I compared in the sense of Fantastic Four. They got the idea, Was it a perfect movie? Was Blue Beetle? But no, it didn't have to be a perfect movie. It had to get the character, and it doesn't necessarily have to be page to screen, but in the essence of the character, to the point of Aztec Batman. Do you have the essence of the character of what Batman represents from your trailer? Yes. I personally, you got my vote, Yeah.
So, I mean, it's really the director and all the artists and everybody who worked on it. We really tried to get this kind of layers and depth. And I can tell you, not only do we do a pretty cool Batman origin, we also do a full Joker origin.
Ooh, I like
that. I saw that trailer. I was kind of impressed. We're all going for some of these. That's nice.
Well, I mean, and this stuff was stuff that I did in interviews also. But basically, what we're trying to do is both both Batman, the character that we have as the Aztec Batman, and the Aztec version of Joker, they both suffer a tremendous loss. One of them self-inflicted, and they go different ways. Our Batman goes from vengeance to justice and to trying to save everybody from the horror that might occur because the Spanish are trying to take down their entire civilization. And Yoka, our Joker, goes from I'm hurt to I want absolute everybody, death, destruction, chaos, to feel what I'm feeling. Yeah. And so it's kind of a neat comparison. And there's a lot of stuff like that in it. I hope people will give it a chance and take a look, but I think we'll get a lot of this will be worse than for Justice League Dark. It's not enough. I got Swamp Thing in the movie, right? It was the first time he was done in the DCEU. And there was one review that was not enough Swamp Thing, 1 star. I'm like, I fucking got him in for you.
Hey, you and I have something in common there. I run a show called Marvel Alliance, and one of our 1-star reviews was not enough DC. Dead serious. You look it up, our iTunes review. Look it up right now. There is a 1-star review saying not enough DC.
Marvel Alliance 1-star review because not enough DC.
Not enough DC.
I
know.
We're gonna just get. I think we're gonna get.
That's a badge of honor right there.
We actually talked about it when it finally said, "Hey, you know what? We hear you, but we do have a show on the network called DC Alliance. You might want to check them out. Just an idea."
That is so cool. No, that's the thing. I mean, no matter what. I mean, nowadays, when you're going to put something out there, no matter what, there's just going to be people that going, nope, not my this, not my this, not my that. I mean, it's just the way it is. But I mean, these characters have been around so long. So like you said, when we were talking about Ninja Batman, that was great. I thought it was great. As a diehard Batman fan, I watched that. I'm like, cool. I really freaking love this. I collected the figures. I remember back in the 90s, they had the Batman Legends figures. We've talked about this on here, where they had the different versions of Batman through different time periods. You had a futuristic Batman. You had the normal Batman, and you had the Azraeli Batman. You had what was it? Azraeli. What's his name? The newer what's his name?
Azrael.
Azrael.
Yeah.
Yes. You had him. You had I remember I even had a Batman who was on it was kind of like a Zorro Batman. He was on a horse. It came with a horse and everything. It's there's nothing wrong with trying to just, hey, Batman's such a popular character. Why can't we apply him to these different time periods? And what if a Batman was during this, or what if he was during that? It's just, again, Elseworlds being the key term here. Elseworlds. Jesus.
I'm itching to do a medieval Batman, an Arthurian Batman.
Ooh, armor, swords. Yes.
And Superman would be Arthur, Batman would be Lancelot.
Ooh, see, look at that.
Fighting over a woman, maybe bring down the Empire.
Guinevere would be Wonder Woman, right? So
Lois
she'd kick ass on her own. She wouldn't be arm candy. That's some of the things we do are pretty cool. I mean, I wouldn't call it fixing mistakes, but just okay, well, we've seen all of these. We're on the shoulders of all the people that have done the Batman stuff before, right? The characters evolve and become more complex and stuff. So in the Aztec world, jaguars, spiritual animals and stuff, right? So we're okay, it's the Catwoman, we got Jaguar Woman. All right. Well, she is a sneak thief, but she steals from the corrupt Aztec priests to give to the poor. So as opposed to, oh, shiny bauble, I want it for me.
She's Robin Hood.
She's Robin Hood, right? And she's also far more lethal than Catwoman. She puts up with no shit. She will kill you. This is the Aztec time, there's some death. But no, we never say Batman kills. No. It's just he does swing this Makatweedle big club, and well, those guys are really knocked out. Let's just say they're extra knocked out.
That's a good way to put it right there. It's like, no, Batman doesn't kill, just sometimes he extra knocks out some people.
Extra
names.
I like that. That could be a shirt too with your childhood killer, like Batman extra knocks out people. We could add that one to the line of merchandise we might end up being we might make here with when it comes to all this. I like that. I
can't wait. I think next year in Comic-Con we're going to see a lot of like Aztec Batman stuff if you see the trailer, we don't have Poison Ivy, we have Forest Ivy. So she has the seduction powers with the flowers, but she doesn't use them. She's more of a swamp thing. She's a forest, spirit, right? Okay. So she'd rather crush you with thorny vines than really go, be
all sensual.
She doesn't have to do all that crap.
Yeah, that's cool. And it's coming out. When's the release date?
September 19th is going to be on HBO Max, and I think the 23rd will be the physical media. We'll see. Let's see if Scott's able to get a steel box of it.
I know, right?
Because I don't think they're coming out. Although he's going to be like, "I got one made."
Yeah, somehow Scott's going to sniff it out.
But the weird thing is, it comes out in theaters in Mexico on September 18th. And I don't think it's a small amount. I thought it would be like 30 or 40 theaters. I think it's like a couple hundred.
Wow.
Yeah. So we'll see if that's true.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
I mean, I don't get a lot of information, like he wrote something 3 years ago. Now it's coming out. I was really happy to get on the panel, but it was like 3 days before. So I know somebody bailed, or maybe 3 people bailed. And it was like, the writer's still there. He's going,
Is that how you got on that?
Oh, yeah. I called myself. I had no panels 2 weeks before, and then I had 3 panels. It was like Ernie late ad Altbacker. Late panel ad Altbacker.
Yeah, that's funny because, just to think about, like, people don't really think about that kind of stuff when it comes to panels. It's like when you see the panel, you just go, oh, okay, cool. There's a panel, but you never know like who dropped out, who didn't, and what were they trying to fill in. It's so crazy because when I saw that you were, you had your panel, I even talked about it on my show and everything. I went, and I was great. Like, oh yeah, Ernie got it. I think even when we did, I did a Saturday version of Film Junkie of Vodka Stream. And during Comic-Con, and I talked about how you were on the panel and everything. I was like, that's cool. But so you were kind of just a late addition to it, huh?
Yes, I was. I guess it was back and forth, It was finally like, he is the writer.
I know. You would think that you would.
He might have an idea or two. I don't know. Put him on there.
He could answer some questions of like how some stuff was done. Everybody except for the director will be guessing. And then same reason there was the Spider-Man from the 90s 30th anniversary panel, and John Semper, the guy who was the genius behind that, was like, I'm gonna put in 2 things. I'm gonna put in for 2 panels. One's gonna be all the writers, and we'll talk about the story mechanics and how we did things, and the other one will be the actors. Guess what they picked? They picked the one with the actors, right? But thank God, actors still flake even when they're kind of retired actors. So I got on that one too.
That's cool. So so you had 3 panels. What was the third one you said?
Oh, it was actually it was for Area 51 Studios. The thing that I met Josh through is called the Comic Creator Connection. It's like speed dating for artists and writers. Nice. And so you go around and look at people's portfolios. If you like their work and if they like your idea, you exchange cards. And so that's where we met. And they go, if you ever make a comic, you can try and do our All-Stars panel. And, but you got to make the comic and then they got to pick it, because sometimes it comes in more. They can have like 3 teams of people. So we made it. We actually made it. A year before, I'm like, let's stop fucking around. Let's get on that panel next year. So we're going to do it. And that's why we had the issue 1 Kickstarter in June. So we could try and get in to be considered for this panel. And so, yeah, we got that. But they didn't tell us until July 10th, like that we were on the panel. So
that sounds about right for this Comic-Con. All the years I've been going, this was probably the most disorganized, jammed up one I've ever been to.
That's what you said when you were there. You were saying like it was kind of messy this year, huh?
It was kind of a disorganized free-for-all, and then on top of it, they tried new ways to reroute crowds and control lines, and it just fucked things up. I mean, it was like like I said, they sent a survey, and I'm like, yeah, this wasn't the year to try any of that stuff. And they had a lot of panels too. There was a lot of like small panels upstairs, which was kind of cool, but half of them weren't on their site, like their little notification app. Half of them weren't even listed. You just had to walk by and look at the sign and be like, okay, that sounds interesting. I think I'll stop in here. But yeah.
I actually used the app now for the last 2 years. I couldn't make it work on my phone. I don't know why I was doing something wrong, but I finally got it on there to where I looked.
You had to sync it up with your membership. It was bullshit that you had to, and it was like, I figured it out. I figured it out the day before, but like I said, half the stuff wasn't even listed on there, so you just have to.
I did, but there was enough stuff that I wanted to see that it was like. It was too much, so I had it in there as backup. But I saw a lot of panels this year. I saw a lot of fun panels this year, and I got to be on a couple 3 too. So I thought it was great, but I had a really good Comic-Con experience this year. So
that's good. Yeah, I mean. I'm one of those that I was thinking about going this year, but I always say it. I'm like, maybe next year is going to probably be the time. And I just want to coordinate with people so we can cover as much as possible. I think what you said, William, like the fact that it was like kind of just one of those, it wasn't quite as, organized. Maybe
like I said, 2024 was a perfect convention for me.
Yeah.
2024 was like, that was how everything was smooth. The lines moved smooth. The crowds moved smooth. Hall H moved. What is doing right. This year, it just wasn't. It just didn't feel like anything that you really wanted to get to, like the off-site stuff. They were capping the lines like 4 hours before the end of the exercise. I'm like, well, damn. So man.
Yeah, some of those activations had huge lines, but you did get in.
Sometimes you didn't. Like I tried to get into that Alien Earth one. I got there at 2, and they capped the line off for the day. They said that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I went to the Badlands one, and they had capped that one out. I mean, it's like and I'm not like showing up 5 minutes before the start. I'm talking 2:00 for something that's not even supposed to end till like 8 or 9. And I'm like, come on, man, it's Comic-Con. You got 4 days to blow your wad. This would be like Vegas for 4 days. You go through the line, is done, man. I mean, but it was. I had some fun, but like I said, I think 2024 was such a rail ran one, and all kinds of cool stuff happened. And I came into 2025 thinking, okay, we'll go up a level, and we just didn't. So,
hey, it's not always a forward progress. You'll get it. 2026 will even be better than 2024. You'll see.
And then, like I said, the city never fails me. I mean, I love being back in Southern California for any amount of time. So in San Diego, it was just like I said, it's I didn't want to come back here. So that was a problem.
Dave, you've been there before several times, or no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was my 15th or 16th convention. Yeah.
No, but Dave, have you?
Have I been to Comic-Con or San Diego?
Comic-Con.
I have not been to Comic-Con at all. I've not been.
Oh my god!
I know.
That still blows my mind. I thought you.
Oh my god!
I'm just one of those. I'm not big on crowds, but
yeah, okay, that's good.
You're so
definitely would have some problems.
Get in the press gaggle.
I know. That's the thing. It's like anytime it happens, I'm like, should I pull the trigger this year? And I thought about it. Last year, I should have went. This year I was like, I'm not really feeling it. And I know I could do like get the press badge and everything like that. I could probably, do all that. But I think next year I need to just actually sit down and plan it and have some other people too, have a group, plan with William, because I know you're going to, and then get some other peeps, people like, hey, even if Chris wants to travel across the country,
I'm not opposed.
See, and then even somebody like Phil, we can all just kind of, and that's the thing is like, good to see you, Phil. Of course,
good to see you as well. Yeah. I mean, I may or may not have been to a Comic-Con. I may know a thing or two.
Yeah,
about a thing or two.
Good. I see you as also roving reporter between the press gaggles. But that would be great on the Comic-Con floor.
Yeah.
See, I want to be interviewed on the Comic-Con floor so people.
Totally. Next year,
who the hell?
It's funny.
Is that guy?
Yeah.
That's what
I want. Talking to people that are in like the press realm of it all. It's funny how you hear or how you wonder how so many people who are, in the same scene that Dave is and Chris and William and myself, and like how they go about getting stuff covered while at something like Comic-Con or any convention in general. And it's exactly what Dave is exactly describing. It's like they have a team of people that they coordinate with. It does take a lot if you want to like cover Comic-Con from a news-ish perspective. Like, you need a group and a team of people to do it and do it right.
Yeah, that's what I'd want to do, because when I'm here and I could just, when the information comes in, I can stream, I can post a video, I could do all the things I do. Yep. And so I think if it's like next year, it seems like next year probably will be better than this year, especially if it comes to like the movie aspect of it. Who knows? But I mean, we got big movies coming out next year. I think
for you, if you had a group of people that and you trust to help you run the shit that you're doing with your channel, I think you would have a really good time. And on top of that, it's literally nerd nirvana, dude. Crowds. I'm right there with you. Like, I don't really.
Yeah, I'm not big on the crowd thing, but but that's part of it. I get it.
But it's also
divide and conquer.
The funny thing about Comic-Con is like, if you know people, it's one of those weekends where you're gonna be like, oh hey, you're gonna run into people like it's inevitable. It is straight up inevitable.
Yeah. I think I'm when it comes to 2026, I'm thinking about pulling that trigger finally.
You should.
But at the same time, I had to do some prep and make sure that, hey, if we're going to do this, let's get some soldiers on the ground. And I know, some of you guys here would be definitely down for that. Right. And then of course, we'll have that, we'll have that, on the floor interview with Ernie right here. We're just shooting the shit. Hey, let's talk about whatever the fuck, and just,
the film junkie booth,
Oh, that'd be crazy.
Oh, that might be. I mean, do you do, I haven't seen on your show where you do you get screeners and do
I do
early?
I do get sent like I said, it's so rough because I'll get sent, hey, here's an advanced screening for this movie and a Q&A afterwards, but it's on a Monday at 4:00, and it's like I'm outside of LA and try to get to LA during that time. And I got a day job. I got my show that I do on like Mondays and Wednesdays. So it's just I just go, I would love to do that, but it's just such a pain to do that, So so I get that stuff, but I can't really make it. Every now and again I'll try it if it's like on a Tuesday, better, but so I'll get things sent to me, but some of it I think
what they do for Comic-Con for anyway the press gaggle is I'm meeting all these podcasters and stuff, and depending upon where in the hierarchy are, there's like 8 tables with 8 people, and then you, right, and then you get, if you're higher, you get a standing interview, and there's about 10 of those in a row. And then there are people with their own room, like Collider or Screen Rant or CBR, where you have chairs and the people are sitting there like they're in class. And, hey, what do you do on it? So it's a hierarchy for sure.
Yes.
But they get all the screeners. There's no time for them to go like see the movie. Like you're not going to go hang out in Hall H and watch a premiere. You're going to watch it at home, and then you're going to talk to the people before the screening, and then you might choose some screenings to go to. So you're going to watch the 30 movies so you can ask questions at the gaggle.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things too, where I've done the press. I did the press junket thing a little bit when it came to when COVID was doing it through Zoom and everything, and I did it for. I remember like the main thing was like Mortal Kombat, the first Mortal Kombat movie, and I was interviewing the actor who played Kano and the actress who played Sonya. I can't remember their names off the top of my head, but I had 6 minutes, and it was just like one of those. What I love about this stream right here is when I can have a guest on, it's laid back. I can have some of my, my acquaintances, my friends, just to be like, hey, let's just shoot the shit and just have a nice, relaxed conversation. And, and it's a nice, like, relaxed app. But when you're like doing something like that, it is, okay, get your questions off. And then I'm thinking, I don't want to ask the same questions that they're getting, that everybody's getting. I still remember, too, when I asked the dude who played Kano, I was like, I strictly, and I remember if you go back, you can actually see the interview. The girl who played Sonya like made a face because I asked him. I was like, "How does it feel to play?" I was like, "How does it feel to play the douchebag of the Mortal Kombat universe?" He totally loved it because he's Australian.
That's a bold question.
Yes, but he loved it. Her face was like, "Did he just ask that?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "I want to ask something different," and he totally was. He was fine with it and everything.
But you're not attacking him as an actor. You're just talking about the character. There are people who ask bold questions that are literally attacking the actor and their craft.
Do you have any idea how many times Anne Hathaway has been asked about her weight in so many different ways?
No,
really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or how many inappropriate questions that Scarlett Johansson gets asked?
Yes,
there's that. Yeah,
you get it. Yeah, exactly. I just was like, hey, Kano is, in fact,
he is the douchebag of Mortal Kombat.
So I was like, how was it, dude, to tackle that role? And he laughed, and he freaking, and he even reiterated, like saying, yeah, I'm playing the douchebag. But it was just funny because they gave me the clips, all of our clips, and I saw her face. I was like, oh, she was like, what the fuck? Did he just ask that? I was like, yeah, I did. But I mean, that's the thing. It was just, but it's so just, it's so like, okay, get in and out. And it's just kind of like, I don't like that. I like the relaxed, like, hey, come on here and let's just pour a drink. And let's just shoot the shit for a little bit, Well, and I've been told by some people who've been on here that, hey, it's kind of nice to just be like, hey, I was able to just be like, just relax, and whatever.
I remember one guest you told me you came very close to getting, but then the strikes happened.
Yeah,
and that went.
Yeah. I remember one time when I interviewed Connie Nielsen, and she was on the other side of whatever the hell, and it was a pre-recorded thing.
Yep.
But it was funny because she was going, wait, this is called the vodka stream, right? I mean, should we be drinking something? I was like, if you want to. And she was like, yeah, I'll pour a glass of wine. I was like, cool. Because I didn't have anything poured, but I poured some vodka. And I was like, hey, cheers. It's just like, it was kind of cool. She was in her kitchen and she was a fucking delight, and everything. So, that's what I've always liked about that. But when it comes to press junket stuff, it's just, I mean, I get it and it's cool, but at the same time, I'm going, I don't want to ask the same fucking questions, but I also don't want to ask a question like fucking, hey man, when some of those Fantastic Four junkets happened and they were, hey, God, Pedro, how does it feel to be a zaddy? Or, how, and then Vanessa Kirby was like, how does it feel to be, I forgot what exactly they asked her, but there were some awkward questions that were asked that went viral. At least they went viral, I guess, but they were awkward as all hell. Oh yeah. That one girl asked her oh, you have a very cunty kind of way to you or something like that. I was like, man, did you just really ask that? And
that's
her face
question too.
Being so kind, Ernie. It's bold for that kind of question.
Hey, they got it out there and it went viral, but it was but the look on her face was like, what? Like, I'm giving this kind of vibe? What? Like, it was like you almost saw in her face, like, oh, why did I join the MCU? Just like, why did I take this role? It was almost like you saw that in her eyes. And she's, by the way, I mean, as she's interviewed, she's like pregnant.
Yeah.
Too, right. So it's not like she's comfortable fully during this time. And I think Pedro did a good job of trying to be like, because he was trying to like, oh yeah, you're this. It means like you're this and this. He was trying to help, but it was just so awkward when it comes to like some of this stuff where like I get it where you want to ask you want to ask a different question, but man, yeah, sometimes, yeah, you have to like shoot for that. And yeah, like I said, I asked, what's his name? Hey, how's it feel to be the douchebag of the, but at the same time, it was the character. I wasn't talking about him because I actually, he's been in other movies and I liked him in that. And we talked about those a little bit too. So anyways, yeah.
Coming back. He's in the second one.
Yeah, he is. Is he in the second one? Yeah.
He is in the second one. He's in the trailer. Yeah.
That's right. He is. That's right. You do see Kano in there.
Yep.
Oh man,
I think in the Comic-Con junket, I mean the gaggle more. It's all about people trying to have that little bit that they can. Their 8 minutes that they get 3 or 4 articles out of that they can play a 2 or 3 minute clip.
Yeah,
and then write an article around it. And you don't write a lot of articles. This is a lot easier. I like it. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I'm like, you know what? I'm going to concentrate on my drink now and let William talk for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, even when it came to, I mean, when Zack Snyder was, he hosted his last Full Circle thing, and I got invited on to do the commentary for like the first half of Man of Steel with him, and that was great. And then they were like, "Hey, you can have now your own little personal vlog with Zack for a little bit and just kind of like talk." And if you go watch that, I mean, both of us, we had drinks, so we're loose, and we were just like joking around, shooting the shit, and everything was very relaxed.
But yeah, by that point, you had a few.
Oh yeah, yes, I definitely did.
I'm not even trying to be an asshole like that. That's just fact. He had more than.
Yes. Oh yeah, I had a couple beforehand, and then Zack came in with a drink, and I was like, "Can I get one of those too?" So we were both pretty loose, but it was just. And I would love, like, if I were at Comic-Con, yeah, you just, I'll hold the fucking my phone up and just, hey, let's just have like a quick little back and forth and just, let's shoot the shit or whatever the hell, I'm not going to sit there and be like, so tell me about, no, I just want to be like, hey, let's just, talk. And I love the response I got too. It's like, oh yeah, you guys are just talking like you're fucking old friends. I'm like, yeah, it's the vibe we were trying to go for right there. And it's like, yeah, that's what I prefer more than the standard, I guess you could say. But
sure, yeah.
That's just, but we'll see. I think 2026 Comic-Con, we should definitely let's try to make a plan for that. And I mean, obviously, Ernie, you're going to be there.
I was thinking, I'm like, man, I don't know if I'm going to have any panels. Like nothing's.
Well, you didn't think you were going to have panels this year, and look what happened.
That's true.
Three.
Maybe there'll be something. There's always like, like the writing panel or something that they might go, oh, you know what? Let's put Altbacker on. He hasn't been on it in 7 years or something, So you get that. But I don't have any big movie. Unless Dix becomes a phenomenon. Maybe that'll go back there because we actually had a panel 2 years ago on that, which was a year after we shot it, and so this is how long this freaking takes, right? And the name of the panel was we made a live action movie in Hungary for $59,000, and there was actually like a pretty decent crowd that came to see how we did that, and a hot Hungarian actress had come over too, so that that helps some people.
That'll do it.
Yeah. So
I got a name for you, Ernie. I got a name for you.
Yeah.
Gennady Tartakovsky. Have you seen? And you're also in the animation world by chance. Have you caught his movie Fixed?
No. Last
Came out on Netflix. I'm sure you're familiar with Gennady Tartakovsky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you call it? The prehistoric? No, Primal.
Samurai Jack, Dexter's Lab.
Oh, he did Primal.
Okay. Yes, he did Primal. He did, like I said, Samurai Jack, Dexter's Lab.
I like that other one. What's that one with about two kids in high school? The woman has that like little kind of swirly hair. She looks like God. What does she look like? Almost something out of a Dr. Seuss thing. But they're princess and prince, and they fight against monsters. It was like a really good show. I was like, that's when I first like. I didn't know Gennady from. I knew of Samurai Jack. I didn't know it was him. That's when I locked in on the name. Was this other show? This odd little high school anime kung fu fighting show. With the kung fu as superhero blasting stuff, like stuff like that. It was done really well though.
I'll look into that.
But yeah, so what's this new one about?
It's a complete far cry from any of his normal body work. It's a raunchy comedy about a dog who's getting ready to get fixed, and so him and his buddies who have been fixed, they go out in the big town and they kind of have like one last night of fun with their buddy before he inevitably loses his manhood. There's another, yeah.
Funny, wow.
It's a funny movie, and you would think like. There's a bunch of dog cliche jokes that you would think would not land, but because of the fact that it's Gennady Tartakovsky and he's very tasteful, it works really well.
Okay. What's it called?
Fixed.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Duh.
This dude is going to get fixed.
He's going to get his...
Yeah, exactly. He's going to get his nuts snipped. Yeah.
His nuts snipped.
I know. I looked up the name of it. It's called... the show I was talking about is called Symbionic Titan.
Yes! That's the other one.
Really?
Yeah, I remember that
Nobody on this nerd show?
No, I have not heard. Only Phil. No.
Oh, okay.
I'm like
Phil's pretty is the culture part of the panel right now at this point. You and Ernie.
Yeah, no, I had no idea about this one. No.
I mean, I pretty much grew up glued to Cartoon Network, so I saw all of Tartakovsky's work. So yeah, that makes sense.
I'll have to check him out.
Yeah. When you were talking before, like earlier, and all of a sudden it's like we're going to be talking about Peacemaker, and I was like, oh shit, homework. And I watched it, and I got done watching it 10 minutes before the show. Well, 10 minutes what I thought the show was at 7:30.
Sorry, I went a little long.
But anyway, and you were on a couple. I'm not going to call them rants, but they were very well thought out opinions, vehement opinions, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so funny because, I mean, like, when you see the reaction to certain things and, when it comes to Peacemaker, I mean, I knew there was going to be the biggest thing was always going to be how, what are they doing? How is this connect to the old universe, to the new universe? And I mean, obviously, we'll just jump right into it. And I'm sure, I don't know if all of us have seen, watched the whole thing. I'm sure the first episode. Phil?
No.
Phil watched all of Gennady Tartakovsky.
Yeah. He gets a pass.
That's too easy. Easy. He's like rewatching The Hunger.
It's funny. A lot of people have asked me, like, what'd you think of the Peacemaker season 1 or season 2 opener? And I was like, I haven't watched it. And they're like, what? You? I was like, no, I haven't watched it. Like, why
Phil's
is that
not the biggest Peacemaker fan.
It's only
I'm really not
for 48 hours or so. I watched it, as I said, an hour ago. I mean, it was I was a little surprised at the orgy. I gotta say, I was taken.
I'm also not prone to spoilers. I'm also not prone to spoilers, so if you guys really want to dive
Phil doesn't care.
I'm not worried at all.
I'm not. That's well, he already talked about it, so you should have been listening early. If
I mean, obviously, the biggest thing was like going to be like, how do they do that? And then it was like right in the beginning too, of like, hey, previously on the DCU, and then they just do a recap. They do, which I thought was all right. That's it's a way to approach it. Is like previously on. But then, of course, then you get that little subtle changes of like, oh, yeah. You hear what's her name, and they did like an ADR voiceover. Like instead of saying Justice League, she said Justice Gang. And then you see the shot, obviously, of, at the end of Peacemaker season 1, where it's not the Justice League. It is now the Justice Gang. That is Mr. Terrific, Guy Gardner, Hawk Girl, Superman, and Supergirl, which I thought adding Supergirl to it was the best part because, like, oh, we're seeing Supergirl fly. Look at her. She's flying. Look at the costume. She doesn't have the jacket on. We've only seen her with the jacket. That's it. Now she's like, obviously, she's still kind of a silhouette, but, it's her. And I was like, that's the best part, to be honest. But yeah, it was just kind of going, all right, here it is. And then, of course, when I posted on Twitter, I was like, okay, what do we think about the change? Obviously, I mean, I'm still getting responses, but obviously, depending on where you're coming from when it comes to the whole thing, there's going to be people that have opinions, but for the most part, I think a lot of people were just kind of going, yeah, that's fine. And then the people were going like, it doesn't make sense. I'm going, well, this is just the first episode. The whole season is about multiverse and everything. So maybe there's going to be more of an explanation, with the next 7 episodes. Maybe let's let this thing kind of tell its story before we start going, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't do this. But then at the same time, maybe those people are not going to just enjoy it anyways. And they're just going to say, whatever, this James Gunn's ruined my childhood and, and all that stuff.
Him and Ernie ruining childhoods.
Yes. And somehow they're going to blame it on Ernie. Yeah.
I can't believe they got Robert Patrick back in. I'm like, yes.
Yes. Robert Patrick.
After he got shot in the head, I was like, oh, man.
I just love it how he found out when Steve Agee said, like, hey, you read the script. What are you talking about? It's like, oh yeah, you're coming back. Said, I'm dead. What are you talking about?
Really? I did not.
know. We found a way. Life, they find a way.
When you just said Hawk Girl, I'm like, really, Hawk Girl? Like I guess they can't go Hawk Woman. I mean, I know
they can, but that would be too what might trigger some people. You can't go that far.
And then do you have like, then is it going to be like Hawk Nana or Hawk Pop or something, or something and coming in hot. Hawk Pop, how you doing?
I know it sounds a little, every time I say it, you have to like emphasize Hawk Girl because it almost sounds like you're saying Hot Girl. No, it's Hawk Girl. Yeah, I know it is. Yeah. Anytime I've said her, you have to like emphasize the K, Hawk Girl.
Oh, good tip. Good tip.
Yeah, because it does sound a little, if you say it too fast, you're like, what'd you say? Did you say you're like, you saw a hot girl? No, Hawk Girl. We're talking about Hawk Girl, like in there. But, but at the same time, that opening scene, when they replaced all that, it was like, okay, cool. And then, I mean, the way I saw that. I'm sure you did see that. And the fact of the matter is, the biggest discourse that I'm seeing, like when it comes to things, is like the fact that, well, first off, people are like, oh, they erased the Snyderverse. No, they didn't. There's like 99 universes that are in this pocket dimension that could, that there's probably a doorway to that universe. It's not erased. Even James Gunn said that. He responded to somebody. But and then the whole thing is like, okay. So we did that, and I thought that was like a creative way of just being like, oh yeah, previously on, like any kind of sitcom that we've watched or show previously on. And I thought that was kind of a cool way to be like, okay, here's this, and then show that shot, because obviously he and DC Studios knew that was going to be the one thing that people are going to go, well, remember when you had the Justice League, you had Jason Momoa, you had Ezra Miller, Flash, and Aquaman, and you had the fish fucking joke and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and Amanda Waller verbally say the words Justice League.
Yes, you had all the stuff, and then now you're, so then he's like, all right, well, this is how we're going to kind of flip that whole thing. But I'm kind of going, there's probably going to be more. And if there's not going to be more, then I'm going to be like, okay, whatever. But at the same time, when you see the fact that now that Guy Gardner's the butt of the joke, you go, all right, well, that makes more sense than fucking Jason Momoa's Aquaman. I mean, when people were saying, oh, he disrespected, what it was already came before. And I went, I think if you were going to think about something that was disrespectful, I would say like the scene in season 1 was more disrespectful to those two characters. Now you have it where it's Hawk Girl, and Guy Gardner, and it's like that makes more sense now, and now it's his universe, so it makes a little bit more sense.
Girl, what?
I know, right?
Girl, what?
I know.
Probably
Get her in there.
Is that going to be in the Snyderverse or the Gunverse?
It would be more on that. That's more on the Gunverse, I would think.
Oh.
I think I would not be surprised if there is a Hawk to a joke in Peacemaker with Hawk Girl. I mean, I did not even think about that until you said that right now.
I mean, it's just sitting there. I think.
Yeah, it is.
James Gunn, take from me.
Yeah, I know.
Use
if
it.
If you're watching, yeah, maybe I'll have to clip it out and try to be like, hey, you have an opportunity here.
I think she's low on cash,
Yeah.
with the whole Bitcoin.
Nah. She made a killing after that. She just, her followers didn't, but hey, what can you do? We also got Paul joining. What's up, Paul?
Hey guys,
Paul.
what's going on?
Paul, what's happening?
Not much.
You were in Spain 2 weeks ago. Last week,
How's Motel Life treating you?
Yeah, no, this is the bedroom that I'm in while I'm in Florida, so this is not too bad and stuff. No, it's fine. Life's good. Tomorrow I'm going to go see the Ninja Turtle 35th anniversary in theaters, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, a lot of people are seeing that this weekend. I'm kind of jealous. I gotta maybe I'll try to sniff a screening out around here. I don't know. AMC is doing it, right? AMC.
Yeah, it's AMC through Fathom Events. They've extended. I think it was supposed to only be like a couple days, but because it's such a popular film, I think it's like a whole week or something. I think it goes at least until the 28th, or at least the screenings that I was looking at did. So I think you got more than enough time. But yeah, like the original Ninja Turtles is like one of my favorite comfort films of all time. I loved it as a kid and still love it now. So yeah, it'll be cool to see in screens again. I think I also went for the 30th anniversary back in the day, but that was 2020. So I funny
how you call that back in the day, but that kind of was because that was just pre-COVID almost, So COVID just added aanother 10 years to everything. Anyways,
I think COVID had just happened, but I went anyway. And I mean, I had a mask and everything, but it was pointless because
a Ninja Turtle mask.
No, no, just a regular one. But I wanted my friends to come with me, but it was kind of a late showing, and so I went by myself.
If you had a shredder mask, it would be perfect.
I was combine the two masks that you needed.
Yeah. So I go, perfect. And it must have been maybe an 8 or 9 o'clock showing, but I was the only one there, so I was in the theater all by myself, watching it. But it was great. It'll
be better this time because you're probably gonna have a packed house this time.
Yeah. Well, so in Florida, most showings sell out pretty well. It could even be a terrible movie and it will sell out because it's Florida and people are going to want to go into a place where it's nice and cool and air conditioned. So the theaters are actually sold up pretty well for most any show. But we checked and the screenings were pretty wide open. We had a good choice of seats, but they'll probably fill out enough. But it's also a 35-year-old movie. But I think I saw something, some statistic that was saying it's already made 3.3 million or something already for the awesome. Re-showings. So that's not too bad.
I still remember when me and a couple of friends, we went and saw the re-release. I think it was the 30th anniversary of Back to the Future.
Nice.
And it was a packed house. And my buddy dressed like Marty. He had everything. I was shocked. I was surprised. He had everything: the jeans, the Nikes, the vest, and everything. And it was so great. And it's so funny because we've seen the movie 1,000 times, but when you see it with a group of people who've seen it also 1,000 times, everybody, even though you know the next line, you just laugh. Everybody was so animated and just oh, here comes this line, and it was just kind of one of those things. So I mean, I maybe Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles won't be obviously Back to the Future is a different level, but at the same time, that like you said, that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, when that came out, I still remember seeing it, and I mean, it was so weird because it made parents go, "What the fuck? We're showing our kids this," and that's why the sequel was so lighter, even though I enjoyed the sequel when I was a kid too. But when you go back and watch that, you go, holy shit, they really did lighten it up because there were so many complaints. But that first movie was dark. That first movie was dark.
The first movie holds up really well. Took a lot from the original comics. The first convention I ever went to in like the early 2000s was because Peter Laird was there, the co-creator. And I had asked him even then, I was like, well, what do you and Kevin think of like the movies and stuff? Because, not much had come out at that point, just the original trilogy, I think. And he said, we really liked the first movie. We liked it a lot. We hated the second. We never saw the third. And so I was like,
they did themselves a favor by not seeing that third movie.
Yeah, I think there's, what's funny about the third movie is that I don't like it. I liked it probably when I was like, 5 and 7 and whatnot. But like, it's such a great idea. And the posters for the third movie still kind of kick ass. Like not the ones where they're all on top of each other, like looking at like the
I know the one where they're on the horses and
that's still such a great. And I think at that time too, some kids were probably thrown off because if I'm right, if I remember the timeline correctly, because I was 93, I think the Turtles in Time video game had already come out. So for them. With active imaginations, they're probably like, oh my God, they're doing like a Turtles in Time, like inspired type movie. And then to see the finished product, they were like, oh no. And what's funny is I'm a huge Mask of Zorro fan with Anthony Hopkins and Antonio Banderas. And the bad guy in that movie, the one who's a bad guy for Anthony Hopkins, not the guy who I think later would go on to play Reverse Flash in the Flash CW TV show. But the bad guy in Mask of Zorro is the same actor who's the bad guy in Ninja Turtles 3, who's the blonde guy.
Yeah, you're right.
The thing. So I was like, so that was interesting to like go back and watch it like years later as like a teenager or adult and see that and make that connection.
I think one of my biggest issues with the third Turtles movie, it still was like, it threw me as a kid, and I said, oh, I'm not feeling this, is the massive change in how they did the costumes. Like how they did the Turtles. It was a massive change from the first two movies, and it was just like, oh no, I don't like this at all.
It's almost disorienting.
Yeah. It's I mean, I'm pretty sure, right? Because Henson did both 1 and 2, and then I think they wanted to save money, so they didn't go with Henson for the third one. And it obviously,
that what happened?
At least to the best of my knowledge. But
they brought back Corey Feldman for Donatello's voice. That's what was funny.
In 1993, Corey Feldman needed probably the money more than they did. So I mean, I'm assuming, but
he's always needed the money.
Yeah, but no, I mean,
it was just kind of funny because like when you got to Secret of the Ooze, they got Donatello's voice to sound nothing like Corey Feldman, who did the first one, and then all of a sudden they bring him back for the third one, and it's like Donatello went from this to and then to I was like, whoa, weird.
It's funny too because it's been a while since I've seen Secret of the Ooze, but I'll watch like clips every now and then, and the movie is definitely self-aware of what it is because you have like Taka and Raza be made up, and then Shredder's like pissed that they're not like super advanced mutants or whatever, and you cut back to David Warner, the scientist, being like, well, they're not going to come out quoting Macbeth, and I'm like, all right, like someone writing this knew what they were making and stuff. But then by the time you get to the end and you've got Vanilla Ice and you've got Michelangelo like destroying Shredder with a keyboard guitar, like and the sound barrier like blows Shredder through like the windows and stuff, I'm like, oh Jesus. And then you get a cool Super Shredder sequence, but lasts all of like 2 seconds. And it's just like, okay.
But I remember me and my brother were like, oh my God, Super Shredder's so cool. And you can actually buy that figurine.
I had that figure.
Which was like no kid should buy that thing because it was so sharp and pointy and everything. It was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you had that thing that you couldn't hold it like with your bare hands. It was so like
pointy. It was a lot, but it was it's Super Shredder. But yeah, I mean, I I think I've told most people my favorite interpretation of the Turtles at this point, in terms of like adapting the comics, adapting movies, adapting like a good middle ground of everything, dealing with all the different variations, is the 2012 Nickelodeon animated show. Because I even talked to Rob Paulson, the voice actor for the original Raphael and the Donatello in the animated cartoons, and he was like, yeah, like going from that and going to that show, like those guys were fans making it for other fans, and and making it for kids too. So it was a very well-rounded show. And if they ever go forward in making like live action movies again, they should use that as like a a thing, because it wasn't just Shredder. Shredder was like a main focus, but they had other villains. They worked things around. They were able to do like Rocksteady and Bebop and make homages to like the old '80s show, but not in a bad way. And yet they incorporated so much from the comic books. It was a good mix of a lot of different stuff, personally. So I like that version a lot. But no, for me, in terms of cinematically, they've never been able to top the original 1990 movie. Granted, you can argue about animated versions and stuff. I know a lot of people love Mutant Mayhem. I liked it, but I'm also like 37, and for me it was like Gen Z Turtles, so it didn't mesh with me personally. But
well, and then they still have a plan to do the Ronin storyline, which is
right. There's so many things they can do with that.
Which is that's dark. That's a dark.
It's going to be R-rated, right?
So, yeah, it's got to be R-rated.
I don't want it to be connected to. Some people have said they should connect it to the original.
They don't need to. They don't need to.
I'm fine if like Judith Ho comes back, if it's like, again, if it's a multiverse thing anyway, but I'd rather not be connected to the original because it's such a dark timeline. It's like, Old Man Logan being attached to like
It's man. Last Ronin is a cool story.
Yeah.
But it only works if you do it, and I mean live action, like it's only gonna work if because there's some fucking dark shit that happens in that book. Like the way the turtles go out is pretty gruesome. It's almost on the level of Batman Beyond Return of the Joker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
in a certain, and that's a PG-13 movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially how each of the issues dealt with how each one of them went down, including their allies.
Correct. Right. And man, when you see what happens to Shredder, like you need to have that, at least for me cinematically, with the way they have Splinter go out. I don't know why I said Shredder. I meant Splinter. The way they have Splinter go out, you kind of need it to almost be, at least for me as a fan of Turtles, I kind of envision with what happens to Master Splinter, I think you need to shoot that in like a almost Braveheart-esque level type of situation. Like you need, if you're going to shoot what happens with Master Splinter, kind of needs to be on that same emotional tone. IMO. I think that would be a good way to. But again, a lot of really dark shit happens in that book. But even then, like now it's spawned a sequel where there are now 4 new turtles. There's a whole spoilers. That's the end of the book. But
I think we all know that.
Yeah. But the thing is like it's such a good story for that turtle. Like I don't know. Can we say who the turtle is? Of which one it is? Which is the last one? Does everyone know who the last one is?
I know. I mean, does our viewing audience know? Do they care? I mean, it depends.
It's been out for a bit, right?
It's Michelangelo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, you guys might not know this. I might have even mentioned on here before because we talk about a lot on here. But if you remember the original movie, there's the farmhouse sequence after the defeated New York, and they have to recuperate and stuff. Raph, who is pretty much, he's not the main character, but he's one of the very big focal points of that movie because he gets his ass kicked. He's in the tub, and then they're all, after he recovers, then there's like a montage of them there's the one where
Yeah.
April is talking about them and them recuperating in their own ways, and then it becomes about them all working together and getting better and getting back to full strength. And then, of course, we need to go back and all that stuff. But
yeah, you gotta get Splinter.
Yeah.
right. But as a kid, I only found out just recently, in the last couple of years. If you guys all remember, there's the very cinematic scene of where Raphael is on the rooftop of the farm, and he shouts out like "Splinter," before they
Yes.
all go out into the woods and do like the campfire and stuff like that. There, apparently, a lot of that venting was supposed to be Michelangelo.
Oh wow.
And it was supposed to tie into his theme too, because I know the movie pretty well. I hope you guys do too. But there's the scene
Not
after
this well.
yeah. Well, so there's a scene early on in the movie where like they have a talk and Splinter's talking about, because he's an old rat. He's like, I'm not going to be here, forever. I need you guys to kind of know that and just, prepare and all this other kind of stuff. And, luckily nothing happens to him in the movie. But later on, Michelangelo is ordering the pizza. He's waiting to get the pizza, and Donatello comes in on a skateboard and they start talking, and he's just like, hey, so what do you think about Splinter, saying he's not going to be here like one day or something like that? And Michelangelo's like looking up at the moon, and he just goes, well, time's up, and then, then the pizza scene happens. And as a kid, I always thought that was kind of like a whatever moment, like, okay, that was kind of a weird response, or like him just not paying attention, but that's him not wanting to think about it. And I think that was going to play into the farm, because now Splinter, because at that point in time, even the way the movie plays, you think that Splinter kind of like could have died basically, and even like, and even Shredder says that like he taunts them that like Splinter is dead basically too. So I don't know, maybe that was on the cutting room floor, maybe they didn't do it or something or whatever, because I know the movie was initially darker too, even before like they released it. Like I think there's a scene where Shredder's secondhand man like is angry that Tatsu, he doesn't get the turtles, and like Shredder is like upset with him, doesn't hit him or anything, but like disappointed, and so he goes in, he's like beating up, like, or he's like messing up the all this stuff, and then one of like the students tries to stop him, and he like beats the kid and like knocks him out. And I guess in the original cut he killed the kid, and it was supposed to be reflective because I guess the kid was the same kid who gets the dojo marker from Shredder in that initiation sequence or whatever, in front of all of the other kids. So that was supposed to show that like it's not worth it. You're gonna die basically if you're with the full clan. So yeah, there was a lot of other elements that they had to kind of cut because they were like, kids really love Ninja Turtles right now. We really don't want to kill a kid in the movie.
True. I mean, even the original comic by Eastman and Laird was very dark for just being a straight black and white comic at that point. It's people, the IDW run of it, does a good job of towing the line between dark and for a general audience perspective. But yeah, those, I mean, that's why the film is a very different take versus the second one. They were trying to do their best.
They had the complaints,
and then they had the the cartoon already out and said, well, we got this cartoon that people were really loving, we got to make it more like the cartoon.
Right. And so instead of doing Bebop and Rocksteady, they did.
I know, right?
Yeah, I don't know if they would have owed, because Fred Wolf there's a whole thing too, like if you know the behind the scenes, like as far as I know, like Peter Laird especially was not happy with the cartoon. Like he was happy that it made them money and happy that like it got the word out.
So much money.
But he didn't like all of the more goofier aspects. Now, granted, the comic is supposed to be straight satire of and homage to Daredevil and X-Men, Jack Kirby. So, but it is a straightforward, dark story. Like I think Shredder dies in the first issue, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I think Leo decapitates him.
It's something like that, or he stabs him and then he goes to the edge. And then I think because Shredder, between the cartoon and the movie, they brought him back, and it was like through alien worms or something like that. I'm getting this off of Red Letter Media, like reviewing the movie and stuff. I have yet to really even fully dive into the old comics and stuff. So, but yeah, like so the reason why the 2003 cartoon I think even exists is because Peter Laird was behind it, and he wanted to make it really more like adapting a lot more stuff from the comics that hadn't been done. Like Baxter Stockman's Black again. They go back to the Mousers, but they do all of this extra stuff. And I remember as a kid, because I think by that time I was in high school.
Time travel stories, and then too in the 2003 show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like you were talking about the 2012 show. The one that I remember the most is the 2003 show,
right?
And that kind of tracks because I was like 11. That makes sense. I was a target age for that show, and being a fan of that first movie, it just kind of reinforces that too. But yeah, I think that show's incredibly underrated. I know a lot of people talk about the 80s show and the most recent movie, which I had a lot of fun with the most recent movie. I think it's fine. Honestly, the best way I could say it is, I think Mutant Mayhem is the best solo Turtles film after the 90 film. I think
it's the most focused for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I wouldn't even call it just focused. I would say like, hey, they're kids, they're teenagers, they're more acting like preteens or just barely teenagers at that point, saying, well, this is an interesting take in the sense of like we're actually calling them teenagers instead of basically what has been seen as more young adults to early, college age kind of, portrayals.
True. And we got somebody else who's joining right now who gets his own drop, of course.
Ray.
What's up, Ray?
Wise men say forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late
pizza. That's correct. I think that's a T-shirt now too. I think you can get that somewhere.
It's interesting because I have a very different reaction to Mutant Mayhem than you do, Paul. I'm 42 and a half, and that movie to me is the best Ninja Turtles movie.
That's fine. Some people really like it. I mean, I don't hate it. I want to preface that. I like it enough.
But here's the thing: is like, the thing that you said though, you said it felt like a Gen Z Turtles film, and the reason I don't agree with that is because, well, I guess I 50% agree with you, because I think that what Rogen and Goldberg did with the movie is they literally, at least from my perspective as an elder millennial, they made a movie for both generations. And I'm used to movies like that. I think we're all used to reboot movies being like, okay, well, that's for the new generation. That's for Gen Z. That's for Gen Alpha, whatever. And there was enough in that movie that I could relate to. I mean, come on, dude. The second that they did a fight montage to No Diggity by Blackstreet.
Yes.
Game over.
Game over. That was nice.
Seriously, that was like there was enough in that movie, and because they approached it, like Chris just said, as teenagers, right? Without giving us any subterfuge, they literally approached it as this is a movie about teenagers, and whatever generation you're a part of, a teenager is a teenager. Like there are things socially that may be different because of the time period that you grew up in, but a teenager is a teenager. And at the core of that movie, that's what they are. And I felt like there were things in there for millennials, there were things in there for Gen Z, and it was literally the first time.
It was a good balance.
It was a great balance. It was the first time I've gone into one of those reboot movies and was like, and literally the directors were like, "Hey, everybody, come join the party." Like we're not just making this for kids; we're making this for our people, for our generation as well. Because Seth Rogen is my age; he's like maybe a little older than me. So
he would have been a. I mean, he would have been close to a teenager when. Because when did the 80s show pop in 87? Right?
Yeah.
And the 90s. So yeah, he would have been.
Comic came in 84. The TV show I think was 87.
Yeah.
By the way, Ray, Ernie, Ray.
Oh, hey, how you
Never
doing?
met each
how's
other.
it going? Yeah, no, how you doing?
Ray used to be on the Vodka stream like a lot. He took a little break and then he's been back now, which we've loved. And so
was it because of too much vodka?
Yeah, too much. It was too much. It was too much vodka. That was.
What's fun? I forget if we've talked about that because I tend to drink beer more than liquor. But if I drink liquor, it's vodka.
Yeah, same.
Like that is my favorite drink. The one that I've gotten
vodka sodas, man.
I've gotten slashed at weddings on vodka and cranberry multiple times.
Or that
multiple times. So yeah, that's
sure.
That is my liquor of choice, I guess you could say.
But I thought I would introduce you guys, because Ernie is, of course, writer of the new Batman Azteca, and we were kind of talking about that at the beginning of the show and stuff. So he's within the DCAU world.
I don't think I could ever get tired of Batman talk.
No,
or Batman at all. Truthfully,
of course not.
Yeah, that's
why you're always welcome on the Vodka stream, because man, come on. And by the way, I like your shirt, the Bel Air shirt.
Thank you. Yes,
pretty cool. Obviously,
is that supposed to signify the old show or the new show?
I don't know. The color scheme
to me. I haven't watched the new show. But.
I haven't watched the new show either. The color scheme to me looks like the jacket, like the color pattern of the jacket the jackets they wore at Bel Air Academy. So that's why I bought it, because it looks to me like it's from the sitcom.
No, it does. Yeah,
I hear the new one's really good, but I haven't seen any of it.
That's what I've heard.
It's interesting. Like it's a very interesting interpretation. What's cool about it is that Will Smith pretty much helped greenlit it because someone made like a 5-minute fan film as like not like a pilot, but like it's just like a
proof of concept.
Yeah, proof of concept. Yeah, and he loved it so much that they let it happen. I haven't seen anything of the new show, but the old show, it's like one of my favorite sitcoms of all time. I used to race home. It finished in like 96, but by the time I was in high school in 2002 to like 2006, I was running home because the reruns were finally playing on Nick at Night, which would start around like 3:00 or so, and on TV. And I used to just run home to just see the old episodes and stuff because I loved the show so much. But it's been a while since I've gone through it though.
And it's so funny because there is a connection to Ninja Turtles because James Avery.
Yes.
Uncle
Phil goes down as one of the best TV dads in TV history.
Hands down. Our TV dad.
And that was a Mark Hamill is the Joker level revelation when I found that out.
Yeah, right?
And then all of a sudden, like as soon as that veil was shattered, every time, like there'd be certain times you'd just be like Vivian, and I'm like, there it is.
Yep.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
It's great.
Or the way he'd scold Will sometimes. It's like, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah.
You once you hear it, like once you learn it, you can't unhear it.
Yeah.
So if I am to amass the Infinity Stones of the Uncle Phil mantle, I have the mantle now, so that's 1 stone. I need to become TV dad, and now I need to become the Shredder. So there's 2. What were the things James Avery did? I need to knock those off the list.
Right.
Yes. Well, Phil, you're white, so I would aim for the Michael Bay verse if you want to be Shredder. Oh no! Wait, no. Sorry, that was redone in reshoots.
I was going to say that
giant hulking Japanese man with no backstory whatsoever. Sorry, no, but sorry.
I didn't dislike those movies, but yeah, they weren't like.
Between the 2 movies, there's a good movie there somewhere.
There's
a concept of a movie.
But it's sad when you hear what's his name, Alan Richardson, who do you play? Michelangelo?
He played
Raphael.
And his testimony on that was hysterical. I mean, not for him because it was terrible, but like I'm glad that he went full throttle. He was just like, no, I have enough good standing now. I can shit on these movies and what an awful time me and the other turtles had making it, and like. Yeah, that whole thing was great.
It's so interesting because when it comes to they had 2 Ninja Turtle movies and they were banking on it being. I mean, they were trying to attach Michael Bay to it so much. They're like, it's Michael Bay.
He produced it, right? I don't even remember.
He didn't direct it.
He didn't direct either of them, no.
But they were trying to heavily put his name on it because that's what they do. When you have a director that has established a name for himself or herself.
Plus,
it's like
it was all Paramount. Because
Paramount
is Paramount.
Transformers, So
is,
he was coming off Transformers, so it's like, hey, he put his name on that. He was producing it, and there were some interesting concepts, obviously, but it was always funny because I always said my favorite scene in that first Ninja Turtles movies was when they were in the elevator. That was when I felt like they were the most. of their own like personalities when they were doing the beatboxing thing, when they were amping themselves up to like get into the, we're going to fucking fight Shredder on the top of this skyscraper. And they start beatboxing in the elevator. I'm like, all right, you should have had more of this. I mean, there was a little too much of just, I don't know what the hell they were trying to do. I did appreciate, that was the Mutant Mayhem. I was like, I did appreciate Jackie Chan as Splinter. That was Mutant Mayhem. Sorry.
No,
I did appreciate that for that because Jackie Chan is fucking Jackie Chan.
So I have a story because Tony Shalhoub voices Splinter, at least I think on the first one. And
who does?
Tony Shalhoub,
Monk. That's right. Yeah, he does. That's right.
So I'm not kidding you. This is the most random fucking encounter I've ever had because where I am in Cape Cod, Falmouth is pretty much one of the mainstays for how people get to Martha's Vineyard. And of course, a lot of rich people own property on Martha's Vineyard. I'm not kidding. I worked at a Walmart for a while, just doing carts and stuff. And I thought at first, because it's, middle of summer, I'm dehydrated. I thought like, I was hallucinating, but I look and in the lobby is Tony Shalhoub. He must have been there, I'm assuming, going to Martha's Vineyard or something like that and was coming by to get Walmart supplies. And I'm very sure it was him. And I just walked up to him and I was like, "Are you Tony Shalhoub?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Oh, that's awesome, man." And I could have said anything in the world, but my first thought was, I was like, you shouldn't have done the Ninja Turtles. And I like basically walked away.
Oh boy.
I don't know what compelled. I mean, like I said, I was dehydrated. This was years ago.
Your brain was not firing off. You're just like, yeah, you shouldn't have done that.
You shouldn't have done that.
That's some brass balls there, Paul.
Some very brass balls.
I'm sure he was just like, well, that was random. He's like, well, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have, but I got paid. He probably got paid pretty well.
I mean,
nice
honestly,
check.
One of my favorite Michael Bay movies is Pain and Gain, and he's terrific in that. I'm assuming that's how the connection happened.
He's a gym owner, right?
Or, he's one of the first guys that they rob or like scam or steal his money, and I think he chases him through most of the film or something like that. It's been a while since I've seen Pain and Gain. My memories of the Bay produced movies were I didn't see either of them in theaters, but I did have to watch them eventually because I'm a Turtle fan, and I remember just like you, I liked the elevator scene.
Yeah.
I thought, and again, this is what I love about the Ninja Turtles is that they've been around for 40 plus years at this point, but they get reinterpreted like every 5 years now at this point. So almost every generation has a version of the Turtles. So I knew with these new movies, they were going to change around the origin or do something different because every version kind of does. Sometimes Hamato Yoshi is Splinter. Sometimes Splinter is the pet rat. It depends what they want to do. And this movie had that they literally were in the sewers, they got the ooze, and then they learned all of the secrets of ninjutsu from a book that they found in the sewers. And I was like, what? And that completely threw me off. So I remember I pretty much hated the movie, and I was glad that I didn't see it in theaters. And then the sequel comes out, and the trailer I thought actually was pretty good because you see Bebop and Rocksteady. You see the turtle van. You saw it felt more like the Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah.
And then the movie came out, and like Bebop and Rocksteady to me was like the only thing that they got correct, and everything else was like a nightmare. It was just.
And they had Seth. Didn't Seth Rogen do Bebop?
No, it was. Who
was Bebop?
It's the guy that does Uncle Ruckus who does Bebop. Both the live action character and then the CGI voice.
And Carl Anthony Williams, stand-up comedian, he's the one that's Rocksteady.
Okay, I don't know why I thought.
Wait.
I know that's Seth Rogen. Like
If you're talking Mutant Mayhem, I was talking the Out of the Shadows sequel to the.
Yeah, I know you were talking. Yeah, but for some reason I thought Seth Rogen was involved with that one for some reason.
Seth Rogen does voice something in the movie. I feel.
Does he?
It might be.
Someone's got to look that
Bebop
up.
or Rocksteady then, if that's the case. Hold on, I can look this up.
I don't know. So yeah, but hey, I wanted to ask Ernie, have you ever thought about tackling Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Has that ever been on your radar when it comes to anything like you're doing?
I mean, I wanted to get on the freaking show in the 90s. Just to, I mean, I think it was number one. And B, I mean, it was a phenomenon. So it's always good to have on your resume that you're like, oh, I'm on the new hot thing. But I I can never get close to it. It was very, very annoying. so I haven't seen a lot of it. I've stayed in the superhero world a little bit, but I was like, come on, man, I'll trade an episode with you or something.
Seriously. I know that seems like it would be right up your alley during that point.
Yeah.
But like I said, you really I remember you talking about we got that Spider-Man animated series like gig back in the 90s. That was kind of like your first big like whoa thing, So and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was already done. At least that first iteration was done. That first cartoon iteration.
Yeah, I would have had to get it on the 2002 version.
Yeah, it would have been the newer versions. Yeah.
Yeah, and at that time, it would have been a good thing to have that.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it was the toys that really did it, and that's the thing is like I remember like that docuseries that was on Netflix for a couple of seasons, like Toys That Made Us. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yes.
And they had the one with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles toys, and it was just like it was amazing how that's what drove that whole franchise was the toys.
I mean, crack for children. Crack.
Yeah. It was. Oh, dude, me and my brother collected them all. We were throwing them all over the place. We were burying them. You know how you just would do that with your figurines. Where can I put this figurine? Oh, did you guys used to freeze your figurines? Did anybody do that? Because you were like, hey, remember when Han Solo was frozen in carbonate?
We can. Oh, sure. Yeah. Yes, definitely. Yeah. That absolutely.
Full ice tray.
Right. I would try to. Exactly. Like sometimes I would try to like my Batman figure. I try to freeze the cape.
Yep.
Nice.
Would absolutely do that. Yeah.
The most damage I did to I was kind of like Andy from Toy Story, so I took very good care of my toys. But most damage I did to them were mostly like the bath toys or something like that, or they would become like a bath toy. And even then, it was mostly like the miniature GI Joe figures, or maybe like a Burger King toy or something like that. And yeah, but I don't think I ever froze anything. I think it was later that I found out the kids were doing that and stuff. I was like, really, But like I was the kid that when I saw Sid. In Toy Story 1, I was like, that kid's a psycho. Now I'm like, no, that kid was just creative. He decided he needed an outlet.
I mean, you can still. He was a creative psycho.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
because he's torturing the toy, like interrogation, like under a heat. What was it? He was melting one of them under a heat lamp. I forget what it was.
Yeah. I mean, he's a garbage man in 3. So. I don't know. I mean, garbage men get paid pretty well. I like to think that he did okay, and maybe he figured some stuff out. But I mean, I don't know. He didn't know the toys were alive. I mean, he found out by the end of the movie, and probably had
But that's also part of the psychosis, is because as a kid, you always, on some level, thought of your toys as being alive, whether you thought they played.
That's fair.
Like whether you thought they were active when you weren't around or not. You still treated them like, you didn't want to see them get damaged, because then that was like, that was crushing, and the only other thing more crushing than your toys getting damaged is the fear of the Salvation Army truck coming down your street and your mom basically like, oh, okay, time to get rid of your He-Man. You don't play with this anymore.
Yeah.
That was in my closet for a reason. I didn't tell you to get that out, to dig that out.
I would have to clean my room. I would put things away in boxes. My mom got me to get rid of like some Burger King toys at best, but my mom knew, because my dad was a hoarder and I'm a hoarder to a degree, so not as bad as my father, but like I saved most of my childhood toys, thank God. But like I'm trying to think. Salvation, we didn't have a truck. I don't think we had a Salvation Army truck come by, but we did have a Salvation Army place. So my mom would make me put things together and then eventually like drop it off. I remember vividly they had that commercial for, I don't know if you guys remember the toy Mr. Bucket.
Yes.
Like,
Mr. Bucket's a phone, Mr. Bucket. Yeah.
I love that.
I remember the theme song. I never had it, but geez.
I never had it either, but yeah, Mr. Bucket's a phone.
Yeah.
I remember vividly that commercial, and I begged my mom to get me Mr. Bucket for Christmas. She got me Mr. Bucket. I played with it for 5 minutes, and then never played with it again. And my friends, I think we tried once or twice, but they weren't into it as much. So after like I think a year or two, my mom was like, "We gotta take Mr. Bucket to Salvation Army." And I remember being like heartbroken because I was like, "No, he's my toy," and we had to leave him. It was like, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't
when
like
something
Jesse
has a face on it. It's just like you don't. It's just that's the thing. You think like, oh, that's I mean, it was the same thing with me, with like my figurines or, for fuck's sake, I remember I had a wrestling buddy, Hulk Hogan. I had that whole thing, and that was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sleep with him. Oh, sorry, Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, you're replaced now. I know this is my buddy that I'm gonna freaking hold on to when I'm sleeping at night to hold to not have nightmares and everything. So, but it's just like, but when you have figurines and stuff, I mean, you have faces. That's the thing. There are faces on it. So even Mr. Bucket had a face. Yeah, it's just so funny because when you said Mr. Bucket, I just immediately heard that fucking commercial and that theme song, Mr. Bucket. Bucket's so fun, Mr. Bucket. I was like, oh, never had it. I thought it was stupid. I was like, why would you want that? But I remember that theme song. Jesus Christ.
Well,
I mean,
Mr. Bucket for me was the big toy that I remember that I really wanted, I got, and then I had to give away. That was like a big thing. But most of my toys I was able to keep, or my mom, I think, was just more concerned about space and wanting me to keep my room tidy and stuff like that. So I'd have to figure out ways around that and everything. And then
really, William, you never heard of Mr. Bucket till now?
Not till now. We are
too old.
William
never heard of Mr. Bucket. Man, I should find that commercial. I'm sure it's on YouTube.
1991. I mean,
1991.
Oh wow. Okay. Oof. Well, I had it as a kid. I don't know. I mean, again, they would replay those. So no, I had a.
What am I looking for, Mr. Bucket?
I know.
I
was like, Ernie's.
I went to one of my one of my good friends, his sister's wedding, and she was a lot younger than us, and it was funny because this is where I started to feel like a lot older because it was funny. They had heard of Skip It. You remember that commercial? Skip it. Yeah.
What
and that commercial was old. That
Bop
commercial
It?
was Bop It, but the Skip It commercial was from the 80s and had to have been replayed on Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon for like a decade. But I was like, so you know what Skip It is? She's like, yeah, but you remember the commercial? She was like, no. And I played and I played the commercial. I found it on YouTube and she's like, no, I never saw that before. And I brought it up to the bride later and I was just like, yeah, she never saw the commercial. She's like, Paul, she was born in 1996. And I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
I remember the commercial.
Okay, this looks creepy. This was for kids?
Yes.
What, Mr. Bucket or Skip It?
No, Skip
Mr.
It.
Bucket board game.
Mr. Bucket was creepy.
Oh yeah, yes.
But
this is why your generation's fucked up. Shit like this is
But it's so funny because Skip It was
you take balls and you throw it back to Mr. Bucket. What was wrong with that?
Skip It was like the answer to the hula hoop almost for your ankle.
Oh, the Skip It. It was like combination of hula hoop jump rope without having the jump rope. Yeah. Totally.
I remember the kids running out to the playground and they were just lying there on like the fucking basketball court or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
And it was just like, oh yeah, you put it around one of your ankles and then you jump over it. Now I never had one either. It was like one of those.
Well, because
I remember these toys and I never had them, but because I was like, why would I want that?
Okay, this looks like a trap.
It's a ball and chain. It's literally
this
a
is
ball
like
and chain.
something you would like a ninja would use to stop you from running away.
Yes.
So
yes.
I kind of
I love the generational stuff that we're having with
like
Ernie.
go Yubari used the Skip It to try and take out the bride in Kill Bill Volume 1.
Oh yeah.
There we go. Now I can relate.
Let us tell you what toys we had.
I know, right? What did you guys have, Jack?
I had clackers.
Freaking we got those taken away in school.
A lot of broken hands and lawn darts.
I was about to say, I knew.
We had the dangerous shit that could kill you.
Someone always brings up darts. Someone always brings up the lawn darts. Always.
And then they stopped selling them for a while because kids were getting poked with them. Yep.
Yeah. Now they're retro and stuff. But yeah, a kid on our block got hit in the shoulder with a lawn dart.
Oh yeah.
You know?
We
thought it was hilarious. Like
that. Now that's a toy. If it can't kill you, fuck it.
You fool.
No,
You guys
but you know what's
remember?
funny is like my dad actually had lawn darts. Like it was so funny because my dad, Army man, he had lawn darts, and we actually did use them. Yeah, we'd throw them up, and they boop like that. Just
builds
stick
character.
right in there.
You know,
Oh,
Every
yeah.
base housing,
Physics,
every house on
Darwin
base housing had
experiment.
lawn darts, man. Every
Oh
house
yeah.
on base
Oh
housing.
yeah. Even though I was later than you guys. Oh, I still played with lawn darts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I had some. Yeah.
Cheap,
my dad,
cheap
my
fun.
dad-
The old man did not want to spend money. Lawn darts were cheap.
Oh yeah. My
So,
Army
yeah.
dad was like, "You want to see this? Lawn darts."
Sorry, Chris. All my character building comes from South Park.
A friend of mine had a saying: "The kid who eats too many marbles doesn't grow up to have kids of his own." You know.
There it is. Marbles.
It is.
Marbles too.
Toys Toys was your survival of the fittest. Our survival of the fittest was playgrounds.
Oh yeah.
because
dude.
Because I remember fucking jungle gyms on blacktop. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea?
Oh,
on blacktop.
I think I was like the last generation where like the playground equipment was like changing overnight, because I vividly remember at my local playground they had the merry-go-round spinner thing.
Yep.
And
that
was causing like deaths all over, and then at some point it just disappeared.
First cases of CTE are from that fucking merry-go-round.
Okay, hey, but see, my entire childhood featured all of these things. We turned out all right. What happened?
Are you sure about that?
Sure you did. Sure
you did. Part of the greatest generation of people's survival of.
What about this? We were
with the
sliding
hot
on
slide.
Okay.
Hey, and when it got hot, in San Bernardino, yeah, you got your ass on those.
Okay, but you know what? Like, so that's like in warmer climates, but up here in like Michigan, that turned
ice.
Well, not electric shock.
Oh damn,
God.
Dude, seriously. Yeah. I mean, the worst static electricity you could think of on any metal slide. The spiral ones are even worse.
Now that's a childhood.
Oh my god.
But sliding down metal slides during summer, oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah.
Burning skin.
I don't even know what they're called, but do you know the little rides with the spring on it?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Right, and so we would try and hit the nose or the tail.
Yeah.
If you didn't get it right and it kind of angled, it would shoot you off.
Oh yeah.
That was
hilarious. Off of those things.
Yeah.
You would get
broken arm. Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see those on my local playgrounds, but I did see them later on other grounds. And then again, same thing with like the merry-go-round. They just
the merry-go-round was so dangerous.
Oh,
I don't know how many times I was holding on to that thing, my legs like up in the air, because I had a friend that was just and you're just
I've
like,
watched,
whoa! Yeah.
I've watched T2 too many times though. So that's what I think of when I think of the rocking thing back and forth, or the merry-go-round. I think of all the flaming death children from D2 instead.
Oh my god!
See, I think recently Halloween, the 2018 movie, or no, it's not the Halloween Kills. It's the second one with the merry-go-round.
Oh,
yeah.
Did they have a retro playground in that one? I can't remember. It's been a while since.
Kind of. Well, yes and no, because it takes place in modern time, but yeah,
they had one of those springy things.
Yep, they had that. They had that and a merry-go-round.
Right? Yeah.
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 No, in the elementary school around the corner from my old house, where I went briefly because it was transitional kindergarten, there was a giant purple velociraptor spring thing that I always just and to Ernie's point, like there were a couple times where I flew off that sucker when I was like,
you could get effed up on one of those.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, totally.
The thing is, if you hit your forehead, then that thing came up and jammed you in the nuts, or like right in your lower stomach and popped you up like a bronco. You're like,
you know what still continues to be like, even when they try to improve it, still a death trap. Trampolines. Trampolines are a perfect lesson in mathematics and geometry. You hit it one way, you're going different ways.
The Simpsons episode with the trampoline is like perfect.
Yeah,
like just the mass unit of children surrounding that damn trampoline is like, oh, that's real. That's how that works.
Do they end up torturing Milhouse in that, where he wants to get off and they're just all bouncing him and he can't get off and he starts to like cry or something? I feel like that's an episode. I could be wrong.
And he was like, yeah, I do remember that.
Good Lord.
So yeah,
trampolines. I mean, especially when you're friends, when you had friends who were just like trying to launch you. That was like
oh god,
fun and scary at the same time. When you got that good launch where you had both your friends just like jumping at the right time, where you just launch up in the air and you're just like, shit. Yeah. Like, holy crap, man. There are people who do that professionally. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's on the Ocho. You know, you can watch that on the Ocho.
Yeah, ESPN, the Ocho.
Oh man, the Ocho.
My God. But yeah, trampolines were crazy. I mean, geez. That's just like, I mean, when you see some of these videos out there where it's like where a trampoline either collapses or, breaks or something like that, it's just, man, those things are also, but they're still around. You drive around like, neighborhoods, you'll still see trampolines.
They've changed it now too, because I think most trampolines that I see now have the netting all around it, which I didn't know what that was. I was like, yeah.
And
I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah,
and
that's the illusion of safety.
I was about to say,
totally. That's what Tyler Jordan was talking about.
What's the net going to do? What is it seriously going to do?
Put you back into play.
They have trampoline parks. I went to a trampoline park probably about 2 years ago, and it was fun. But at the same time, I fucked up one of my ribs because of it, because I was, as a 40-year-old man, I was like, hey, I got this. And then I landed wrong on one thing. I went pop. I heard something. I was like, okay, that's going to hurt tomorrow.
I remember having a trampoline as a teenager, but then I remember being as a young, young adolescent, like 12, 13 teenager. But then I remember also being a slightly older teenager doing other things on a trampoline that didn't involve jumping per se. But yeah. That's what made it
go on.
Chris is like, I want that team. Go on.
Continue. You can't just tease it and say nothing.
Is it the type of activity that if a cop saw you doing it on there, he'd probably tell you to get off the trampoline?
Cop couldn't say shit because the trampoline was in my backyard, Paul.
The rule is, Paul, cop didn't see it, you didn't do it.
Guys, let's be honest. Cops go wherever the fuck they want, unfortunately. And,
not my fucking backyard, they don't.
Maybe the neighbors heard some noises and they were like, I've heard some suspicious noises in that back. I can't even say what.
Mind your business. Mind your business.
Mind your business.
Trampoline noises at night. I called them
things that go bounce in the night.
We had.
I'm just hearing
bump. They go bump in the night.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of like the operator hearing that, being like trampoline noises at night. It's like it's probably just blowing in the wind, sir. It's probably nothing. I would just go back to bed.
Sorry. Well, I think William and I had the full free hanging swing. I can't believe when they had like right? So we
would jump off when it reached the height.
Oh yeah.
Like you try to jump off. That's also one game. But the other one is the people that can get it going enough where they do the full revolution. You can also screw up where you go, and then land on the top of the bar, and then
it was an all or nothing prospect. You either went all the way or you didn't.
Real sure
there was pain involved.
Going to make it around the full circumference.
And once you were on the swing, that was it. You committed. There was no, I don't think I should do this. No, you're on the swing. Somebody's pushing you, and it's like jumping off of a plane when you think you don't want to go to where it's landing. It's too late. It's too late.
Oh, I remember in fourth grade, so the school, the elementary school that I went to, there was two different swings. They had the big swings and the little swings. And I remember me and my best friend at the time, it was the funniest thing. It's embedded in my brain because he was hilarious. My friend Sean, who I remember we were going on swings and we were going a little too crazy on the swings. Mm-hmm. We were getting on our feet with the swings. We were doing all the stuff. So the yard duty, her name was Margaret. She walks up and goes, "What are you guys doing?" And my friend Sean, as he's swinging, he swings so high that he almost goes, he's vertical. And he's like upside down and it goes, "Hi, Margaret." Like almost like face to face with her, and she's looking up at him, and he just did that. it was the funniest thing. I remember cracking up, and we both got in trouble and got, punished for it, of course. But it was just like the most hilarious, because we would go on the big swings and we would do like the whole thing where you get it high enough, we would try, and then we would do like the thing where we jump off, obviously this way, but we try to jump off backwards. Have you ever tried doing that? That's hard to do because all your momentum is making you want to face plant. And yeah, it wasn't. Sometimes it would hurt, like, because you'd like, hey, let's jump off backwards, and then you kind of almost do a face plant. Oh man, swings.
Okay.
We were crazy.
All of this is giving me like elementary flashbacks, and it's reminding me. You just said 4th grade. That's reminding me of arguably the dumbest shit that you could possibly do. So, Catholic schools recess, Our Lady of Grace, Dearborn Heights.
Oh boy,
not there anymore, but. Recess was 9.5 times out of 10 in the parking lot on the blacktop. All right, cool. So when you're on the blacktop, you're playing touch football with whoever brought the Nerf football. Okay, fine, pick teams, whatever. 2-hand touch, okay. But the thing is, there's a field separated by a fence that we were just not allowed to go on because they'd use that for like baseball or practice or whatever for actual sports. Every once in a while, they would allow us to play on that field, and then we would remind them why it was a stupid fucking idea to let us play on that field. Because for some reason, we believed that the grass and the ground was cushy enough to play tackle.
Well, there is a reason they call it the gridiron. So,
yeah, but we're in like, powder blue or white, like parochials uniform, black slacks or whatever, and like the Buster Brown shoes, and we're playing tackle football.
That's the only way to play it. You got to go big or go home.
I mean, like, dude, seriously.
Well, me and my friends used to do, like, in elementary school, we used to play pickle. Pickle, where it's like somebody
yep.
But no, we'd do it where we'd peg the guy with the tennis ball. We had a tennis ball, and we'd peg the guy like full on, just there was like, we would show up into class and there's like, you have a couple little freaking
we turned that into college called hall ball in college in the dorms.
God.
Yeah, we would turn that into hall ball, and get the RAs involved too, so that's how we got away with it.
Nice,
dude. I mean, Red Rover. We turned that into a fucking death match. Red Rover. The whole point is just we're trying to take your head off. We're trying to make certain that you at least get a concussion. Where's the pointy part of my elbow? Oh my god!
Nice.
Everything was always about how can we just make a little bit of pain for our friends? I remember, you ever played Butts Up? Oh. I don't
know if I want to know what that is.
Yeah. So basically,
that go by a different term.
I know, right? It sounds bad, but it was just like you have, it's almost like handball. Like, you're doing it, but if you miss it, if you like miss, like, you have to like go up against the wall, hands up against the wall, and then then peg. You just throw.
I think William's right. This is getting worse and worse as he kept on describing it.
You would have up against the wall, and it's.
Oh, he's demonstrating too. Look at that.
It's all about just freaking chucking that freaking.
This sounds like
ball.
Dead Poet Society 2 with the paddle. What the?
It's like
it kind of does. Oh yeah, that was part of the thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
we used to do. Teacher's still in prison for this. Because it got a little too bad. When did they get rid of? I mean, everybody's favorite, when we could do a gym class and we played dodgeball.
Oh yeah, dodgeball was great.
You would come the next class. I would just feel the side of my face was just so hot, and I had the little emblem or the pattern of that red ball that was so gripping.
Badge of honor. Badge of honor.
I mean, and it was just like, my face is so hot.
And I know all you guys. I know all you guys can hear the sound of that ball hitting.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's red. It's got the red pattern on it.
It's like this weird. It's like this weird metallic plastic
Yeah.
Like, why does it
ring?
why does it sound like it's metal when it's not?
I mean, when they took out that locker and he started throwing those balls out and they were bouncing, everybody was like,
my God.
yes.
So we're talking about.
We took the volleyball. We got rid of the red ball and used volleyball.
Man.
Oh, use the
Oh,
volleyball.
Jesus.
Yeah, because we just weren't causing enough pain.
Yeah. Because the dodgeball had like a little give to it. It wasn't that.
Yeah, it would bounce off of you, and then you were just out of the game.
Yeah, but a volleyball
More ways than one.
has some
Yeah.
girth.
At some point, that just wasn't enough for it.
That's like going from turf grass back to AstroTurf. What the fuck?
And you could aim because you could aim the volleyball with a lot more precision.
Yeah,
You could hit headshots. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but because there's less give, William. That's why you can aim.
Yeah.
But see, that's what they were doing. They went from Survivor to the Hunger Games. That's basically what we've gone to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got bored. We had an upgrade.
Oh man. No, this has been a fun little
Childhood torture.
little
down memory
childhood.
lane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, like kids today don't even know. Know. I mean,
No, they don't. They
don't know like some of the struggles. I mean, I remember the bridge in the playground that was like the little drawbridge or like the chain link bridge. Where I remember being afraid of that at first, and I was like, "Why would you run across that? Look at that! It's gonna fall." Just stuff like that, and like the poles that where you'd slide down, your skin just,
Yeah.
Everything had to do with like your skin getting burned on metal stuff.
Concrete, your head hitting the concrete, one of the two.
Oh yeah,
winters in Michigan. That was interesting because like after the snow day, so like the plows actually they come in and they clear out the parking lot. But what's the problem is that they've now made a snowbank range around the entire parking lot, and now that's recess. Empty parking lot. Everyone is just scaling the fucking snowbanks, like for however long recess was, and as like it got harder, right? Like that's when the snow stops being soft and turns jagged and dirty and injurious. So yeah, that was
crazy.
In addition to being cold in the first fucking place. So.
Yeah, see, growing up in California, we had cold, but not like your kind of cold.
No,
that's for damn sure. Not your kind of cold. That's for damn sure. It got down to 54 degrees, maybe
54.
Unless you live up north in Lake Tahoe, or near Shasta. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, like 54 degrees here in like February or March is sandal weather. I'm not even fucking joking. I'm not even kidding. You will see cars with windows rolled down. The second it gets to 54 after January, like after the December and January that we usually go through, the second it gets to 50s, we're breaking out shorts, man. Because it's been deep fucking freeze for 2 months.
It's the way it is. It's kind of funny too, because tomorrow I'm going to one of my good friends, her daughter's first birthday, and she lives like closer to the beach. She goes, "Hey, bring your swimwear. It's gonna be a scorcher." And I'm looking at the weather. I'm like, it's literally 10 degrees warm or cooler than it is here. I'm like, it's gonna be 92 degrees because it's been in the hundreds like here. And I'm going, I might bring a jacket. I'm like, this is gonna be great. I'm like 92 degrees. But yeah, I was like, she was just like, "Oh my God, it's gonna be a scorcher." I'm like, "You live at the beach." I'm like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. This is gonna be great. I don't need anyway, sorry. It's and especially the hot slide. I mean, just even your skin hitting the slides and making that sound when you're sliding down. And
you ever slides. Well, what about the big plastic slides that you get in like the sack and slide down?
Oh yeah, those.
Oh yeah.
So they have one. We got a park up here in Metro Detroit, Belle Isle, and they had to shut that slide down because of too many injuries. And I'm talking like grown ass adults, like tumbling down and like just.
Well, that last dip would always just launch you.
I mean, broke it. I mean, it hips, knees, backs. It was not good. It was not good at all.
Yeah.
Those are fun. Those are so fun. I mean, my God.
So, I mean, I was in New Hampshire. Did you guys? I remember sometime between 3rd and 5th grade, they updated the playground, and I don't know what you call it. It wasn't. I guess it was a zip line, but it wasn't a zip line. It was basically you would grab the thing, and then you would launch yourself, and you have to hold on, and you go from one end in a straight line from one end to the other as the thing went with you, basically. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no. Essentially, right? Yeah. Essentially, playgrounds back in even like both of our like generations, we're supposed to be building soldiers. I mean, they were training camps. They were fucking training camps. They had monkey bars,
like early American Ninja Warrior courses.
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah.
They were trying to build soldiers back then. I mean, let's face it. But
no, actually, okay,
because
like I don't know if this is what you're talking about, Paul, but like the jungle gyms, there was like it was almost like they'd taken a ladder and made it vertical, and you were supposed to hang go from like bar to bar, like
that.
Is
like, the monkey bars.
I mean, we had vertical monkey bars. I don't know if it was that playground, but I remember there being like vertical monkey bars to a degree and stuff like that, and playing around with that idea. We had multiple monkey bars at my Catholic school where I was at.
You know what I say about monkey bars? And I don't mean to cut you off, Paul, sorry, but I'm just saying, like, the fact that, like, when you see a movie, an action movie, what is one of the biggest things in an action movie? Grip strength. There's always somebody holding on. Tom Cruise is holding on to an airplane or whatever the fuck. Yeah. You know why? Fucking monkey bars, man.
Yeah. Hey,
monkey bars trained. There was grip strength, man.
I'll tell you what, some other fun playground death traps. The McDonald's playground.
Yeah.
Oh,
sure.
The one with the trees, or like
hamburger with the bars for the mouth.
Yeah, the hamburgers with the bars. That's exactly what I'm thinking about.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yep.
And they also had the little ride with the spring.
They
did.
They had those too. They
had
a
couple of those.
Yeah.
I like.
We risked it as kids, man.
I just missed those, and by the time I was old enough, it was the Burger King I was at had like the little like play place where it's basically you're just going through the tubes like Discovery Zone. You go in the ball pit, and then you go on a little slide. And then if you were in the Nashua McDonald's, they had the gigantic play place where it was all the big slides and just tubes and stuff like that. But none of the hamburger, none of the trees. Yeah, you had Ronald McDonald being terrifying, but other than that, like he wasn't gonna kill you, as far as I know.
Let's not go that far. McDonald, yeah.
Did he bring him back, Ronald McDonald? I think he was gone for a while, but I think he's back now at McDonald's.
Is he? Really? Okay.
Just wait till that becomes public domain and we get that horror movie. Can't wait.
We
already got that with it.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. Okay.
Yeah.
The CEO of McDonald's was like, "Oh wait, our prices are a little too high." It's like, yeah, you think? I mean, your food is
no shit.
Great. And you're like, I'm not going to pay $20 for a freaking,
You might as well go Fat Burger. That's why I would say you might as well go Fat Burger if you're getting that high.
William, I love your enthusiasm. I really do. Not everyone has a Fat Burger.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you're going to go to the upper stratosphere, if you're approaching $20 and you're at the Golden Arches, you should just go ahead and
go to In-N-Out.
Yeah, get a better quality.
Do you guys have Five Guys?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Five Guys,
Okay.
In-N-Out, Burger King.
Okay, so five, because I'm with you. Five
those
Guys.
burgers ain't big
Five
enough.
Guys.
Yeah, I get that, but I love the fact that what I love about Five Guys is when they give you the cup of fries, and they scoop it up, and they put another little scoop of fries into your bag.
Whatever you don't get in the burger, you get in the fries.
That's very true.
You won't be hungry.
Yeah, they're not skimping on that. They at least aren't nickel and diming us on that.
Yeah,
I gotta have my 1.5, baby.
And that's the advantage that
you
they
want a
have
good
over In-N-Out, because In-N-Out's fries taste like fucking trash.
Why?
Oh my
I get
god!
that.
You about to start a war?
Okay, Phil, I get that. I get when people say that, but I still like that In-N-Out.
Well, that's fine.
If we make this Comic-Con thing happen next year, I've never been to In-N-Out, so I definitely need to at least try it.
I will eat anything at In-N-Out except their fries.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they like
you know what the animal fries? Is that what they call them?
They're the best fries.
No, I don't. I'm talking
you get them
specifically
animal
the
style, if you get them animal style, they're really good.
I can concede that, but if you just get their fries plain, it's an awful experience. It tastes like garbage.
Depends.
Are they worse than cold McDonald's fries?
Agree to disagree.
I've got to see a picture of these.
If you
and they're fresh, they make them right.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you see them. You see them slicing the potatoes.
The fries.
Yes. The thing about the thing about In-N-Out
They're
fries,
thin.
if you get them too soggy, then yeah, I could see it's a bad experience. But if you ask for them, hey, can you get them a little bit more, cooked? They have those ready, so those are better.
They just seeing the pictures. It reminds me of like fries that you would get at the beach, like at that concession stand.
Yeah,
but you have to get them animal style too, because they put the fucking dressing.
These are carnival fries.
Yeah.
These are carnival fries for sure.
Yes. Yeah. If you get the animal style, you get like the dressing and the fucking.
What is their dressing of for the
it's
animal
like
style?
a Thousand Island kind of dressing.
Okay. I'd mess with that. Yes.
So you get that. You get onions on it. Do they put actual meat in there?
It looks like a meat. What is this?
Yeah. I think they take some of the burger meat and put it on there too, right?
Okay.
Then comes the animal style, maybe.
I mean, nobody's fries are terrible. I like Mickey D's fries. I like Mickey D's fries.
Yeah.
Okay, Ernie, the only thing about Mickey D's fries is you have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, and then they turn back into a giant pumpkin, or they turn back to mush.
And that's if you got them hot. Like if they warn you, careful, these are hot. You have 3 minutes from the moment they warn you.
I usually get them. A little older than you guys, but so I've got the high blood pressure, so I always go no salt. So they have to make my fries. Okay. They have to make my fries. I got to go in there and I got to just fucking wait. If it's crowded, they got to make a batch with no salt.
I mean, that's a good way to guarantee fresh fries.
It is.
There you go.
Very true.
Yeah,
fresh fries are the best
if
fries.
They're cold. I mean, if they're cold, they suck.
Cold fries.
Burger King's fries with that coating. They can be cold, and I'm still like, these are good.
I think the Burger King fries are a little bit better. At least they were when I was a kid. It's been a while since I've had them.
I still think Rally's has the best fries.
Rally's is good. Rally's is good.
I'm down with waffle fries at Chick-fil-A.
Waffle fries?
Those are good. Those are good, Chris. I agree.
Yeah.
That's the second time you've caused me to order a fat burger on this show, Junkie.
Is that what happened? You're going to order some fat burger?
Of course you ordered a fat burger.
Oh,
of course he did.
I have
my house.
Fat burger.
2 pounds of happiness is on its way to me.
Wow.
There you go,
man.
I have 2 stories about food. The Ninja Turtle screening. It's me and a bunch of our buddies and our friend's fiance. And after the screening, we're getting food, right? And she's very bougie. She's like, we're gonna go to Cheesecake Factory, and all of us were like, no, we're getting pizza after Ninja Turtles. Like we have to.
Of course,
that's right.
That's right.
Yeah, we don't need to church it up at that point.
No, we did not. No, not at all.
So we fought, but apparently I forgot that they have pizza at Cheesecake Factory, but I don't know if it's like really good.
Yeah, you don't want any of that.
If you want
no.
True Lies, if you were seeing an anniversary showing of True Lies, then yeah, Cheesecake Factory, fine. No, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles means fucking pizza.
Yeah, and New York style if you can get it. I'm saying we're in Florida, so you got to make do.
Yeah.
But and then when I was in Spain, I was like, man, I'm going to try so many new dishes. It's going to be great. And then I go to I'm going to all these tourist destinations. No joke. I look across the street, McDonald's and Five Guys, and I was like, no shit.
Oh yeah.
So I had Five Guys burgers, and I was
it's kind of funny because even going back to, I think it was one of the live action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Maybe it was the second one, or even the first one. Didn't Pizza Hut sponsor?
Pizza Hut did commercials. There was one that played on the VHS before the movie. It had fucking Goldberg from the Mighty Ducks catching, he's either on the team or a kid catches a baseball, and then they win the game, I guess, or something, and then they all go out to Pizza Hut afterwards. But in the movie, it's Domino's Pizza.
See, that's the thing. It's so funny because if you live in New York, you're not going to get the franchise.
No, you're going to get
not.
You're going to get
mom and pop pizza.
Yeah, you're going to get Gus's
Luigi's
pizza or whatever the fuck is, the common one. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, like even here, like I know here, Little Caesars like headquarters is here. I get that, but like I feel like there's enough like Buddy's Pizza and Jets. Like there are enough non-corporate like pizza places that we would go to. Yeah, there are. Well, here we have Detroit style pizza, which is like pan pizza, and I fucking love it. It's like the best, most carb loaded pizza there is. You want to talk about several pounds of happiness, William? That just give me one of those. I can't like a normal like round large. If I'm really greedy, I could probably kill in one setting. I shouldn't, but I could. I can't get more than 3 slices of a Detroit style pizza, or I will die. You can't, because it's that like filling. Seriously,
wow.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, I got to watch myself with the fat burger because that's I'm a big guy, but you have to moderate things. And one time I had a nightmare. I was on the air during our Saturday show, so I order a fat burger, right? So you know what 2 pounds feels like when you hold it. So I get it, and it's a little bit too light. Those motherfuckers left the patty out.
Oh.
I went full hell on them. I got another burger. I got that burger, and I got a free burger.
Oh, wow.
Cheat me out of my patty.
Damn.
So I had 1 pound of happiness instead of nearly 2. Jeez. So you got to watch. You got to know your burger. That's all.
See, you felt
that night you had 3.
Felt it.
You ended up with 3 pounds of happiness.
Yep. I sure did.
I'm having visions with William here that he's had so much of the fat burgers that he's able to tell the difference between the burger weight, and I'm thinking of like Taken when the guy threatens him with like a gun with no bullets or something, and he's able to know the difference or something.
No, listen.
You'd have to have a fat burger, Paul. You haven't had a fat burger. It's good.
I haven't. No, I haven't had a fat burger. So I will the next time I'm
good
in the
burger.
area.
If you're back when you're in the West, because it's only in Western, right? It's only in the West.
Yeah, it's only in the Southwest as far as I know.
Yeah. So I don't have any fat burgers near me, but I know like when I go to Vegas, if I'm on my way to Vegas, obviously that one stop like in Bakersfield or whatever the fuck, there's a fat burger there. The fat burgers in Las Vegas. Yeah, you always have. Yeah, a fat burger is a good burger, but you know.
Yeah, don't go to the one on the strip because they don't care.
Okay,
that's a good one. You know,
you're basically paying fat burger money for a real like a slider because they
have a good price too.
Yeah, they don't really care, and you complain, they don't care. Just get out.
They have good like thick cut fries too.
You know what I love? I love Burger King's chicken fries. I think those chicken fries are effing amazing.
Oh yeah, I haven't had the chicken fries in years, but they were good. I mean, it's been a long time since I've had them, but yeah, I remember them being pretty delectable and whatnot. Yeah. You know what I miss from Burger King is they used to have, they have the Hershey pies. But they used to have the Butterfinger pies, and those were fucking amazing. And they don't make them anymore.
Yeah. Oh,
they discontinued them or something.
Yeah.
They were so good.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna have to ditch out. But we didn't talk about.
Are you gonna go get some food?
Yeah. We didn't talk about Carl's Jr. or another very specific. Some people hate it. White Castle.
It's not bad. It's just you don't get the value for what they charge. You don't get the value.
Well,
I get bread.
No, in the oldie days. But Paul brought up an interesting point of having the food like at Mickey D's in foreign countries, and they always have like something weird.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, they had pistachio something at the Spain
Iraq
or something.
They had Hardee's. It was Carl's Jr., but right in the middle of Iraq, they had a Hardee's. They had a Starbucks. They had a McDonald's, and it was a little Arab guys or little Egyptian guys. They were making it, and they were doing good too. Because I'm like, I got in country. I'm like, okay, this is not gonna taste like home, dude. It tastes like home.
Wow,
I was impressed.
Terrific.
In Budapest, they have a McDonald's that is in this old 1880s or 1900 train station, which they like. This thing's too old. The trains don't fit on it anymore. So McDonald's took it over. It is one of the prettiest McDonald's I've ever seen. Maybe in Dubai they got a fancier one, but this thing's awesome. But what they have in Hungary is not only do they have fried apple pie, they have a fried peach pie with a chocolate casing. And I still kind of get memories of it like, oh man, that was so fucking good. Like I would go there, I would get the Big Mac, and I would get 3 of these chocolate peach pies. You know, and I'm like, why don't they have those in America?
What
But
the hell? God, I'm
so
half
freaking
chubbed
good.
right now. Jesus.
And then, you know, like in Brussels, they give you fries and they're like, here's your mayo. And I was like, I'm gonna try it. It is delicious.
Tarantino got that correct, I guess.
It is freaking delicious.
Nice.
But all right, you know, now I am hungry. I'm gonna have to make something.
Yeah, I know. Christ.
But
I know this is
we
what
have
happens
all
on
the
the
pies.
live stream. Yeah, but thank you, Ernie. Thank you for joining, and very much looking forward to Batman Azteca, and hopefully we can get you on here so we can actually talk big time about it and talk about, you know, it'll be great. And then, of course, Area 51 Studios, you know, so.
Nice.
Yes, I will.
Awesome.
I will send that to you, and hopefully everybody's going to get their print copy. And then I'd love to hear some thoughts of like where it's going to go.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
that.
we're gonna have conversations about it for sure.
But cool. All right.
Yeah. All right. Order some Burger King.
Order a fat burger.
Yeah. Get a fat burger.
Yeah. I mean, God, I'm like, is In-N-Out still open?
It is.
No.
Yeah, should be.
It is still open.
Treat yourself like a man, Ernie. Come on.
I think I can get it until it's 11, but Mickey D's is like the closest.
No, go
All
in
right.
now. Go
Well, you guys have a good one.
See you, Ernie.
Yeah.
Hey, Ernie.
Thanks, Ernie. Always great
Good night,
talking.
Ernie.
All right.
Good to
All
meet
right.
you.
Man, always love talking to Ernie, man. And
Yeah,
we'll definitely he'll be back on here. We'll talk about, you know, when after Batman Azteca comes out, and of course, Area 51 Studios, his comic book. Ray, I don't know if you're like aware that he made a comic book that he did a Kickstarter for. It's called Area 51 Studios, where it's basically taking the concept of Area 51 is actually a studio, and they put out propaganda.
Oh,
yeah, doesn't that sound cool?
Right.
Yeah,
I just got my digital backer of it the other day.
Yeah,
so.
I got my digital one too, but I want the physical copy.
Yeah.
You know?
That's the idea of Roswell propaganda. That's a great idea.
Yes.
I like that. Yeah.
Yes. So that was the first time that when Ernie came on here. Obviously, he's done a lot of DCEU. He's written, you know, Batman Hush and fucking Apocalypse and all the stuff. He's very much been a part of all that. But then, like, we wanted to promote his Kickstarter, which was, or his whatever. Was it Kickstarter or is it?
Yeah, it's Kickstarter. Yeah.
It was a Kickstarter. Okay. But yeah, it was like Area 51 Studios. Just imagine if the studio was, if Area 51 was not just a secret place, it was actually a studio where they were putting out propaganda, and it was like, oh, that's just fucking cool right there. Really cool concept. So
one of those ideas that you're like, wow, no one had thought of that yet.
Yeah, exactly. That movie, that is going to be a movie in like 5 years. There's Seth Rogen is going, what?
The CW had a Roswell show for like a couple seasons. They never thought of propaganda. It was still aliens.
Yes.
I had so many high hopes for that show when that first came on. He even had a kick-ass theme song.
But then it turned out to be one of those teeny pop.
Yeah. And I was like, it was a Dawson Creek with some alien stuff.
As somebody who literally used to co-host a show about the Arrowverse, I really wouldn't use the phrase high hopes with anything on the CW.
That was a different era, though. I hadn't been through the CW yet. That was earlier on before it was like, okay.
Yeah.
And again, like I thoroughly enjoyed the majority of that universe. I own Superman and Lois, and I'm gonna get all the other shows, but still, it's like there is a level of expectation that you have.
Basically, with CW.
Well, I learned real quick. I was
gonna say, basically, with CW, Superman and Lois is like a high point, and maybe like Flash season 1, and like even though they're not written the best, they're fun to watch the first couple seasons of Arrow, and then everything else is just like good luck. I
would add Black Lightning to your
You're right. Black Lightning was actually very good. No,
Stargirl was good.
Stargirl's solid. I did not see season 2. Was season 2 good?
I only saw the first season. First season was good though. I did like the first.
Yes, first season was solid. No,
I bowed out after season 1.
Okay.
I couldn't
No,
support anything made by Mr. Ballcap.
Yeah, I respect. I had read a lot of JSA though, so I was
That's fair. Totally fair.
Yeah, they definitely featured that.
Yes.
Totally, yeah.
Yes.
Was Joel from Community on that?
He was Starman.
He was Starman.
He was Starman, and Luke Wilson was Stripey.
That's right.
Stripes, whatever the hell it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, it's a Stripe. It's like an algorithm or something.
And Leah Thompson, she directed like a ton of episodes of that show.
Yeah.
It was like
that's cool.
That was cool, but what wasn't cool was like she was. I remember, Phil, you were reminding me of some of the press where she was like defending Ballcap.
Oh,
and
well,
it was like,
as Phil and I have talked about multiple times, because we have a mutual dislike of Jeff Johns, but I will always say that, like,
dude,
for
I
the most
sold
part,
my books. I sold the majority of my Jeff Johns books. I swear to God.
No, dude, and Phil, I commend you. I have to keep all of my books to a degree, and just because I have to, I don't know, I have this thing where it's like I have to be that guy to be like, well, let me grab this book here and tell you why. This
context.
So that Phil, you in particular, will ask you this question, but Paul or anybody else, like, all right, so for somebody like me, who I've said before that I came into all this through the movies and through the shows, so there is obviously a shitload of the comics I have not read. The only Jeff Johns I have read is literally the Aquaman omnibus that the guys got me for my birthday one year at Squadcast Media.
Run. If you're gonna read anything Jeff Johns, read the Green Lantern omnibuses. That's
actually I just remember I've also read I haven't read the tie-ins, but I've also read Flashpoint. I have read Flashpoint.
Green Lantern. Yes, that would if anything, if you're
but you're saying I should still read it. You're saying I should still read Jeff
Johns. For sure. Read it for context. I'm just saying personally, like after 2020, I didn't want to own certain books by him.
Right.
Yeah.
There were the books that I just got rid of.
That taste that was in your mouth. It's like
absolutely, yeah. But I would also say, like, if you're looking for his body of work, like he prior to all that, like he very much an accomplished writer at DC. Green Lantern is a good starting point. Teen Titans, I shit you not.
Yeah.
Teen Titans.
Yeah.
After Wolfman and Perez, his run on Teen Titans from 2003 to 2011.
Yeah. Which is also made into an omnibus now too. But no, and Phil and I've discussed it many times. If we're talking on a personal level, as far as like what he's like in real life, he's a piece of shit. But I'm not going to deny, as a guy that loves DC and loves comic books, like, Jeff is one of the cornerstones of like modern DC. But it was also a double-edged sword.
You have to separate the artist from the person sometimes.
His biggest Paul's not wrong. The pillar crumbled. He's not there anymore.
Oh yeah, no, he's gone. I'm just saying, like that time that he was there, he was very influential.
He did a lot of good, but then came a lot of bad.
Yeah, well, he didn't know how to make movies.
That's
he wasn't a filmmaker. He should have never been allowed in that position. See, Jeff Johns, talent-wise, is a brilliant creator and a storyteller. The problem is when you don't have somebody there to tell him no. And that's the problem. That's his entire problem. He should have never been on a movie set. I don't blame him. I don't blame the worker. I blame the management. And when it came to DC, they allowed him to do shit up until Doomsday Clock. Somebody finally stepped in and said no, because all the stuff he did, as brilliant as it was, it caused problems with other creators and disrupted DC and fucked up the continuity a couple of different times and ruined a lot of books.
Yeah,
but somebody should have said, no, Jeff, you can't do this. These are your guidelines. And if nobody was there to say that, I don't blame him. You can blame him for being an asshole and all the other stuff, but I don't blame the worker. I blame the management.
No, you're right. You're right about that. And then I love the fact that, Zack took it upon himself, like when it came to Justice League, at least, where it's like, oh yeah, I'll do what you want, and then he also shot what he wanted, like he did the double thing, right? And then where it was just like one of those things where, and then of course we had that great moment at Full Circle when fucking DJ was just like, did you just say Jeff Johns? And then he dropped his mic and walked off.
Because someone asked if he was going to adapt Doomsday Clock or something. That was really hilarious.
You know what happened with Doomsday Clock, right? I'll never be able to prove it. Never be able to prove it. He was going to use Dr. Manhattan to reset the universe again. And I'm pretty sure other creators said, fuck no, not again. I'm in the middle of stuff. You just can't do this again. That's why it took forever. For those last 2 issues of Doomsday Clock, that shit took forever to get to the shelves. And I'm pretty sure that somebody had a conversation and said no.
Yeah. You can tell in the book too, because like I don't mind the book. Like I see it as like a what if event. I don't even consider it.
Oh
like,
yeah, it's definitely
at what if at this point. But that being said, like you can tell like the story's going somewhere, and then like the last handful of issues, like he reverses a few things and then goes in a different direction basically. But
that comment where all magic is wasted energy, and I'm like, oh shit. This sounds real familiar from like about 6-7 years ago. What are you about to do?
Yeah.
Who wants to hold my beer? Because well, you know how you're not a fan of Crisis on Infinite Earths? You know how
not at all.
Not at all. I think Doomsday Clock is a bloated fucking mess of a book. By the time that book finally was all said and done, I said, this is one of the dumbest, beautiful messes I've ever, because Gary Frank's art is always
it's amazing.
It's beautiful, on point. But the comeuppance of everything and what it ultimately led to at the end of issue 12, I said, and I quote, this is some of the dumbest shit I have ever fucking.
So that was your voice in my head, because I was thinking that.
I was like, this is some of the dumbest shit I have ever fucking read. And then he went and made Batman 3 Jokers, and then somehow that story won up to the clownery that is Doomsday Clock. And I was just like, oh my God, Jeff Johns, you have fallen so far from grace. This is not even funny. I shit you not when I say the best book the man has written in the last 15 years is Aquaman.
Yeah, the Aquaman run that he did was very good, and I think
good. Yeah.
I think it's funny because I remember vividly because
there's some hit and miss things.
I didn't hate Doomsday Clock, but 3 Jokers and then immediately following, I think is exactly the same time. I feel too, or at least my memory is of it. But the Flashpoint Beyond shit was just so fucking petty because
Batman Earth 1 Volume 3.
Oh God, that
book is
that's almost unreadable.
Bad.
Yeah, it was rough.
Almost it's unsellable too.
It's terrible. It's one of the worst books I've ever written. I've ever read.
I'll say a positive, like 1-2 punch for a character of 2 different writers that basically kind of carried it. You know, Mark Waid and John's on the Flash. Wade picking up the baton.
Okay, thank you for bringing that name up though, Chris, because that's another one where it's like, well, I hear shit about him too.
No, I mean I'm
He's
one
got
of
some
those
opinions that are questionable, but
it's his opinions, and so it's just like, all right, I don't have to agree with your opinions to say that, you know, if I have to compare the two, who I think did the better job on the Flash, I'll say Wade did a much better job on the Flash.
I would second that. Mark Wade's run on the Flash is nothing short of legiondary.
Because with the problem with
true.
You read Wade's run. He literally, no pun intended, he hits the ground running, and you're in it with Barry. You're in it with Wally. Yes, but with John's, it's a slow burn, and then after a couple of the arcs, it picks up fast. But Wade, you literally are there. He really made Wally what he became, so that I would say like Wade's Flash walks so that John's Wally could run.
Right. So I'm still getting through the Wade run, but everyone who's a Flash fan will say that he's a pillar of that character.
Yes.
If not just Wally West.
The TV show, the idea of Harrison Wells being the reverse Flash in disguise, that is a straight up idea inspired by something that happens in Mark Wade's run, because Wally is mentored by Barry, who turns out to actually be Eobard Thawne.
Yeah.
All right.
I will say one of the biggest, pettiest villains of entire villaindom is the Reverse Flash.
Oh yeah,
Reverse Flash is the biggest hater, like bigger than Luthor, bigger than Black Manta, bigger than Doom,
Joker.
Bigger than Joker.
Yep.
Because this is the guy that will go back in time and erase friends. Just to make him lonely.
So however you feel about the CW, everything that you just described was pretty well played out in that show. As far as how,
for about 3 seasons.
To the best of my knowledge, if I'm not mistaken, the whole thing that was going to happen with Flash in the Snyderverse was that after Darkseid is done, that was it. Like Flashpoint, you were going to find out that Reverse Flash is why Snyder's universe is the way it is.
Me, Barry. It was me.
Yeah, it was Reverse Flash.
So apparently, like I think Zach mentioned, like, oh yeah, there was talks about a Flashpoint kind of thing where where he was going to be like, he was like kind of like the puppeteer of things that were happening within this, and that's how they were going to reboot it. And it's like
why was Dick Grayson the Robin that died? Oh, because I made it the reason why. Things of
you
that.
Can very well say that, and stuff actually like having it be Dick Grayson makes more sense as to why Batman is the way he is in those movies, and because it's not Jason Todd.
Completely.
So
and then that would have been done by now. It's one of those things where I just kind of go like, if you would have just let it happen,
it would have finished before, like if everything had gone. I mean, and there were so many other reasons why it went the way that it did, but the timeline would have finished well before DC Studios was even created.
And then of course that's where we get to James Gunn, of course, when it comes to him trying to be like, hey, previously on the DCU, when it comes to the Peacemaker, which a lot of people were talking about today, of course. And I mean, we already kind of talked about it, but I know like with some of the people here we haven't talked about it. But it's just like one of those things where it's just you go, okay, then all of a sudden he does this recap and goes, well, we now just kind of just went back and retconned it.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
Okay.
No.
Not really retconned it, right?
I thank you, and I'm gonna like I had to. This was killer because like first I got the time wrong. I thought that it was gonna be like a midnight release, and that I would have to watch that I could watch it yesterday and do my normal Flightbox episode on Thursday. And then I found out, no, it's at 9:00. I'm like, well, no, I'm fucking going to bed. I have to go to work. Which means I have to spend all day.
Trying
to
ignore that shit.
And what was worse was traffic. It took forever to fucking get home. So I didn't get home till really late. So I'm like, I see none of this. And then I watched the episode. I saw one person screenshot one of the redone scene where it's now the Justice Gang instead of the Justice League. I saw one person screenshot that, so it was one thing that I saw, and I was like, okay. And then I watched the episode, and I'm like, all right. And then I get on Threads, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And like Culture Crave, like it literally says previously in the DCU. That's not a fucking retcon. That's the DCU. It's a multiverse. He has said multiple times that what happens in the DCU is very similar to what happened in the DCEU with a couple of slight changes. That's what this is. Instead of the Justice League, it's the Justice Gang. The DCEU is not retconned. It's not erased. It's just still there. All the fucking haters can shut the fuck up. It still exists.
I just equated it to what we had in Iron Man 2. We had one version of Rhodey, and then we had another. I'm here. Deal with it.
But see, the difference though, Chris, is that that's still the same universe. It's just
no. You're right. You're right. I'm just saying, like it didn't phase me. It said, okay, so we're here. Okay, I'm here to deal with it. This is where we're at.
In terms of DC, or just even if comic books in general, and you guys know I don't give a shit about this show. I don't care. But like if it's not the Snyderverse characters, then great, or the DCEU characters, great. Like I'd rather just it try to distance itself and be its own thing and do whatever. But it's the idea though too. Like anytime they do it in the books, anytime they do it in movies, whatever. Like the multiverse always still exists. Like the Snyderverse is still out there. Even if I were to break it down, because I follow this stuff way too much. You know, to follow the DC. The DCEU as it is basically split up into like 3 different sects anyway. You have the Snyderverse, then you have the Hamadaverse, then you have somewhat of Gunn getting involved at the last minute before he
does his own thing.
So even that is complicated in itself.
And to that end, Paul, exactly. Thank you for bringing that up, because one of the other things that he said, because he went on the other thing that made this awful is that he did a bunch of responding to people on threads, and I still hadn't watched the fucking episode yet. So when you follow him,
they have Twitter, they have threads, they have Twitter, they have socials. You watch the thing.
I mean, notifications. I was like, to put my fucking phone down. Here we go. And then I go and read what he was saying, and he's indicated directly that, because he was asked, he's like, okay, so he flat out said that, like, someone gave him, he was responding to a 4-follower non-avatar person that asked him, did you retcon it, or is it all just a separate universe? And he said, well, none of it's real, but it's more the second universe thing. And that the DCU and that because he indicated that because Peacemaker season 1 was kind of an anomaly in itself because of the era that you're talking about, where everything was just aimless. He's not really beholden to any part of the original plan. And then somebody else asked him, is that also the case for the Suicide Squad? And he just said yes. Yeah, like that was a one-word answer. And so that's the other thing to remember, is that his contributions to the DCEU don't really connect to anything else. He can bring whatever he wants and make minor changes in his universe. So all the shit, I feel like so much of this is just fan bitchiness.
But to your point, like, again, I have it on my shelf. I have it in digital format. It didn't disappear at that point. You still want to watch it? Go ahead and watch it. You don't want to watch it? Don't watch it.
No,
it's like it's petty. It's petty, okay. And it's just something they need to hate on again.
Well, the funny thing is that
6 o'clock. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What? No, sorry. Sorry, William. Go.
No, well, it aired at 6 o'clock, right? And so I'm looking at my feed. 6:03. I started getting shit on my timeline. I need to figure out how to block all this stuff. The Snyderverse is dead, and I'm like,
right. That's shit.
I'm like, I'm sitting here looking at it. I'm like, okay, I did not tune in.
You're still fighting that? You're still fighting that?
In that pocket dimension that fucking Peacemaker goes through, that has the Snyderverse behind that door. It exists.
It is so ironic.
That's all I needed. Just know you got 100 universes, whatever. You know, I'm good.
The biggest irony of all this is that the biggest haters of the Snyderverse won't shut the fuck up about it.
Exactly.
They won't.
I think it's money. I think it's money. I think they can't let go because so many people have created a cottage industry that with fucking with people that if they don't get those clicks and those views, they might have to cut down on their own fat burger situation.
I think you're right. I think there's a valid point behind that.
Correct.
It's clinical. It's a clinical diagnosis now.
Yeah, when I see some of these big sites like start talking about, like, you know, Snyderverse stuff or whatever the fuck, especially when it comes to Superman box office, and that was like a whole big thing. They know they're gonna get the engagement because they're gonna get the crazies on both sides that are just gonna flood the engagement. They know that they're gonna be in there, and they're not gonna just be in there for just to respond for one thing. No, they're there to argue with people, so the engagement's gonna even go up even more. I mean, that's the thing. It's like when you see that kind of stuff, you kind of go, oh yeah, they're going for engagement right there. They're going for engagement. You write an article about a certain thing, oh, you know, you're going for engagement. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, even times when I've like posted a tweet, I'm like, well, this is probably gonna get some things. Even when I posted like the, you know, that's part of the thumbnail, like showing, and I was like, how are you feeling about the switcheroo? And I knew it was going to be a bit, you know, a thing where that was going to be, you know, a topic of controversy. And sure enough, it was.
I'm glad I got in my response before it got crazy, because your shit gets crazy.
Yeah. You responded to it. But, you know, but at the same time, it's like, there's some people, and then I don't respond to everybody, but there's some people where I go, and I just kind of question, because I just kind of want to know, like, what exactly are you, like, what is your, I just kind of want to like dig a little deeper. You know, and then of course I get people that just kind of just fall off the rails, right? When I start questioning, they fall off the rails because their argument falls flat when it comes to either the Gunn side or the Snyder side. The biggest thing I kept seeing was like, oh, they're trying to erase the Snyderverse. It's a full reboot and everything. I'm like, no, it's not a full reboot. It's like mostly a reboot for sure, but they're not erasing anything. Like, there's nothing that's being erased. And I keep on going, hey, if you're a Snyder fan, you don't want James Gunn to be handling his versions of the characters. So this should be a thumbs up. It should be like Thank God he's not handling, because I did not like how he had the Justice League in Peacemaker. Yeah, it was like a holy shit moment. But then, of course, you get the exchange between Flash and Aquaman with the fish fucking joke. I didn't like it. I thought it was dumb.
Right.
You know, I thought it didn't work. Does the puke joke work with fucking Guy Gardner? Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does.
It totally works. You know, and I'm like, yeah. So
selective realignment.
Content. I'm like, better. And it doesn't erase the Snyderverse.
No, he literally again, it literally says previously in the DCU, not the DCEU, right?
And then, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but another thing that I was like responding to people was like, oh, it was weak the way that they did it and blah blah blah. I'm like, we're only in episode 1. We don't know if there's going to be another explanation, if there's going to be some other crazier stuff. There's 8 episodes, I believe, where there could be more things. Maybe there's not, but but there's been a couple of times where I responded to people like, okay, so you think it's like, oh, this was like a cheap way to do it. But I'm like, but what if there's a better explanation? Because this entire season has to do with these pocket universes and stuff like that. Maybe it does explain it a little bit more. And they were like, yeah, maybe. And I'm like, okay, Jesus Christ. I mean,
I want to see some crazy shit in those other 99 universes, though. I want to see some really crazy shit.
Oh, I mean, we see it in the trailer when they open it up and there's that skull spider thing.
So somebody else, another zero follower troll asked him. He responded to a decent amount of like low follower troll, but honestly, the answers that he was giving, it was this weird thing where it's like, okay, I actually do want to hear what he says to some of these silly ass questions. Like this one, they were like, why don't you just re-release the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker season 1 on HBO Max with minor edits? Isn't that much more easy? And he said, and he goes, that would be millions of dollars of work for something only a very, very, very small minority care about. Yeah, I'd rather spend that money on new stories.
Yeah.
Or they don't have any money is what he said. I think that was the quote.
Yeah, but
it'd be a waste of money. There would be, even if you had the money, you don't always need to.
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that though?
Because he said like, why would I Lucas it? Didn't he use like the word like the term Lucas it? Because like what Lucas did when it came to the re-releasing of his original trilogy to add the shit to it. Like why would you? It doesn't. When Gunn first came into this whole thing, he was in that fucking that little lull period of like, okay, nobody has a clear idea.
They were literally going. DC Films was literally going in 3 directions: the Batman epic crime saga, Joker, and whatever they let Gunn do. Like that all happened within a 2 or 3 year period. They had no fucking clue where they were going. So he comes in at this nebulous time where there's no direction whatsoever, and they're about to get sold again because the AT&T Time Warner thing only lasted 2 years. They flip it to Discovery. So when Zaslav comes in, it's like, okay, we need to stabilize. This is our biggest IP. What are we doing? And then that's when he and Safran sell him on their 10-year plan, while DeLuca and Abdi are trying to do the $7 Snyderverse with The Rock and shit. And it's like, anybody paying attention to this knows better than to be this much of an idiot about it. Like, there's no other way. There's no way for me to be nice about it. If you're really... If you have that much of a stick up your ass about this, you're intentionally being like silly about it.
My favorite thing about the whole thing was the fact that we saw Supergirl flying. I was like, oh man.
Okay, see, and when that happened, like when I was watching the episode, like, because when I first saw that image, I was like, I saw a glimpse of it and I put it away. And then when I watched the episode, in my head, I couldn't think. It didn't hit me at first that was her. I'm like, who's the other one flying? And then I was like, oh shit, Kara. Yeah, that makes sense.
That was like the best part, because it was like, when you zoom in on it, it's like, oh yeah. I mean, they used. I mean, obviously, when it comes to like, obviously they did the coverage shots of Nathan Fillion and Isabella Merced. They didn't do the other ones, but for a fact that they use like the whatever footage, and they just like but we've seen terrific. We've seen Eddie, in his chair. We've seen Corin Sweat flying, and we've never seen Amelia Alcock actually flying. So yeah, I mean, obviously they used the footage or whatever the fuck, and then of course just made a silhouette to just show them there that from the previous stuff, but we just never seen Kara actually fly. We've just seen her with the coat and everything. So like when people zoomed in on that and then you just see her kind of just come in and you can kind of see a little bit of the details of the suit without the jacket, I was like, oh, fucking that's killer. I mean, like, that was like the thing that I liked the most about that was just the fact that, oh wow, they incorporated Kara in this, and I'm like, okay, cool. And we get a little,
I liked it,
Yeah.
and the reason, because it's also been like, you know, the whole canon discussion and everybody like, you know, stressing over, okay, what's canon and what isn't it, and do we really have to listen to that podcast to know? And I'm like, no, he wants you to listen to it. But I am just going to wait and see what they tell us. Like I said that for weeks. Like, I'm just going to wait for season 2, and they will tell us in season 2 what is canon and what isn't. And sure enough, that's what they've already started doing.
I have a question.
Okay.
Is the dick orgy thing, is that a real thing that happens in the show?
Yes.
The what?
Yeah, and it comes out of nowhere, man. It comes out of nowhere. Okay, so the biggest... I didn't have a problem with the orgy and all that other stuff, right? But here I am. He's talking to Harcourt. In there, you know, they're having a relationship, and I'm like, all right, okay, he's gonna go somewhere and drink. Wham, bam! He has a bong. He's doing lines, and within 3 seconds, there's an orgy. I'm like, it just came out of nowhere. Man.
And it was like several full frontal guys
doing all kinds of positions, and I'm like, whoa. Okay.
One guy was actually jacking off.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He was walking around, and it was like, okay, hey.
Yeah.
Okay, well that sounds like James Gunn.
Maybe about a month ago, I'd heard a review about Superman, and someone described James Gunn in the funniest way, and that scene perfectly encapsulates the way he was described. Because through the course of the review, you know, they were talking about Superman, the inception of DC Studios, et cetera, and someone had brought up the fact that, like, yeah, it's pretty interesting how that little trauma weirdo James Gunn is now the head of DC Studios, and thinking about like the fact that, how outlandish can we do Peacemaker? Oh, how about a bunch of... I haven't seen the episode. I don't care about spoilers because I don't know when I'll get to watching the show, if I'm being brutally honest, because I will wait till Lanterns. I mean, I can wait until Lanterns to like avidly like watch something week to week. This is honestly the first time in a long time where a comic book property has come out and I'm like, I didn't watch the episode on like on premiere, and I'm fine with that because I know with how I feel about James Gunn. But yeah, hearing that there's a dick orgy in this, it's like, oh yeah, that sounds like, you know, James Gunn, the former trauma freak.
Yeah.
Hey,
there's women there too. There's women. There's a bunch of naked women too.
Right.
It's everything.
Equal opportunity for everybody.
Sure. There's a full front about it, but at the same time, I'm just like, you know, when I see all the people like they get, you know, all up in arms and they're Snyder fans, I'm like, Zack would have done this too, but in a different way. Zack is very much also a very sexual person when it comes to a lot of things. I mean, for God's sakes, when you watch the first act of Man of Steel, I mean, those little rocket things, they look like dicks.
They're extremely...
I mean,
Zack has his very...
You see baby Superman penis. Come on, man.
He has his own artistic way to express sexuality.
Rebel Moon.
Okay, so James Gunn a much more raunchier way. But when I see people like the conservative side or like even the diehard Snyder side get all up in arms, I'm like, Zack is did you not watch Twilight of the Gods? There was literally a threesome where it was a girl, a guy, and another guy in a train. And I'm like going, come on, guys. He literally posted Batman eating out Catwoman.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Like,
I forgot about that.
Let's not get a little... I
forgot all about that. Damn, you're right.
Watchmen, Dr. Manhattan's walking around. There you
Jesus Christ. I mean, Zack
okay, so here's the thing that I think a lot of people... I think why a lot of people just really get up in arms about that is because
it's who they are, right?
Yeah.
Zack Snyder is very much a prime example of what it means to not be toxic and masculine. And I'm not saying James Gunn is toxic and masculine in any way. I'm just saying, like, there's an often really ugly perception tied with Zack about being toxic and masculine. He's anything from far from that. But Dave's not wrong. Both James Gunn and Zack Snyder depict, sexual deviancy and acts in their films and in their projects, and it's not surprising. I think the reason why it's so much more scrutinized on James Gunn is because of his past and things. People think of the pictures of him dressed up as a priest hosting those parties, and
they think of the tweets.
They think of the tweets too, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's why you see a lot of Snyder fans and a lot of just other fans in general just kind of like have their nose up in the air when James Gunn does these raunchy things. Are we forgetting this is the same guy who had a man's penis chopped off by a fucking fan in the Suicide Squad? Like, he produced the Belko experiment.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a man who's not above dick and fart bullshit. I mean, hell, I've even said, like, I think he goes a little too far with it, but I'm not saying, like, it's the worst damn thing on the planet. It's just one thing in his toolbox. It's what he does.
I wasn't surprised about hearing about the
there's
team.
a way to express it in different ways. Like Zack does it a different way than James Gunn, and I love the fact that they are not doing it in the same way. And I actually find a little bit of humor when I see people up in arms about the way that he does it, and it's just like Jesus Christ, when and I've said it before. I've even I said it on one of my shows a while back. I'm like, when did Snyder fans get so fucking up in arms about sexuality and shit like that? I'm like, Zack has had sexuality big time, but I'm like, oh yeah, but he does it differently, so it's accepted differently, sure. But I'm like, but at the same time, when I'm seeing the complaints, I'm going, what the fuck? Like, Zack is all about the. I mean, if you watch Rebel Moon, the director's cut of the first part, there is a very awkward sex scene that goes on for way too fucking long in the beginning, in the opening act.
So you have to remember two things, right? Remember, number one, the majority of the people that are complaining about it still have not watched Rebel Moon.
That's
because
true.
they don't watch any of his other shit, right?
Yeah, they don't care about his other shit. Yeah,
right. And two, they still irrationally blame James Gunn for the destruction of the Snyderverse.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's
why this whole thing about the Peacemaker stuff is like, well, I mean, there was some idiot that was like that had like a viral tweet, and then of course I talked about that video at the beginning of the show too, where it's like, there were these idiots that were saying like, oh yeah, they officially killed the Snyderverse. It's like, no, they didn't. I mean, it's like, stop it. You're just trying to get rage bait, and of course it works because a lot of people responded to it, but
right for it.
I don't know. It's all just pretty good. But Chris, I know you have to take off. Before you leave, just let us know what your thoughts were of episode 1 of Peacemaker.
I thought it was a good setup for what we're getting. We've got a character that he is a hero, but he's seeing the ramifications of him just being a big jerk to everything, and you wonder why no one wants to be around you. Well, trace it back to everything you've done in your life and the people that have impacted you in your life. I mean, the man has literally killed his brother, killed his father. He's got no one really around him. His quote-unquote friends he even treats them badly, And so when he goes into the other universe and sees like, oh my gosh, this is what happens if we really don't know what his alternate version was like really yet, but definitely shows him a different side of what it could be and what he's been striving for. So I'm definitely curious to see how that's going to play out. So
am
I. I'm still intrigued. I'm still intrigued.
I thought they set that up pretty good too when it came to, because the way that it plays out in the episode, and then of course the way that it ends. We won't jump into too much of that, but it does. It kind of makes you go, holy shit. And I'm like going, okay, what is the next episode going to be?
I saw it coming,
of course,
but still, it was like anticipating, like, okay, this is going to happen. Boy, I don't know. I wonder where they're going to go with that.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be like one of the things is like, how does it handle where he is going to be? I mean, he literally goes into this other universe and sees his brother as a modern day, like older dude. And it's kind of one of those scenes where, it's spoilers, but it's like when he walks up and his brother's just like, what the fuck's wrong with you, man? Are you okay? And he's just, and then when they hug, he's just like,
or his dad actually shows affection towards him.
It's a touching moment.
That was one of the things.
Can't happen, guys.
That was one of the things that Gunn brought up at the end of the episode. He talked about how like that was an ad lib that Robert Patrick did when he grabbed his ear and said, "I love you too, buddy." And like basically, as far as that character is concerned, that's the most affection he's ever gotten. From his father or from anyone. Like period. So. That's why he reacted the way that he did after they left.
The whole alternate universe thing is kind of like going, what the fuck? This is not what he's feeling loved.
Right.
That's what's going to be the cusp. That's what's going to be the thing about this whole alternate universe is the fact that it's what he's always wanted. So it's going to be one of those things. But Chris, I know you got to take off. You're feeling a little sleepy.
A little sleepy at that point, but I will unfortunately not be here next week. I'm actually heading out of the country for the weekend.
How dare you?
I know. How dare I? Going to Mexico for a little friend's trip. So
be careful. I'll be sure to blow up your phone every second of the way.
Are you okay, man?
Yeah, exactly. I'm okay. I'll be
all right. If you see Benicio del Toro, go in the other direction.
Just staying on the resort that we're at, not going from the airport to the resort and staying on the resort and then going right back.
Oh yeah, so. Stay in the resort.
Yeah.
Have a good time, Chris. We'll talk to you.
I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Catch y'all later.
I see you later. Hey, that scene with the orgy though is spectacular as it was. It works.
Which one?
It works. The orgy scene.
Okay, so I don't like it, but yes, you're right. It does work
because
it fits the character.
Well, not just that. Okay, so look at what you're seeing there. He just has this moment with this woman he cares about, and it's not going right. So he does these things to himself that he thinks he needs to put himself back in his right frame of mind. So orgy's a natural thing for him, right? But when you look at the orgy, all that chaos, all that nudity, all that crazy shit that's going on, and here he is, fully clothed. Not even a part of it. It's like it's not even happening.
He's disassociated from it.
He ends up going back into like the pocket dimension. Just bucket.
So he's in a different place now to where
that didn't satisfy him.
It's just not working.
It didn't satisfy him, so he goes into the pocket universe to go through that door, and that leads to that other universe of him.
So do you guys think that they're going to, with Peacemaker as a character, do you think with this perfect, because I knew a little bit about the plot from what I've seen from leaks and stuff, but do you think or James is attempting to do some sort of like for the man who has everything, or when Batman has that alternate dream reality where he has like the perfect life? You think they're trying to emulate that with Peacemaker, basically?
I think so.
Because from the scenes I've seen
it does look like that. Yes, but obviously, not like Black Mercy induced or anything like that. Yeah, but
just choice and dimensions and things and that. That's
interesting. Off topic. Yeah. It's here, Dave. It's here, and it's your fault.
God damn it! Now you're making me hungry.
Now you've met me in person. You know how big these hands are, right?
Yes, I know.
How to scoop you up. Look at that.
Yeah.
This is how you treat yourself,
dude. My stomach just fucking rumbled a little bit. You fucker.
Right.
You know what? You know what, Dave? I honestly like. I mean, the Peacemaker side. The one thing that I've liked about the show is they actually do care about character building.
Yes.
And I am like the one thing that I really did like about the episode was how they flipped the dynamic kind of like traditionally with Harcourt.
Yeah.
Because I think we have seen that type of self-destructive behavior in male characters for decades. And to see a woman do that.
Yeah. Well, I love it when she's
crazy.
She's talking to that one guy. She's like, "Oh, you got toxic masculinity," and she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Right.
I got a vagina. She's just like, and then it's like, but then of course she goes to that bar, and man, some of that fight choreography when she starts taking on those guys at the bar, I was like, Jesus Christ.
She went in,
those moves were like crazy.
She went into that bar looking to do that.
of
because
course.
there's that one point like when they throw her out and she's like,
Smiles.
she looks awful and she just gets that grin like, okay, she actually feels better.
Mhm.
That she, in as much pain and as much, got her ass handed to her after she handed she's throwing cue balls at guys and like the some of the, I don't know how well the gravity worked on some of the moves that she was
of course it was a little
but still like that, just she went in there looking for exactly what she got.
Yep.
And that is how she's and this is after she's fucked up her knuckles, on the dash. Right. So like she's just in full blown self-destructive mode, like to a very violent sense. And it makes sense for her character because it's like she's lost her identity because she can't get hired. So, but it's just, I really like appreciated the flip of doing that. Cause like I said, we've seen male characters do that a ton. And to flip that and have her character do that, and that's where her arc is going. I'm really intrigued by.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to get filled in here because I'm trying to match all the things. Again, I made it 2 episodes into season 1 and then gave up on Peacemaker. So does his brother die in that timeline or something?
He killed his brother. He killed his brother when they were younger.
Yeah.
Okay,
by accident.
So they're doing the Johnny Cash origin. Okay, interesting.
By the way, Paul, you gave up right before.
I was just about to say that because Gunn even says this. Like they released those 3 episodes at once, and when you get to the end of episode 3, you go, "Oh shit, okay, I see where they're going with it." Like literally, it took.
I don't think that would have helped Paul either, though.
I don't know that it would have helped Paul, but like I'm just saying,
there'll come a time where I'll probably attempt Peacemaker, maybe.
He says stuff like that. He's not gonna like it.
No, it's just
when I attempt.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
And I've said this, and I said it when I was talking about Superman. It's just I don't dislike Gunn as a filmmaker. I've liked some of the stuff that he's made. It's just sometimes when he's allowed to just go a lot with the dick humor and all that kind of stuff, it takes me out. It's not like, don't get me wrong, Zack does the sex stuff too, but for him it's like a different type. It's the different way.
More. Oh, I got it. Here's the thing though, and I can completely get what you're saying. As I've observed his storytelling coming from Suicide Squad, all the way through Peacemaker 1, and now the humor here is not necessarily that type of humor. I've come to understand that humor here is a coping mechanism for these characters. It's a shield that these characters use to not deal with the shit that they've become, what they've done. It's like when you are somebody's nervous and they start cracking jokes. It's the shield. So I've seen him do humor to where it's like, it's a dick and fart stuff. I don't think this is just my opinion, that it applies here to that fashion because they're cracking jokes because they all realize that they just don't want to be who they are. And that's where that's why I think the humor in Peacemaker and the Suicide Squad is different from the other stuff he's done because it's a mechanism instead of a trope. You know what I mean? So I just,
Well, I don't mind his anti-hero characters, so to speak. And the Guardians kind of facilitate that to a degree in the MCU. They're mostly good guys, but you know what I mean. They're more like the
we get it.
So I don't know. I'll probably make an attempt at some point, and I mean that. Like I'll probably try to get through it again at some point. Right now, my main focus as far as shows go is I'm trying to get through the director's cuts of Rebel Moon. I finished part 1. I'm doing part 2 tomorrow at some point, or sometime within the week. And then what's the new show? Wednesday just came back on, but I'm gonna wait to binge.
Yeah, they're doing the weird half season thing again.
They broke them up.
Yeah.
I fucking hate Netflix and their bullshit and that stuff. But yeah, I like it when they release a whole season in one go, and I can just
the funny.
Well, that's going to go away. That's going to go away in a good measure because they looked at their metrics. And once you blow your wad, the conversation is over, and then you start to churn. They did it with Stranger Things last year when they broke it up, the first 7 episodes, and then they gave you the last 2, and then they had that 3 weeks in between, and they looked at their numbers, and
Yeah, even James Gunn
Yeah.
talked about that because he responded to somebody on Threads that said like, "Why can't you just release it all at once?" He goes, "Because the conversation keeps going." It's like that's why you do it, and that's what's going to happen, you know. And it's like that's why they do it.
Is Wednesday only in 2 parts? Please tell me it's just 2 parts.
I think
right?
so. I think it's only
I
two.
have no
it's two halves. Yeah.
I think it's two halves. Yeah.
All right.
Which,
good,
funny
good.
enough, I feel like they're not the first. I know they're not the first ones that did that because I remember they did that with the last season of Breaking Bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did that. They broke it off like when what's his name sees it on the toilet about like when he figures it out. It was like a fucking couple of months before.
It was 6 months. It was like 6 months
before the
yeah.
Which was it's a good way to fucking do a cliffhanger. That's for damn sure.
I think Breaking Bad. I don't count Better Call Saul because Better Call Saul was the prequel. Terrific show, just as good as Breaking Bad in my opinion, but different because everyone kind of knew where everything was going to a degree. But the Breaking Bad and I think Avatar: The Last Airbender. Those are the last times I remember being truly invested in those last episodes airing as they came out and being like, "Wow, this is like not only is this living up to my hype, it's like." Like just Anyway, terrific shows.
Well, the only thing I would say, Paul, the only thing I would kind of caution with Peacemaker because I get what Dave is saying. I have a mutual on I think Twitter and Blue Sky who also followed me, or not Twitter, but Threads and Blue Sky who followed me when I was on Twitter. When Superman released, he very publicly stated that he didn't need it because he already got his Superman movie in 2013. And then he spends the majority of the first 2 weeks of release doing a rewatch of the DCEU. So I'm like, okay, I get it. He's not interested. Fine. A decent amount of rational Snyder fans disconnected from the DCU. They're not interested in what James Gunn has to do at all. So then tell me why a week ago, inexplicably, he decided. Like I just see him post, all right, let's see what all the fuss was about. I'm like, wait a minute, you bought it digitally? And I literally was like, why? and I mean, his reaction was predictable. He's like, I've still got a stew on it, but right now it's a solid 5 out of 10. And I'm like, why did you even watch it? What was that? Like, I could have told you that without you wasting $25-$30 or however. I don't know, or maybe he put on his eye patch and rode the high seas for it. I have no idea. My point is, dude, you already knew you weren't going to like it. You already said you had no interest in it. Why would you do that?
As someone else who didn't like the movie, I would also say that giving it 5 out of 10 is actually pretty generous. Because I gave it 2 out of 10.
Yeah, 2. I was about to say
this is why I love Phil because I'm more or less in the same camp. But I mean.
But no, I think Ray's got a point. Like people deliberately kind of like just go out of their way to make a showcase out of how they feel about something negatively.
Oh,
and that's kind of honestly, that's just kind of how when I was thinking about how I can contribute to this portion of the conversation, and I'm not trying to like inflate my ego or anything, but it's just like. 10 years ago, I probably would have like hate watched the fuck out of Peacemaker. I can healthily admit that. Whereas now, where I am and how I perceive these shows and how I look at the online discourse around all of this shit, and I'm just like, I am so glad that I have the forefront knowledge to just be like, you know what, this isn't really my bag, but a lot of my friends. You're into it, and that's great. And I can happily like stand on the side and be like, okay, I see why you like it. I get it. And I can still make my subtle jokes with my friends, of course, because at this point, posting negatively about something online is just a fucking honeypot of here, come and fuck with me. Like, please come and trash me for my opinion. It's never a good thing. Ever.
I had a very similar epiphany, Phil, after Guardians Volume 2. Because I was the only one at my job that hated it. It was the only one that didn't like it.
Oh, dude. We were on our way home from watching that movie, and my 2 best friends who I'd grown up with, they're talking about the movie, and I'm just kind of silent in my corner of the truck, and they're like, Philip, are you okay? And I was like, yeah. They're like, do you like the movie? And I said, no. And we're like, what? I said, no, I wasn't really too fond of what we just watched. And they were like, why? And I was like, there are reasons. There are reasons I don't like that movie. And I think they're largely for the same reasons Ray probably doesn't like that movie as much.
Are we talking about? We're still talking about Guardians Volume 2, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yes. There's just a lot of things narratively that just don't make sense for that movie. For me, for that movie,
It was kind of like you had some pieces there that should be really good, and I'm not saying it's all terrible, but when you watch it, you just kind of go. It's
I don't hate it anymore because I don't feel like hating movies anymore, and also because I find Thor: Love and Thunder to be worse.
Oh God, yeah.
It I still think Volume 2 pales in comparison to Volume 1 and 3.
Oh yeah. Oh fucking.
Well, the thing for me is like it's so minute and nitpicky and so stupid and so like something you should suspend disbelief over. But even now, almost 8 years later after this movie has come out, I still can't get over the fact that like once Ego dies, all of Star-Lord's celestial whatever dissipates with it. I'm like, that doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Yeah. That is like one of the goofiest things you could write into a movie. Oh, well, your dad's dead, so you're no longer celestial. Like, wait a minute. What? The whole point of the end of the first movie was him going, oh, by the way, you're only half Terran. You're only half, human.
Yeah.
And it's just like, well, I guess he's just human Star-Lord now.
We have to remember, too, that the first Guardians was partially written by Nicole. I always forget her name.
Nicole Perlman.
Nicole Perlman, and then James came in and did his thing. But 2 and 3 are written entirely by him, as the best of my knowledge. So that for me shows a little bit of that. I personally just like Guardians 1 probably the most. 2 I liked at the time, and I think it's still fine. It's just it's an okay movie. And 3 I've just kind of mixed on because I loved the rocket stuff and the villain and everything. I just wasn't invested in the rest of it. Basically, I just kind of was like, I don't care. I don't know. That's how I felt about it anyway. But I don't know. I think Gunn is kind of fallen off the more he goes because I like Super, and I've heard Slither is like a cult classic as far as like a horror movie goes. I still have to see that movie and everything. But yeah, I'm in the same camp of like Phil, basically, like where if it's not at this point, if it's not my bag, and I know like that I don't really want to get invested in it, I just don't want. I still haven't seen Creature Commandos. I haven't watched any more of Peacemaker at all. So it's just like, as you guys know, I have a lot of spare time and a lot of extra things to read and get into. So I just focus on that basically. But I get most of my information from you guys and try to figure out like, oh, maybe that sounds interesting or that sounds cool, and just go with what I want to spend my time on. So,
I think like, hopefully, like, obviously the DCU start off, which it's just gun. But then we're finally going to be getting into, then we're going to get Gillespie.
Supergirl.
Yeah. And
Clayface.
Clayface. We're like, I think as much as people like want to be like, oh, Gunn wants to make everything about himself, it's like, no, because if he did that, he would fucking just lose his mind and kill himself, because it's like there's too much. And the fact that he's like, okay, now, but it had to start off with him, and that's why we're like, we're in the third thing that is James Gunn, and I can get it where people are like, I'm fatigued. Can we have something else? 2026. When it comes to Lanterns, when it comes to Supergirl, when it comes to Clayface, it's all James Gunn produced, not James Gunn written and directed. And I think a lot of people are going to be like, oh, finally, and I get it.
He's not even writing
kind of like that, where I'm like, I've had a little too much Jimmy Guns. I will say that too.
But I also say, like you just said, it had to start with him, because this is,
of course, it did.
This makes sense. This is him and Saffron betting on themselves, right? Yes. This is what they pitched. Totally. It had to get off to a solid start.
Yeah.
And however we feel about the Hell site and however we feel about Gunn and whatnot, you go to the Hell site. I saw a post earlier today. Somebody said that they were like, I am not overreacting when I say that this is the best DC Studios DC Studios has never been better. And they said Gunn was 3 out of 3 because they love Creature Commandos, they love Superman, and they love the first episode of Peacemaker. And of course, I was the smartass. It was like, well, considering that that's the only 3 things DC Studios has done, like released, no, it's not really an overreaction for you to subjectively feel that way.
Let's give it a couple of years.
But
technically, they're 5 in the can if you count Superman, the Christopher Reeve story, and the Penguin. If you want to get superbly technical,
you're right, but he was clearly meaning DCU.
I know, yeah,
but you're right, yeah. But no, but that's the thing is like when you bet on yourself this hard. I mean, and this is a massive deal. Like you can't not only because of DC's prior history, but also because you're under the microscope the year after the strikes, Hollywood being in this transitional period, like you must start strong. So he bet on himself animated, he bet on himself
live action
theatrically, and he's betting on himself live action TV. So and he's even said how burned out he is. I read a thing the other day talking about, I forgot if they were talking to him or they were talking to Jennifer, his wife, about the work-life balance and how there really isn't any because he's just been working.
I read that.
Yeah and so he's going to step back. He has to, for even the stuff that they're talking about, like people like he's writing the Superman saga. Yeah, he's writing it, but that's not happening next year. So that's the thing is like he's betting on
also important to remember like he had Creature Commandos just ready to go. Like the only reason that didn't happen any sooner is because when he initially brought it to Warner Brothers was like, no, but then he got the DC Studios gig and he was like, you know what? We kind of need to put something out. Just do this, greenlight this, animate this.
And then he even said that he's not writing the second season.
Oh, there's a writer's room.
He 100% wrote that first season. He's not writing the second season. So he's already, hey, you're handling this. And then when it comes to, obviously scripts coming in, Supergirl is already in the can.
Right.
And, I just think that's going to be a pretty good hit. I think for some reason, I just think it's going to be something new and interesting to the genre. And I think Amelia Alcock's going to do it. And I'm reassured just by seeing her flying in that fucking, opening scene where they retcon this. I'm like, she just looks good. It's just like what the fuck? This movie is going to be interesting, and all the stuff I've seen before too. But yeah, no, I think like that's what's going to be interesting is like next year, all the DCU stuff is only going to be James Gunn produced. It's not going to be written or directed. Right. So we're going to get that. And I think, year one was all James Gunn.
The Gunn show.
Year one was the Gunn show. Burnt out by it. Even he's burnt out. It's all James Gunn. James Gunn, of course, is going to be promoting the shit out of everything and talking about it, which is that's his job. He's got to do that. But it is going to be a nice little 2026 is going to be okay. No James Gunn written and directed DC stuff. We got Lanterns, we got Supergirl, we got Clayface. 3 things and maybe even something else.
Lego Batman.
Lego Batman, that's the game, So
that game looks good.
Yeah, it does.
That game looks shit.
Looks fun.
That might be something. I'm like, fuck. Makes me want to like get a console and fucking dude. I'm like, god damn, that was a nice little added bonus of like, oh yeah, by the way, we're still doing game stuff. Hey, look at this.
Yeah. Oh,
people freaked out
about
it.
DC project coming next year? I don't think so.
Yeah.
By the way, did anyone get a PS Pro or any other console before the prices all went up due to tariffs?
No.
Nope, unfortunately not.
Okay.
I mean, I have an Xbox Series X, but we haven't.
I am happily looking at my Nintendo Switch 2 and my PlayStation 5 right there.
That's all you need.
There you go.
Yep.
You got it. But switching topics, let's go to Zach and his passion project that is
last photograph.
Photograph. I almost said photography. What? Oh my god! The fucking vodka.
Zing in for the save anyway.
Am I the only one that forgot who Frafi was?
Who is?
He was in Hawkeye. He was also in Rebel Moon.
Right. I had a complete.
When
I heard the name, I thought of a totally different face, and then I see the picture, and I'm like, no, that's the dude from Hawkeye.
Yeah.
He was like hell with Echo, right? And you're right, he
That's
wasn't
right.
Rebel
Yeah.
Moon.
Yeah.
No, but I think like, you know, and it was kind of funny too, because I mean, I remember catching wind because there was more people in the know and they were trying to be coy about certain things. And I was like, oh, it's horse latitudes or last photograph, whatever the fuck. And I'm like, good. I'm glad Zack has been trying to make this movie for 25 years, probably even longer. And being a Zack Snyder fan and all the movies, and he's not made a bad movie, in my opinion. And I don't, even with everything, even like recently, but where people are like, Rebel Moon, this and this, and I'm like, no, I still like Rebel Moon. Of course, the director's cuts are better. I was more invested into the Armyverse, and who knows if that's even going to be anything more. But I love the fact that now we're going to get a Zack Snyder movie that's not going to be a bunch of visual effects, sci-fi. It's going to show him as a film. We're going to get that, snow, steam, and iron type of Zack Snyder film where it's just him and the camera. I mean, maybe there'll be some things where they have to add some, VFX in the background, but it's not going to be that. It's all going to be strictly, hey, this is the story, these are the visuals, and this is this, and I'm going, this is what Zack needs after all the stuff he's went through in the last decade, because he's went through a lot of shit in the last decade, and he's created this crazy, he is a brand, which is why, when people see his name, you either go, yay, or, it's like, it's so weird how that is. But I'm just so glad, there's people in the middle that just go, oh yeah, Zack Snyder, or whatever. But for the vocal, majority or like whatever minorities of this, you hear his name, they either get angry or they celebrate. But I'm just so glad that he's going to be making a movie where, I think he's even said it in interviews where he goes, I want to make a movie where I'm not way off the set in my own, in that little station where because we're on a big green screen fucking, set, and I have to like yell out, what I want and blah, blah, blah. He can actually be more present. Mm-hmm. There's not going to be, a bunch of explosions and all this kind of stuff. And I think he's so looking forward. He's been so looking forward to doing this type of movie. And if he like nails it pretty good, where people like the haters out there, especially in the media and stuff like that, that chastise him with a lot of things, it might win them over where they go, oh shit, this guy can make a fucking film.
One of the more infuriating things that you keep hearing about Zack Snyder is that he's a terrible storyteller, and that he only does great visuals, like, and only does everything in slow-mo. And that it's one of the more it's probably the most infuriating thing.
It really is
to hear about him, because when like the attention to detail that he had for, anything that he does, whether it's DC related, whether it was Rebel Moon, whether it's the Armyverse, when you see the level of, just because he emphasizes show don't tell, suddenly that means you're a terrible storyteller because you're not explaining every damn thing in exposition. And I'm not knocking filmmakers that use a lot of exposition, but he is clearly a more visual director in terms of his storytelling. That does not make him Michael Bay. Yeah. And I really get tired of that comparison. So that's why I'm really looking forward for exactly what you said. This is a smaller film without all the visual effects.
It's going to be the lowest budget he's ever had, too.
This is going to be to Zack. This is going to be for Zack to what Ambulance did for Michael Bay.
I haven't seen Ambulance. Is that
Ambulance, dude? Ambulance is like hands down one of the best movies Michael Bay has made in fucking years.
I really like Pain and Gain. I thought that was a more grounded.
Pain and Gain, yeah. I need to watch Ambulance again, because when I watched it, the movie theater I was at, the audio, the speaker system was all fucked.
Well, the thing is
dialogue.
Yeah.
So I gotta watch it again.
Yeah, but like this is the most refined and dialed back you could ever imagine Michael Bay ever being. Like, I mean, the Isaac Gonzalez is in it. It visually is like a very grounded story about two brothers who are think I don't want to say adopted, but they're like,
they are adopted.
Yeah, okay, they are adopted, right? Yeah,
a black guy and a white guy.
Well, I don't know if it's adopted or if they're more just like brothers from the neighborhood, type of.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. But like,
it probably is something like that.
I don't even remember, but like,
yeah, it was.
Their origin specifically, but like, they rob an ambulance and they rob something, then they steal an ambulance to get away with it, and that's the fucking movie. But the thing is, it's like it's very grounded. There's some really good like drone camera shots.
Oh yeah,
in this movie, it's so good. But Michael I think
we're using the drone in this.
Yeah, if you just strip away all the visual prowess of a green screen and all this stuff, and just give these guys the bare bones of like filmmaking, just on the ground, telling a story with characters and just doing things with a camera and your background, and just telling a visual story, it's going to like leaps and bounds showcase and really excel with their skill set. And I think like this is gonna probably show some Zack Snyder hate, like, oh, he can do the thing I wanted him to do.
Exactly. That's what I'm hoping for. And even like Rational Skeptic is asking, thank you for the $2 super chat. Will this last photo? Yeah, I mean, there's always potential. Who knows?
Nomination, like, and of course, it's going to depend on. It's going to depend on when the studio releases it. Like, do they want it to be part of the awards pitch or like the awards season and whatnot? But yeah, that's what you're hoping for. You know, for him to have a film recognized by his peers. That's the other crazy thing. Is like his peers, everybody in the industry already respects him for what he does.
Dude,
you never hear any
James Cameron and like Ridley Scott talking about his signature style.
Like you don't hear and everybody that works with him, like all the
Nolan.
You hear praise from everyone
that
works with him. Exactly. Right. So it's like there's no like if he gets that recognition to the point where like even the most ardent and listen, the trolls are never going to stop hating him. They're always going to be what they're going to be. But as far as some of these other critics were like, okay, no, he's better than this. We know that he can do that. Why didn't he do more? That's what you want to hear him say. Why didn't he do more of this before? Right? Yeah. Like that kind of shit. So
we're gonna hear about that. But I mean, that's the thing. It's like the things that I mean, anytime that when hate goes to Zach, where it's just like, oh yeah, he's this, he's that. I'm like, do you realize that when Warner Brothers wanted Christopher Nolan to make a Superman movie in the same kind of style as what he did with Batman, he was like, no, I can't do that. But this guy can. It's like literally Christopher Nolan, who, if he just announces, when they announce like, an entitled, Christopher Nolan movie. This happened with Tenet. This happened with The Odyssey. Oh, yeah, the new Christopher Nolan movie is going to be coming out on this day. Everybody goes, I'm there. It's like, this is that guy. You have James Cameron going like, talking in interviews like, when directors have their signature, and he name drops Zack Snyder because Zack, the slow-mo, which everybody talks about, is like when it came to 300, he just fucking crafted that to perfection, where so many people have tried to emulate his style of slow-mo. And he's just like, Zack is such a collaborator when it comes to creating these shots where they had to actually literally build a rig for the Leonidas shot where he's just going and fucking killing guys as he's moving forward, and it's zooming in, zooming out. There's 3 different shots that it's like going through, and they literally had to come up with a rig that's never been created to achieve that shot. So when I'm hearing like, when I'm finally, we're finally, I mean, the LAPD movie, I'm still kind of going, I don't know what that's going to be. But when I'm thinking about Last Photograph and the UFC movie, where you have the Last Photograph, which is going to be probably his lowest budgeted movie, but that's going to be his art piece. That's going to be his art house piece that could change haters' thoughts about him and could potentially be awards season, potential, whatever. That's great. I love that. And then, of course, you have the UFC movie, which is going to have a huge budget because it's going to be backed by the UFC. And we're going to have like this fighting in the Zack Snyder, style. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be interesting. The LAPD movie, it just almost seems like that's a one for them kind of thing, like a one for Netflix. I don't even know if that's actually going to happen, to be honest. I just kind of go because apparently, but then again, when you hear who it's from, when they say like, oh, there's kind of like a struggle when it comes to the LAPD movie, that's from fucking Jeff Schneider, and I just go, who? Somebody who said that? Jeff, what's his fucking
Chattanooga fucking FBI.
Yeah. Anytime I hear that guy's name, I can't.
Oh no. He's declared war, Dave.
Oh, I know. I saw that.
Declared war.
I made fun of it. I made videos. What are you gonna say, Paul?
I was gonna say. So they were. You're talking about Nolan earlier. It's funny because people were actually making comparison because they're both masters of their craft, but people have been saying Nolan lately has been doing a little bit more of a grounded take with like Oppenheimer, and now he's flipped it and done this movie that is going to be basically high fantasy mixed with grounded elements, basically. And it's really new for him because I'm curious as to how. I think he's even talked about using practical effects to make the Cyclops and using old school filmmaking as to like the depth perception, kind of like how they did with Frodo and Gandalf, things like that. But doing this high fantasy movie, and then you have Zack doing a more grounded film that's based in reality. So it's kind of that flip, which is what I like about that. So
I love that. I love it. One of the things that I've always loved about Zack is like he knows how to change it up. I mean, even when you look at his DC trilogy, you can almost look if somebody looked at that at all three of those movies, they'd be like, "Oh, is this like three different directors?" No, it's the same director. He just chose different styles to shoot it. I mean, he had different cinematographers. No, wait, Fong did both the other one, but
no,
I think Fong did Man of Steel and BVS.
No. Amir Morker did Man of Steel.
That's right.
BVS.
Yes, there you go. So we had three different cinematographers. You look at Man of Steel, there's no slow-mo shots. Nope. It is all fast-paced. There's a lot of zoom-ins. There's a lot of like.
Who did Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Fabian Wagner.
Wagner. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Very nice guy. I remember I interviewed him. Yeah. It was, but at the same time, it's like, he, and that's what I kind of look for. And, when I always kind of look at it like, and like some of my favorite bands, like Metallica, Foo Fighters, when I listen to an album to album, I'm going, oh, they're not trying to do the same thing each album. They're trying to change it up a little bit, at least with each thing. That's like, they have their original sound, but they're trying to do something a little different. Now, is it always going to work? No, but they're trying something different because they don't want to just be like in one speed, and if we're going to do a Gunn and, Zack comparison, it seems like Gunn, I think Gunn is trying to do that now. Because with Superman, that was something very out of his, because he's always been the R-rated team up. And so when it came to Superman and tackling that, it was kind of out of his comfort zone, which is why I think there was a lot of things that was left on the cutting room floor. Because I think he was trying to find his footing with doing a PG-13. Yeah, he still incorporated the team up Justice Gang. So he still had that element to it, but he still had to tell a Superman story, like a singular story for this one character. And I think that was very much out of his comfort zone, but he still had elements of, I could still try to create my comfort zone around me. And I think I'm hoping that what Gunn does with the next movie is like, dude, just try to get complete. Because even with Superman, he didn't have a bunch of needle drops. And so that was something different for him too. And I'm hoping that when it comes to the next one, he gets even more out of his comfort zone where he goes, well, I'm going to tell this story and it's going to be something like I've never done before. And I love it when filmmakers do that. Get out of your comfort zone,
Well, and he told Horowitz how scary it was to not have needle drops.
Yes,
Superman.
So he already got out of his comfort zone just a little bit,
But that's the thing that I give both of these filmmakers credit is, regardless of how we may subjectively feel about either one of them, they recognize the difference in projects. That was something like what I've said before. Like when I realized how much of a student of the comics Gunn was, I already knew that about Zack, but when I realized how much of a student of the comics Gunn was, that's where my confidence in his ability to do a Superman movie came from.
Yeah.
Because I didn't expect him to do the same type of things he did in Guardians. And he didn't. I know the humor's still there. I know the jokes and whatnot is still there, but it's not to the same level and it's not to the same volume as he did in really any of the Guardians movies, truthfully, to be honest with you. I feel like that movie is still humor-wise more grounded than any of the other three in that trilogy, to be honest with you, in my opinion.
Well, what he did with Superman and Lois, I mean, in my opinion, I thought they had, I mean, they're my favorite kind of duo. I'm not, just the way that they were together, I was like, wow.
That now that was
it was very strong. I mean, I'm still kind of like back and forth with like, is this the best, like, Clark and Lois, Superman and Lois?
So the crazy part about
it's pretty damn good. Like, at least you found that.
The crazy part about that, Dave, is like that's something that people keep saying.
Yeah.
Like that is it isn't just
even like the biggest haters can say that.
Right. I'm not just hearing that from you. Like I'm hearing people literally say that about the dynamic. And I think that was arguably the ballsiest thing he did in the movie was instead of portraying the infatuation, because the infatuation between Clark and Lois is there in like almost every other incarnation. It's certainly there in Superman the movie from 78. It's there in Man of Steel between Amy Adams and Henry Cavill. And he didn't do that. This time he put them in relationship strife.
Yeah.
Where like they're feeling each other out and they don't know what, they're not certain at all what they're going to do. And that's why but he even talked about how terrifying it was to put like a 10-minute dialogue scene at the beginning of an action movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying in terms of like stepping.
What's funny? I saw a tweet earlier today, actually, that said, it's crazy that Clark was essentially interviewing himself, interviewing Superman. That's crazy. But it's also pretty crazy that Lois Lane was interviewing her boyfriend, who is Superman. But it was not,
right.
It was also like a level. I mean, but that's always been a thing too in the Lois and Superman relationship is the fact that Lois interviews Superman. So, I mean, I don't know how many times people reference in the first Superman 78, that interview sequence, that was always like, oh my God, that's like the pivotal kind of thing. So, I mean, Gunn decided, hey, let's do a kind of like a different version. I thought he did that is one. Anytime you have just dialogue and characters that I love and know, I'm all about that. I'm like, the action stuff's good, but I love it when they just have these kind of moments. And there's been numerous moments in comic book movies that have these, these moments that are just dialogue and they're just like characters just,
Well, he's good at making them relatable because if you look at everything that James Gunn has done all the way to this point, it's relatable because everybody, no matter what level of success you've had, takes a look back at their life and questions their decision making. Did I end up here if I had done something different? Is it too late for me to turn the corner? All these type of things that he's done. It's all about these people living these lives that they thought they were supposed to live, and they've reached a point that's like they look around and they don't like what they see. And a lot of people just in regular life do that on a daily basis. That's why his characters are relatable in that respect. Even with the goofiness, Polka Dot Man, all these things, you could put all these crazy costumes on these people. When you pare it down and take away all that, Peacemaker, Chris is asking the same question that any career person who's at a crossroads would ask. And people who have spent their lives in a profession, now that profession has moved on from them. So these are regular things that you just throw a costume and a cape on, and that's why they work.
When the way that apartment scene ends, I'm in the theater and literally like I couldn't look at Shonda because I've ended arguments exactly like that. I have done exactly what he said. What does that mean? I'm gonna go. Boom. She's like, you're just gonna pack your shit up and go. That was hilarious. It was as though I was reliving it at times, like listening to it, just like, okay, this got real really quickly, so I'm with you on the relatability thing. And the two things that he did with Lois that I think were really important was, one, in that scene, he made it very clear that she's a journalist.
Yeah.
And that's the other part where you talk about how he was interviewing himself. It's like, okay, you weren't ready for an actual interview. You weren't ready for an actual journalist to press you on the real issues. But Lois Lane is an actual fucking journalist, and she's going to press you whether you're dating her or not. And then the other thing he didn't do, the other thing he avoided, was he never made her a damsel in distress.
Yeah.
She had arguably the most agency, of any Lois we've seen in the last however many years. Like even more so than Amy Adams. And I love Amy Adams, but there were definitely times where she needed rescuing. Lois never needed rescuing. Lois rescued him.
That's right. There was no rescuing of Lois in this Superman movie. Yeah. Interesting. I never really thought about that. Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean, Amy Adams rescues Henry a few times in the movie.
Yeah. She totally does. Yeah.
But that's also the dichotomy of Lois, because also, just like Superman, she's been done multiple times. I mean, yeah, I don't think there's a damsel moment that I can remember in the Superman movie, so I appreciate that. But the thing is, though, too, the dichotomy of Lois is that, in a way, yeah, she's very much a damsel and that she needs to be saved, but Lois puts herself in a situation where she's going to be in danger. So it's like that's just kind of,
that is a dynamic.
Right. So that definitely, you're right, Paul. That definitely separates her from the traditional damsel in distress.
Bella Swan is a damsel in distress, like to the nth degree.
Yes,
because she's stupid.
Right. No lies detected.
No lies detected.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. No, I, as I said, I did not like the movie, but I appreciate the cast, and I thought for what the material they were given, they did a decent job playing the characters of that iteration. But
I think you kind of look at it like I looked at Don't Honey or Honey Don't.
I haven't seen that. I've heard mixed reviews. I know.
Yeah, it's one of those where Margaret Qualley is excellent in the movie, but the story and the script she was given, what the fuck?
So let me ask you: did Ethan need Joel?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I had a feeling
there was a missing part.
Because I saw your video the other day and I was like, this needed to be a brothers film, didn't it?
Probably.
Okay,
because I mean, if you watch my first reaction, I went like, I liked it, but I also didn't. It was like I just walked out going, I was like, what was that story even fully about? All I know is Margaret Qualley is this private investigator who does all this stuff, and she's excellent because of just the way that she reacts to the characters is so great. But all the other characters were like, Chris Evans was fine. Aubrey Plaza was, I don't even know. She was trying something and it did not work.
I heard it's soft porn. Is that true?
Oh yeah. There's some if you want to see it just for the
the Cinemax level,
for some of the Cinemax lesbian scenes, by all means, watch it because of that.
Are we talking Black Swan level here?
Oh, probably even more than that. I mean, they show toys. You don't see, but you see toys. Anyway, just saying.
I like toys.
So yeah, it's
Toy Story.
It does. It gets. I mean, to the point where you're like, I mean, when you're watching this movie with strangers in a movie theater, and you're just like going, I mean, I was just sitting there going, holy shit. I mean, it will just cut to all of a sudden Aubrey Plaza is just having an orgasm, and it's like, what the fuck? And it's like,
really?
Oh yeah,
really?
That's what I'm saying. This could be the draw to it.
Phil's going tomorrow.
After Aaron's in
Oh,
the
dude, there's literally Phil. It cuts to a scene where fucking Aubrey Plaza is just yelling out, and you're going, "Holy shit!" Yeah,
you know she was Death and Agatha all along, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and she looked incredible.
I still haven't watched that.
Oh yeah,
I still have not seen that show.
I was halfway through it, but I want to finish the show. I got sidetracked and
spoilers.
I was trying to binge it before. Was it before? I was trying to. I went through. I watched like She-Hulk, Hawkeye, and Echo in one shot, and I was going to include Agatha all along, and then found out it was 9 episodes instead of 6. I was like, okay, that's a little more than I anticipated. I couldn't schedule for that, so I haven't tackled that one yet.
But yeah, it's not bad. I was actually getting into it, but I had got sidetracked by other things. It wasn't like a Peacemaker situation. I was actually invested because I like Catherine Hahn and Aubrey was great, and Kitty Foreman's in it.
I've got a crush on her too, Catherine Hahn. Jesus Christ! But I still didn't want to watch it.
It's Agatha. No, I have yet to see anyone in a Comic-Con run up to me and say Agatha is my favorite Marvel character in the books. Like no one says that.
Paul,
so.
not enough space at a Comic-Con to run up to you.
Yeah.
Did you know that Agatha Harkness is my favorite character in Marvel Comics of all time?
Yeah, and Crypto's mine. I'm so glad that we're friends. Phil.
Oh, dude, man, really? Oh, it's a shame we're not on my channel. I have the perfect clip for you if you do not like Crypto.
Is it the South Park one?
Maybe.
Oh no!
Oh god!
I love that episode.
Maybe.
That was great. That was terrific. Terrific.
Oh, but
why, Ray, you sound disgusted. Why are you not surprised?
No, I'm not disgusted. I was thinking about that scene.
Oh,
and
yeah, well,
you know,
it's meant to disgust you. So I
of
think
course,
yes, exactly. Yes,
absolutely.
yeah, totally, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I was just thinking of the machinations and the individual behind it that we both loathe.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I don't at all condone violence against animals in any shape, way, or form.
Yeah,
I just think that clip satire top tier.
It's funny. Yeah. It's funny.
If I've ever made any jokes about Crypto dying on this podcast, I put it with the preface that it's a fictional dog, that I don't want there to be violence at animals.
Nobody. That's why when it comes to this movie, Good Boy, that's coming out, everybody's freaking out. And
Courage the Cowardly Dog, the movie, right? Isn't that what they've been calling it?
Really? I haven't seen that, but all I know is like apparently people were searching on Google, does the dog die in Good Boy, because they're so worried about this dog.
Well, do you know what happened is that and I hate to spoil the movie, I guess, but this is it's an old enough movie, it's over a decade old. And I didn't know this. I found out later, and I guess it was moderately successful in theaters. There's a movie called Marley and Me. And if you look at the trailers, it's like, it's this couple and they got a dog and they got to figure. And I was like, all right, that's not for me, like, whatever. Yeah, and then I found out the dog died, and I was like, what?
That was in the book.
What? Yeah. But a lot of people.
Turner and Hooch, man, that fucked up that movie for me.
But I guess people hadn't read the book who went to go see the movie at the time, and they were like devastated walking out of the theater.
Look, one of the cardinal sins that you can do to an audience literally is kill a dog.
Yeah,
they even talk about how there's a Gunn even mentioned how there's god, but even right. See, I know I have friends of mine.
Terminator 2.
And still refuse what?
Terminator 2.
Yeah, the
dog dies.
Well, but
he dies off scream. He does. You don't see the T-1000 kill the dog.
Well, no, because he's still barking. No, he's alive.
In the deleted scene, you hear the
that's what it is. The
deleted scene that they
if it's the deleted scene, it didn't happen. Damn it!
I was about to say deleted scene doesn't count.
Counts to me.
But no, Gunn even said that one of the early test screenings, what did he say? Engineer or somebody punches Crypto.
Yeah, it was Ultraman.
And they had to pull it. They had to pull the scene. Like
because people didn't like it with the test screening. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't
God.
fuck with dogs.
Yeah, but suffocating him with nanoprobes is not bad.
Well, because he didn't suffocate. He was just. I mean, he was yelping, and I know some people that didn't like that either.
Of course,
But
he had to keep that. He had to keep
Right.
that.
Yeah, but like,
But having Ultraman actually punch Crypto,
yeah.
yeah, he had to get rid of that.
Okay,
And I was like,
time out. Who's got the Star Trek sound effect?
Sorry.
that's
No.
fucking- that's William. He's
No,
always had that.
never fucking apologize for Star Trek ever, ever. I just need to know who did it. I just need to know where it was because I've been hearing. I'm like someone who is trying to open. That's a door chime? Is that
Voyager door chime? Yeah,
the Voyager door chime. I'm like, who's at the door? Like what the?
Yeah, but
there's
going back to
customers wondering if I'm still open at midnight, and I'm just answering, yeah.
But going back-
I've
going
always
back-
said.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
Sorry, Dave. No.
No.
Well,
I know. Go ahead. Go back. Go ahead.
All I was going to say was that I always like the idea of, and again, I don't condone violence, but I was going to say if you have a horror movie, the best way to get people on there to stay on their toes is you either kill a dog or a kid at the beginning of the movie.
Oh, yeah.
And then that way, no one is safe after that point. And then Quiet Place did it at the beginning.
Or
one of the kids. But see, that's the thing is like, and I think that's why Weapons worked so well too. Is like, why are these kids doing this? And then if you actually watch Weapons and you see the ending, you go, holy shit. But then I'm just like going, when I see this, when I heard the concept of Good Boy, I went, oh, this is fucking original. This is brilliant. But I'm going, oh, this is going to be so hard to watch because we're seeing the perspective of a haunting of like the owners of this dog, and how many times have people like had a pet, especially a dog, even a cat, whatever, that they've just looked at the corner of the room and being like, "Arr, arr," and they're seeing something that we can't see. We can't explain Wi-Fi to a dog, but then they're seeing shit that we can't see or hearing shit that we can't see. So I was like, oh, that's brilliant. And then, of course, the trailer comes out, and I'm going, fuck, this is going to be so hard to watch, but I'm so intrigued. And then it's funny, too, because the director used his very own dog. Fucking Nepo dog. What are we talking about here?
Hey, you know what's going to happen in this movie? It's going to be like The Sixth Sense.
You think so?
Where the dog is already dead.
That's messed up, William.
But I'm just saying, it's a brilliant concept. It's a brilliant concept. You get a cute dog who is seeing shit and then, of course, is witnessing this shit. It's a brilliant concept. It's just going to be so hard to watch. But I'm going to be there. I'm going to watch it in the movie theater. I'm going to sit there just like probably holding my face going, oh, fuck. And because even in the fucking trailer, you hear the dog do the dog, it's like he's chained up somewhere and it's like something happens and he does his little dog scream, and nobody likes that sound. It is not a good sound to hear when you hear a dog cry, and it's not a good sound. Nobody likes that sound except for psychos.
I forgot, in Lost World, Spielberg does kill a dog in that, but again, it's off screen.
Yes,
because the T-Rex has the,
okay, I'm gonna say 3 words, and I Am Legend.
Oh yeah, that is. And Will Smith.
That was character-based development, though. Like
it was, but it was at that fucking hell, Jesus.
Dude. But Will Smith, his performance, his face.
Yep.
While that is happening, when the camera is slowly zooming in on his face, Will Smith's face sells that thing where I'm going, fuck. I'm like, inside, I'm in like, oh, god damn. Because when he's just, he has to do it, he's choking the dog. And then the camera is just zeroing it, and you're hearing the sounds, and you're just seeing Will Smith's face. I know Will Smith has had a troubled, couple of years, but I will always commend that man for that scene, because Jesus Christ, like his face where he's just, doing it, and it's just, and his.
Well, I mean, the Chris Rock thing never made him a bad actor. He's a fantastic fucking actor.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I know people but I mean, I will never hate that man. I'm just saying.
That's also flipped too, because I remember I had a conversation with my auntie after the slap happened, and she was convinced that his career was dead as a doornail forever, and I said no, there is, because I've always gone with the LeVar Burton thing. It's not cancel culture; it's consequence culture. If you make a mistake, but you're generally like atone for it and walk the straight and narrow, you're not done. But if you make a mistake and it exposes a bunch of other bad shit that you've done, like Kevin Spacey, like that's that's your consequences coming to bite you. So sure enough, because when that happened, like Bad Boys 4 got paused indefinitely, but then what happened? They ended up shooting it like a year or so later. It gets released, and there's that clip where he went to the movie theater and watched it in secret, and then everyone's coming out of the movie theater, he reveals himself, and everybody goes nuts, and people to this day are just like,
stuff you want to see right there.
Exactly, right, like that's
so.
I
think the incident still follows him, though. I know he did like a Hot Ones interview, and like every other comment was that. I think it has exposed more of his issues in his marriage and stuff like that. I don't want to even touch that, but like I think Will is a terrific actor. I think he does very good work. Like I said, I still support the Ayer cut coming out of David Ayer's Suicide Squad. I'd still love to see him as Deadshot. I just think his more private life has been a little more exposed, and I think he's not. I think for a long time, Will was seen as a cool guy and a relatable guy, and I think that's kind of gone because he came up kind of like a bully a little bit, and like clearly kind of out of touch. I guess
it was a bad moment. I will say that what you're saying, Paul, depends on what culture you identify with.
That's fair too.
Because there is another culture that absolutely defends him on it, and even do I think he made a mistake? Do I think he shouldn't have done that publicly? Absolutely. Do I understand why he did it? Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do understand.
I mean, there's always that level of stuff. There's always like different things and everything, but and there's time, we can make fun, we can poke fun, but for the most part, I mean, Will Smith, I mean, in the 90s, that was my guy. Fresh Prince and all the movies, Bad Boys, Men in Black, hell, all the I was a fan of Wild Wild West when that came out. All right. And I'll still guilty pleasure watch that because him and Kevin Kline
it's a great music video.
Chemistry. They had great chemistry.
I saw that at the theater.
I don't care.
Like anybody else did. And it's like, okay, in retrospect, not the best of choices. But
Do you know that like I've always thought about this? You know that in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, he predicted 2 of his roles in that movie, in that show. You guys know that? There's an episode. There is an episode where
it does sound familiar.
Where Will Smith he actually goes Wild Wild West.
Yes. And Colton's like, I used to live downtown. Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And there's an episode where he goes, and I'm the greatest, and I'm a bad man, and I'm pretty. A Muhammad Ali impression in that too. So there's 2 times where he predicted movies that he was going to do.
It would not surprise me one bit if whoever came up with, because Ali was Michael Mann, and Wild Wild West I think was Levinson, if I'm not mistaken.
I think John Peters produced it. Giant Spider.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. An evening with Kevin Smith. I found out about that whole story. But no, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if like that was if someone was like if they all watched Fresh Prince and was like and saw that scene, like, oh, he'd be a great Ali.
Yeah.
Right. Or if they thought
he does that impression. He goes, I'm a bad man. Yeah, he does. I was like, oh yeah, there's twice where he predicted future movies for himself. It's kind of crazy. One of the last things before we wrap it up here, I want to talk to you guys about is the Spider-Man Brand New Day castings with we got Mr. Tillman. What's his first name? Fuck, I totally just drew a blank right now.
I watched Severance too, and I love that show.
Severance. What's his name?
Is it Trammell Tillman?
Trammell. There you go. Thank you. Trammell Tillman, who's been cast who's officially been cast. That was
Really?
in the trades. Yes, you didn't know this, Ray?
Well, no, because this is the dude that was just recently in Final Reckoning,
Mission
right?
Impossible, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because I haven't seen Severance. I have not seen Severance.
You gotta watch
He-
Severance.
he's in Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Yeah.
Who's he?
You don't know who he is.
You don't know who he is. Okay.
But he's been
right.
cast and it's officially released. But what's so funny about it is he's so good in Severance that people are so excited. This guy has made his mark in Severance, and this is why you have to watch it, Ray, is the fact that, well, I remember when I saw Final Reckoning opening night where there was an audible reaction when he showed up. When I was going like, this is a character and a dude who's not been in this franchise, but it's almost like it was a cameo because people love that series so much because it's a great series. You have to watch Severance. And his character had made such an impact that now, like when I saw on Twitter, people were going, Jesus Christ, look at this casting. They were more excited for this than Florence Pugh, which is not an official, obviously with her character, Yelena, not an official. This is from a scooper, but they were more excited about Tillman. And
a scooper saying she's being cast in the movie.
Well, Yelena might show up, which I kind of okay, fine. Because even Tom Holland during No Way Home, like red carpet, said he wanted to work with Florence Pugh. So maybe he actually made that happen. Who knows how much she's going to be involved? And the fact that Spider-Man Brand New Day is going to be supposed to be very much mostly street level. You can kind of see her maybe showing up in something. I don't know.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
So it's not official yet, but it was from Daniel RPK Scooper. Yeah.
Okay, then it's a lie. then it's a fucking lie. It's an absolute fucking lie. Nope.
I don't know. I trust him more than some of the other ones.
I trust none of them.
I know.
I trust none of them. You know that.
I get it.
Until it shows up in Deadline or Variety or Hollywood Reporter, and even then sometimes, yeah, because I forget who it was that got
sometimes
cast.
I get it wrong.
They got one wrong with DC, and Gunn called them out, and I forget who it was. It was an actress.
It was Pom Klementieff for Superman.
Who?
Oh, okay.
Pom Klementieff.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, because doesn't she voice one of the robots?
Yeah, she does.
She does. I don't remember which one, but
yeah, but I think I remember the Hollywood Reporter ran the saying that she had a
role, an actual role in the movie.
And she I think that both of them have admitted that they have talked about a role for her in the DCU, but obviously has not publicly materialized.
Yeah.
But no, as far as Trammell Tillman is concerned, so here's the thing: like Severance is on the list because that really quickly turned into like the way that I would categorize it is Breaking Bad popular. And what I mean by that is the reason I watched Breaking Bad is because out of nowhere, nobody would shut the fuck up about it. And I had 3 different AMC shows that I was being recommended. I was being recommended Walking Dead, Mad Men, and Breaking Bad. And I watched the pilots for all 3. The one that hooked me was Breaking Bad. I still have not to this day fully watched either Walking Dead or Mad Men.
One of the best hooks ever.
Right. And so the thing with like Severance is like that it's on the list, but quite honestly, I mean, my list is so long just for Apple TV Plus. Like, I don't know what do I what
you should start with Severance.
okay, but then the Ted Lasso people are going to be like, no, fucking watch Ted Lasso. And
Ray, wait on Ted Lasso because the new season is going to come out. So before the new season comes out, then you can kind of plan out when you want to like go through it.
All right, so let's go. So let's go through it then, Paul. Okay, so Foundation,
I haven't tried out. I know it's good.
I heard it's good too, but no, not a,
no, I mean, Severance is the show, is what we're trying to tell you. Like Ted Lasso's good, but that's still continuing on, so you can kind of wait on that. But Severance, you should watch as soon as possible. Like it is a terrific show. It is well made,
really beautifully shot, everything.
Yeah, I even thought it might even patter out in season 2 because season 1 is so good and so tight. But season 2 ends up extending some stuff and makes it solid. And I hope it's a good show that doesn't run out of ideas but it doesn't feel like that. It feels like a very, very thought out.
It feels like they have a plan. Like they're trying to lead us into what is actually happening, but they're not trying to be quick about it. They're giving little bit of things with each episode gives you a little bit closer, but then you're still going, what the fuck is happening in this place?
But not to the point where you're like frustrated with the show.
No. You're just frustrated when it's 3 years between one and two.
And that's saying like one of the things that I've observed people talking about, like the reception for Apple TV Plus shows, they all seem to the ones that are still going and the ones that have ended. The common denominator is that they, at least for the large part, from what I can tell, they all seem to have had a plan.
Yes.
There seems to have been
not Netflix where it's like
right.
Oh, sorry, we didn't get enough views. Your show's gone.
Well, but that's the crazy thing about Apple is that they don't need to make those shows. They use the shows as a gateway to get people to buy phones and MacBooks. So when you're a $1 trillion company, and you can afford to spend $1 billion or however much on foundation and all these shows because you're just using them as so you leave them alone. You're like, okay, do what you're going to do. You're not worried about views. You're just trying to sell product.
Yeah, and it shows in the quality. It shows in the quality of these shows. I haven't watched all the shows, of course. I've watched a handful, like not even a handful. Severance. Because the concept, when I heard about the concept, I was like, "Oh fuck, that is so cool!" And when I saw that, I'm like, "How is this going to unfold?" You watch all the way to season 1, and you see the end. You go, "Oh my god!" I mean, it sucked that the fact that we waited like 3 years. It was like, "What's going to happen?" And then when season 2 came out, like Paul said, it's like, "Oh yeah, is it not going to be?" And then all of a sudden, it introduces all these other levels of this concept, and you're going, what the fuck is happening? We're getting a little bit more of what this is, but I have more questions. It's like, so a good job with that.
Just real quick, because I'm not going to spoil really anything, but Ray, do you know what the show is? Do you know what the premise is?
I do. Yeah. I mean, I've seen the trailer, like the first trailer. I know the basic premise. Yeah. Yes.
The only thing that I will tell you, and it's not really spoilerish, is that the personalities of the innies and the outies is the best thing in the show.
Yes.
And the thing is you don't even know everyone's outie right away. Like you have to learn about it eventually. So it's very, very fascinating in that sense. And it feels like an old, like early 90s, like early 2000s type of sci-fi movie that we would have seen that plays with those interesting concepts, but allowed to be on a much grander budget and length and whatnot, but not stretched out or anything.
And the whole concept between the innies and outies, they do something in season 2 where it's like, oh wow, you did that with that? That is pretty crazy. The way that you just fucking Scott and I were just talking about it recently because he caught up with Severance on season 2 on his little break that he has, and we started talking about this one part of what they do with the main character, Adam Scott's character, and with his innie and outie, and the way, oh man, it was like a thing where it was like, whoa, how, like fucking A, the way that they just did this concept with that, it was so just crazy. I'm not going to spoil it, of course, but it's so good in season 2. Like, how did you fucking do that?
Can I ask, is that, without spoilers, but is that the cabin sequence?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Very. And Adam Scott, I remember seeing him in Boy Meets World. So
yes.
Popping up on like
the new bully guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when he was popping up on fucking Step Brothers and Parks and Rec, I was like
the guy from Boy Meets World. Yeah, they were trying to have him be like the new bully kind of guy, and
but he wasn't. He was like it was funny because the previously looked like Fonzie, but then his character acted like Fonzie, and it worked. Yeah. And like it was just
that's so no, that's just, so like that's crazy because like earlier this year, last week when Scott was here, we were talking about physical media and Blu-rays and whatnot. One of the Arrow Blu-rays that I got on the last 50% off sale is I got the Hellraiser Quartet of Torment. And I bought it because Scott helped me figure out 6 years ago that I actually do like horror movies. I just need plot and character development. I don't do slashers. I don't do torture porn and shit like that.
Yeah,
so people have been telling me, like, my favorite horror movie is Event Horizon. And people were telling me that Event Horizon, I've seen Event Horizon described as Hellraiser in space. And I go, okay, well then will I like Hellraiser? So I buy the 4K of this, and I do like it's literally just the 4 that have been theatrically released, because there's 12 Hellraiser movies, including a Hulu reboot with a female Pinhead. But there is, the Quartet of Torment is just the 4 that were released in theaters, and I get to the 4th one, and I'm like, Adam Scott. Adam Scott's in the 4th, the 4th Hellraiser movie.
I could be wrong, but I think Paul Rudd is in H2O. Is he not?
He is.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't think he's in. Is it H2O or is it? It might be another one.
He's Tommy.
Is he in H2O?
I believe
it might be the one after H2O. It might be the sequel to H2O.
No, it's H2O, because Resurrection, I think, is Josh Hartnett.
Really?
Josh Hartnett was in H2O because he's
no, I think
he's Jamie Lee Curtis's daughter. Daughter. Son.
Oh wait, no. So then Paul Rudd is in 6.
See, he wasn't in H2O, right?
Yeah, Josh Hartnett is in H2O.
Oh shit! You guys were talking Halloween movies. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I should have prefaced H2O.
I have not.
He's in the Curse of Michael Myers. He's not
6.
in H2O.
Yeah, that's the 6th one, I think.
I have not seen a single Halloween movie
because there's Return, Revenge, and Curse of Michael Myers.
No. Okay,
so Michael Myers. Yeah.
Okay, so knowing what I just told you about my predilection for horror movies, should I watch the Halloween movies?
I would say watch the original John Carpenter.
Do 1, 2, skip 3, 4, and stop.
As a massive fan of John Carpenter and Halloween, it is the birth of slashers, straight up. This is the movie that Friday the 13th looked at and went, "What did you do that we need to do?" Like, the people who made Friday the 13th looked at Halloween.
Watch it for film's sake, for cinema's sake, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, because John Carpenter,
the first one.
Like if you watch the first Halloween movie, like, you understand why people would probably call it the most crowning achievement in modern slashers, because
and then Ray, after you watch the first one and take in what John Carpenter did, then go to Netflix, go to the docuseries, The Films That Made Us, and watch the Halloween version, the Halloween episode of that, so you could see the struggles that Carpenter had to go through to make that movie.
I mean, are we talking like the Abyss level struggles?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's a different kind of struggle.
On that scale.
Okay.
Low budget, and just tricks that he had to do to achieve.
Oh, like Roger Corman level struggles.
Yes.
Okay,
Gotcha.
Okay,
Stuff like that.
Fair enough.
So I would, watch the first Halloween, take all that in, and then go to Netflix and then watch The Movies That Made Us docuseries and go to the Halloween episode and see what it's crazy when you think about the budget and the struggles and some of the scenes that John Carpenter took upon himself to create for his low budget movie. I mean, it might as well have been a student film. I mean,
wow.
And it ended up being one of the most iconic it is one of the most iconic horror films ever made. That's what slasher films.
I will say that John Carpenter, he has the distinction of being one of the few directors that inexplicably gave me one of the most wicked jump scares I've ever had.
Which was
the blood test in The Thing.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. the thing is.
When he stabs the thing and it goes geek, like that. Yep.
That fucking noise is burned into my brain. I can never not hear it.
That's why I knew exactly what the noise was. So you were talking about that. That's cool.
There's going to be something that happens very similarly in Halloween.
Yes.
And you'll know.
Yeah, right. John Carpenter does not waste a jump scare.
Oh no, he is the master of jump scare. Like,
dude, like one of the best scenes in The Thing is when they're, that one dude is who has it in him, and they're doing the
chest compressions, yeah.
And then when when he's about to do it a second time, and the whole body opens up as a mouth, and then chops fucking his wrist. That freaked me out so much.
The only reason that didn't freak me out,
and then the Norse monster comes out of him after that.
Yeah, the only reason that didn't freak me out is because one of the 1,000 times Sci-Fi Channel showed the movie, it was in that shot's in one of the promos.
Yeah.
So like I was already prepared.
I knew about it,
but I was not prepared for the head to like sprout legs, and crawl off. Windows literally said what I was thinking. Like, you gotta be fucking kidding. Just like, okay, yeah. I don't know if I'll ever own that movie. I don't know. That movie freaks me the fuck out.
Yeah,
that movie freaks me the fuck out. I don't know if I'll ever own that movie.
It's one of my favorites.
Halloween coming up soon. I recommend. I think it's the last really good movie he made, but Vampires in like the 90s.
Vampires is great with James Woods.
Yeah, James Woods and Terry Silver plays the head vampire. So yeah.
Oh, dude, I remember when I first watched that movie. It was on like Showtime, back in the 90s.
Did you say Thomas Ian Griffith?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. But
no, I'm just saying, like the first time I watched that movie, it was like late night. I mean, back in the day, it's like, hey, it's a Saturday night. My mom was like out, so I was like watching Showtime or something, and it was on. It has nudity, which is great, but it also has a lot of gore. And I was like, fuck. I mean, it's gory. It's great. There's just something about it. It doesn't make sense that James Woods is in the desert wearing black leather jacket with black shirt, black pants. And like, what are you doing? You're just like heating yourself, but he looks cool.
I feel like when we were kids, there were two ways that we ended up seeing those movies. Either we got control of a cable TV when everybody else wasn't watching.
Yep.
Or we had like a family member, like in my case, my uncle, or in some cases, my dad, who was just like the bad influence. Like, here, just go check out Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah.
Here. What? I have seen. I'm probably one. I don't know if I'm one of the few. I feel like everybody I meet has seen Pulp Fiction first, as far as their Tarantino films, and I am one of the few people that actually have seen all of his movies in release order, because I saw Reservoir Dogs before Pulp Fiction.
Yeah,
I think the first Tarantino movies I saw were the Kill Bill movies in college, and then I got into his other stuff. But I think I was able to see Reservoir Dogs before Pulp. I like both.
Pulp Fiction, and then Reservoir Dogs, and then I saw Jackie Brown right after that. Yeah,
I saw one of the Kill Bill films as a young 12-year-old when it might have been the first one when it came out. I remember distinctly one of my either one of my aunts or one of my cousins had it. We were watching it, but like watching a movie and knowing that it was made by Quentin Tarantino, it's Pulp Fiction. I was about 16 or 17.
Yeah. Samuel Jackson has said that he loves that movie a lot more than other films because it's almost like a rite of passage. So he's like every like decade or every couple of years, a whole brand new bunch of college kids will have seen Pulp Fiction. So he's like, no matter what, I'm always relevant somewhere. Like a bunch of kids will see it and then they talk to me about it, and that's it.
Yeah,
it is one of those. It's one of those movies, and I think Tarantino even has said it. He recently said that Inglourious Basterds is like his
masterpiece,
his best film.
Yeah,
and I still, I mean, it's a phenomenal film, but I still think that Pulp Fiction was arguably the most innovative film he's made.
Yeah,
like in his career.
Oh, I think he probably agree with you, but I understand his point because I think what did he say? He said Kill Bills were the movies he was made. He was
meant to make.
His personal favorite is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, but
Yeah.
his masterpiece is Inglourious Basterds, which
It's so weird that he
agree.
didn't even bring up Pulp Fiction in that whole thing.
It's even
Yeah.
that's so funny because like
that was his Oscar.
Yeah. I think Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is actually his masterpiece. I think that's his best one.
See, but that's the thing, and that's what's so great about art. It's subjective.
Yeah. Well,
right?
and what I understand why he says it's his favorite because I remember when Scott and I reviewed that when Scott and I reviewed that for our Patreon, I liked it a lot more than he did, and I was explaining to him. I remember explaining to him through the review, like, Scott, this movie is what Quentin Tarantino wishes had happened. Yeah. Like that whole sequence with the Manson clan, he wishes that was real.
Yeah.
Like if he'd had it, same with it's similar to Inglourious Basterds. Yeah. And that's another thing where like I feel like the last couple of movies he's made is like, okay, if you watch his movies in succession, you can see where he's building things. Because Inglourious Basterds was the movie where like we went to go see it. And we're like, okay, well, we know what the premise of this movie is, but based on history, we know how it's going to end. And then it doesn't do that. And it's like, oh, so this is what he wished would happen. And what any of us would have wished would have happened in that film.
There's numerous theories and stuff. I don't know what Tarantino has confirmed. I do know this is a fact. And it was the Hitler thing was his holdup with the movie for a long time because he knows what happens in real life. So he was like, well, how do I make this cool? Like, how do I make that work? And then he just said, fuck it. And says, who cares? Like, this is my movie. They kill Hitler. And theories have gone on because most hardcore Tarantino fans believe that just about all of his movies take place within the same universe. There's different other theories that Kill Bill is like a movie within the Tarantino verse and all that kind of stuff. But for the most part, it makes sense that if you're in an America that literally infiltrated, behind enemy lines and killed Hitler, it almost kind of makes a whole other type of, propaganda for like how America, flourished and under that type of idea, basically. So
and he feeds into that because Eli Roth's character in Inglourious Basterds, Donnie Donowitz, okay, however many years earlier than that, he's got Saul Rubinek playing a movie producer in True Romance who's named Lee Donowitz.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like, where's the,
Well, also,
it's like John Travolta and Madsen were brothers.
Yes.
The
Vega brothers, yes.
Yeah.
They were going to do that movie. They were going to do that movie.
Yeah, he wanted to do the Vega brother movie, but it never happened. And
I think at one point he even wanted to do Kill Bill 3. I don't know if he filmed stuff for it ever, but that was always an idea. He
wanted Vernita's daughter to grow up and go after the bride.
Right. Yep. But let the bride have her happy life, and then she has to deal with the revenge and the fallout of that.
Yes.
So
what could happen? It could be his final movie. That would be crazy if it was.
So there's two things, which
I don't think Uma would work with him again.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, I don't know. There's two things, which is one that I do know that him and Uma made up. I don't know, but probably not.
Okay.
But
all right.
The Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I was thrown off by it too. I agree with Phil. It is one of my favorites of Tarantino's. I think I might like Inglourious Basterds more. I think it's a tighter film. But the thing that threw me off with the whole movie, and it shouldn't have shocked me because Tarantino, two of his favorite movies are Rio Bravo and Dazed and Confused. And if you know those movies, they're literally hang-up movies. Like, they have a plot, but they're hang-up movies. They're literally, you're just seeing the days and the lives of these characters. And with the exception of maybe Death Proof, all of his films, these dialogue movies, they have a central plot always hovering over the characters, moving them forward into the next scene. That, for the most part, unless it's like out of order, like Pulp Fiction. But even then, there's some stuff going on. There are A stories, there's B stories. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is just that. It is a hangout movie. There's the Manson plot, which hangs over the whole film, but that's not the point of the movie. The point of the movie is you're seeing Cliff and you're seeing Rick Dalton living in 1960s Hollywood and dealing with the times and the changings, and it's Tarantino basically also reminiscing about his childhood in a lot
Yep.
of sense too. And on top of that, though, talk about, you know, a sequel finally getting made, like the Adventures of Cliff Booth are happening, and of course he gives it to his pal David Fincher to do, who, you know, talk about that's going to be a very interesting tonal shift, I feel too.
Yeah,
but
it is
David Fincher though.
Oh, I'm not worried.
Top notch.
Yeah,
He's gonna hand it off to somebody. You know?
Right.
He couldn't hand it off to Tony Scott, so David Fincher's going to have to do that. That's the way I look at it. So
David Fincher needs to do Mindhunter season 3 is what David Fincher needs to do.
Fuck yes, he does. But that's a whole Netflix thing, and I mean, who?
You just said a name though. Pour one out for Tony Scott.
Yeah,
man.
seriously.
The best pure action director in fucking history, as far as I'm concerned.
I
Man on Fire. Man on Fire.
Michael Bay has a career because of him.
Michael Bay has been trying to be Tony Scott and James Cameron for most of his career. That
Yes,
is
he has.
true. And I like Michael Bay. Like, I don't hate him like others do, but I don't love him either. But I understand his inspirations.
Oh, I
But
love him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tony
love
Scott, I've caught
him.
up on more of his movies. Last Boy Scout. If you guys haven't seen Last Boy Scout,
dude.
you need to see Last Boy
That movie, come
okay.
on.
Okay, Paul.
That movie's great.
Paul, bless you for bringing this up.
Yeah.
Because now I get to mention the thing that I posted on TikTok earlier today.
Okay.
And I've been talking about this for years. Dave, I may have brought this up before. Have I talked to you before about the other Die Hard movies?
Yes.
Okay. Paul.
Yeah, Last Boy Scout could have been Die Hard something.
No, Last Boy Scout is Die Hard Private Eye.
Oh.
His name is Joe Hallenbeck instead of John McClane. His wife is cheating on him and he's down on his luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They even gave him a black buddy cop. Like in Damon Wayans, right? And so then Striking Distance. You ever seen Striking Distance?
No, I don't think I know that one.
I have.
That's Die Hard on the water.
Yeah, it totally is.
Because
there's what's the movie called with Channing Tatum and Jamie Foxx plays the black president?
White House.
White
House Down. Yeah,
White House Down, because there's almost White House Down is basically Die Hard in the White House.
Oh, of course,
it is. It is.
Yeah.
But let Ray say what he's going to.
Sorry, Ray. I'll
because the last one is arguably the best one. The Fifth Element is Die Hard in space.
In the future, too.
That's fair.
And I mean, like, because I'm a huge Die Hard fan, I love that franchise. That's my dad's fault. But like, when I watch those movies, I'm like, that watch The Fifth Element again and just think of what he's doing and how he's going about the movie. It's fucking John McClane in space.
Yeah, Die Hard is not a Christmas movie, by the way.
That's the thing about Bruce Willis is like anytime he was in a movie like that, it's like this is just John McClane, more John McClane stories because I mean that's why. I mean, like Last Boy Scout. I mean, a lot of people don't realize how fucking good Last Boy Scout is.
Last Boy Scout's really fucking good.
Come on.
Shane Black script. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm just adding to the praise. Like it, but when you watch it again, Tony Scott directed, Shane Black script, and it's like
Shane Black.
It just fits the paradigm. Like if you didn't know any better, you would swear it was a Die Hard movie. He's just not a cop. He's a PI, right?
Yeah.
He's still got his wife is cheating on him. His daughter hates him. He's he's like I said, former Secret Service, like got shot trying to protect. Was it Carter or was it Reagan? I forget which president.
I'm trying to remember because I get it sometimes confused with a lot of different '90s movies. But doesn't he lose his job because he finds it's something weird? It's like he signs a senator doing something wrong.
That's Last Boy Scout. He found He found a senator like abusing a woman in his hotel room and like cold cocked him, like knocked him out and got fired. And then that goes into but also the plot of the movie is awesome. Like the whole idea of which would be it'd be interesting today because the whole sports gambling situation and just the hook. Now you want to talk about a fucking crazy ass hook for a movie. Dude a football player hopped up on drugs, getting a call from the bookie, like, to do what he's got to do on the field. And the way that he scores his touchdown is to literally pull out a 9 and like shoot the linebackers as he runs into the end zone, goes to his knees and it's just like, ain't life a bitch, blows his brains out on the field.
Yeah.
That's how you start a fucking movie. Jesus.
Yeah.
Shane Black. We're talking Kiss Kiss Bang Bang and
Hell
The
yeah.
Nice Guys that should have gotten
Nice.
sequels, and they haven't gotten sequels. I mean, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, you can't do
You
anymore.
can't do one now. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. And
You mean Shane Black, the Predator? Shane Black?
Not
Yes.
yeah, that guy. He did not write a good Predator
The
movie.
guy who made that movie, yes.
Yeah.
Shane Black, I don't blame on the Predator because Fox, just same with the Alien franchise, they've been sabotaging themselves for years, and it shows because I think Disney has been doing a little bit better with both of those franchises, in my opinion.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think Shane
When it
Black
comes to
would have written an
Dan
interesting
Trachtenberg,
movie.
They're letting him do his thing, which is
Now,
good.
and I got to get caught up on those before
Yeah, you
Badlands
definitely gotta get
because I have
caught
not
up.
I have
Yeah.
not seen Prey and I have not seen Killer of Killers. I need
Yeah.
to-
Killer of
He-
Killers
he
was
does,
great, and
those
Prey
two.
was interesting and fun.
Yeah.
But the thing I love about the Predator franchise, with the exception of Shane's Black the Predator, I like pretty much all the Predator movies because every time they change the formula and they do a little something different. Like
Yeah.
Predator
You're right.
1's the jungle, Predator 2's concrete jungle, Predators is they're on the Predator planet.
Predators.
I really like Predators. I
Predators
really
is so
like
good.
that one.
Yeah, I thought it was
Walter
fun.
Rodriguez produced fucking that movie.
I wish he had directed it. I wish he had directed it and not. And
Well,
not
that would have
produced
been more insane.
Well, that would have
Yeah.
been, but no, like we were talking last week about the B movie effect. I feel like
Yeah.
he might have put too much B movie into that potentially if he had
Maybe
directed it.
no, you got a point. John McTiernan though,
Yeah.
Predator 1, Die Hard 1, and Die Hard 3, all masterpieces. Like
He didn't. Did he do
no
two?
notes.
He did not
No,
do two. Rennie
two-
Harlan
He
did
didn't
two.
do two. That's
Rennie
right.
Harlan did two.
And then the Underworld guy
That's the
did
weakest
Die
one.
Hard 4, and I wish
When-
he had done Die Hard 5 because Die Hard 5 was rough.
Die Hard 5 was a piece of shit.
I will enter two dark horse candidates for John McTiernan masterpieces. The first is Last Action Hero, Argue with the Wall. I love that movie.
yeah.
That
Oh,
is
God, I
a
love
that is
movie.
I would say that's a cult classic. I will give you that.
And
It's
then
a-
we were talking about this last week too, the Thomas Crown Affair.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you know, I haven't seen. Is that the Pierce Brosnan one? 'Cause I know
Yes.
they remake that
Pierce
movie like
Brosnan
every
or
year.
Rene Russo.
Oh yeah.
It's a good flick. It's a good flick, but
Yes,
but
it
I will
is.
check that.
Last Action Hero.
On,
The sad.
it's on Paramount or Amazon, one or the other.
I think it's on
Last,
Paramount. I think
The
it's on
Thomas
the
Crown
Last
Affair.
Action Hero is a mess of a movie, but it gets points for me for just having the
It's a
Arnold
parody.
Schwarzenegger Hamlet sequences.
Yeah, no, but
It's a parody
it's a
of
parody.
Arnold. That's what's
Yes,
so
it's
great.
completely like it's to me like because I was raised on those late 80s, early 90s action movies and have seen damn near all of them multiple times. That's why I love the movie, because it's a love letter and a parody to all of that.
Yes.
To that
Right.
entire culture, right?
It's a serious parody. It's almost like it's not Naked Gun or Airplane. It's not that style of parody, but it's a parody that is serious because the plot is still a serious plot, but it is totally parodying. And I love that Arnold Schwarzenegger was like, "Yeah, I'm doing it." And it sucks that it did not make a. It did not make it. It didn't. The box
It
office
came out
was
the same
terrible.
week as Jurassic Park. It was
Yeah.
fucked right from the get
It was
go.
fucked, and it was like Arnold's like one of his worst movies. And then all of a sudden he, and we've heard the story. I don't know if you've heard the story where he talked to James Cameron. It's like I just had a bomb, and then they were like, well, let's do something. And then True Lies happened like a year or 2 years later or whatever the fuck, and it ended up being one of the most successful R-rated movies ever. But it's just kind of funny how. But then, yeah, like you said, it is a cult classic because I remember I bought a shirt. My mom I didn't buy a shirt. My mom did because I was very young. And then it had the ticket as part of the shirt. It had the ticket
Okay.
hanging off of it. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. Because, I just took it off the fucking shirt and it said Last Action Hero on a ticket.
Yeah.
And it was
Had a
like
pretty good AC/DC song too.
Yeah.
Big
AC/DC, yeah, that was a good song.
And then just look at it. Like they literally went and got the angry boss from 48 Hours. Robert Patrick walks by as the T-1000 briefly.
Sharon Stone is smoking a cigarette.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Dance.
Yeah.
like
Danny DeVito voicing the cat.
Right. Like there's just a fucking F. Murray Abraham, like Amadeus, he won eight Oscars. Right. got fucking Salieri in it. Like it just
that was like a running joke too. He said you killed Mozart, and he's all Mo who? Zot. It's like it doesn't even make sense.
No, but it's just I mean that's just
as the audience you go, yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Right. Like you go through it and like there's just this, if you're a diehard movie fan, especially if you love those movies, I'm completely forgetting fucking Ian McKellen's death.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And
like
it comes out of the screen and freaks everybody out. Yeah.
Right. It's just that argue with a wall. I fucking love that movie.
That movie is excellent. I don't know how many times I've watched that movie. I can quote it. That's how much I've watched that movie. I love that movie so much. And I think this is a good spot to end this because it's going 5.5 hours. I got to wake up a little early tomorrow. So we're going to go ahead and end this this stream right now. And, of course, thank you to Ernie for showing up and talking with us and talking about Batman Azteca, which, of course, we'll probably have on again when that shows up in September. And then, of course, he has Area 51 Studios, which very much looking forward to getting my copy of that. Yeah, it's
my stickers.
And what?
Yeah, and my stickers. We get stickers, remember?
Yeah, we're gonna get stickers too. So thank you to him, and of course thank you to Chris, who was a part of this too. And let's go around the horn for promote whatever you got. Promote. Starting with you, William.
Just Google the Sci-Fi Center. You can find all of our social media, all of our platforms there. Don't have anything big coming up right now. We did our charity last week, our Man of Steel, Superman. We got about $400 closer to $20,000, and that's about all I got.
That's something. Phil, what do you got?
Not much, my man. Thanks as always for the invite. If anyone wants to follow me, Vero Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky,
Twitter.
There it is. Not really. Friday Phil every Friday. You can catch me on the Party Nation show every Tuesday. Council Creators every Wednesday. Here every Friday. Graciously enough, per Mr. Film Junkie. I don't think I really got anything else after that. Yeah, that's it, man.
Cool. All right, Ray, what do you got?
Theflightcast.com. I'm on Threads and Instagram at the Flightcast. I'm on Blue Sky at Flightcast. I've got the Flightcast Facebook page. There's the Flightcast YouTube channel where all of my shows also get posted. Flightbox, my TV review show that I normally do on Thursdays. Since I'm doing weekly episodes on Peacemaker, those episodes will actually drop on Saturdays. The first one will be tomorrow. My review of episode 1, The Ties That Grind. And more in-depth thoughts on stuff that we talked about, because there's a couple of other posts that James Gunn made responding to people today that I talk about with respect to the discussion around the show. And then there's the Flight Chat listener feedback show, which I'll also still do on Sundays. The main show is on Tuesdays. And what I think I'm going to do, because Star Trek Strange New Worlds is still going, is my reviews of that show. I've been doing those in like 4 episode blocks. The next one I'm going to do will probably be in Thursday, because I got to get caught up on like the last 3 episodes and then the more recent, or the episode that's going to come out, because that's 10 episodes. So I'll probably be talking about those on Thursday on Flightbox as well. And then there's also the Flightcast Patreon, where Dave, you said the other day you made fun of Jeff Snyder. Yeah, I took a more profane approach and railed him a new one on my Patreon on an episode of my ranting show that I call Son, Just Don't.
Yeah, Jeff Snyder. He's calling out James Gunn. And
yeah, I triple dog dare him. I want to see Zaslav's lawyers break him.
It's like, dude, it's like you're threatening to leak scripts. Yeah, you're gonna get in trouble for that.
Yeah,
but he's got to fucking put it out there. He got very upset, and then of course even doubled down on a Reddit post, which was
my god, the Reddit shit just yeah.
Jesus Christ, yeah, he is like a long thread of. Yeah, he's just
I'll be glad when scoopers are extinct. When it's like the dinosaurs.
Well, that's what we teach about in school. That Jimmy Guns is trying to do is
that's why he's freaking out, William, because like directors for like especially DC, like the previous regime ignored everything that he did. The fact that Gunn keeps calling him out on his lies and his bullshit.
But he's not even calling him out by name. He's just
he's just debunking the bullshit. He's just saying no.
And Jeff Snyder is like,
it still hurts him because his credibility goes down.
Personal attack, James Gunn. And then he's all, don't fuck with me, James Gunn. You know, it's all this kind of stuff. But then again, who knows? Maybe he knows a little bit where James Gunn's kind of a douche behind the scenes.
But here's the thing about Snyder, though. Too many people that are really on the upper level of this platform, movie talk, rely on that guy. They quote that guy. And I'm like, do you see how this dude's acting? Do you want your show associated with a guy who's making threats like that, like a fucking 14-year-old? That's just really... Because I've heard some I'm not going to mention names. There's some really high-level people that I listen to on a daily basis that have used his information on their shows. And Roca, there's another one. There's a couple more. They're out there, but they're all way up here.
He literally has Roca on his show, and I'm going, Roca, what are you doing? Like, you're just allowing him just to fucking just say that shit? You're just nodding and agreeing? Yeah. It's like,
got to get the clicks, man. I guess the controversy sells, man.
That's what I said. I'm like, hey, it gets you views, you know.
Plane crashing makes the news. The plane landing safely. Nobody fucking cares.
Yeah, I know, right? Unless a dog dies. Paul, what do you got?
I love that shit on dog dies. Hey, what's Paul doing over there? No.
Hey, you got things. You were writing some things. You know, let us know when that's going to be available. You know.
Yeah, no, I've been really lazy this summer. I'm trying to get more stuff done and trying
to. It's summer. You've been traveling, man. So no.
I've been traveling. I'm in Florida doing other stuff, and I think my friend's fiance convinced me to do a Disney cruise. So Godspeed on that one. Should be interesting. Yeah, I don't know, but
I don't know if you'll like it, but I hope so.
Somebody just went overboard on one of those a couple weeks ago. Be careful, man.
Disney cruise or because there's Carnival that had the poop cruise. That's what I was more worried about. But she was like, "No, that's Carnival. You'll be fine. Disney's pretty good." I'm like, "All right." So I don't. Anyway, I got nothing else really going on, as you guys know. This is my life of just existing, and I can't really follow Flightcast on that. So I'll just say that I'm at Peacemaking 1988 at Instagram and Blue Sky. And at Paul Panhook on Vero. So just hit me up on there if you guys want to talk and whatnot. But got not too much else going on. Pretty much just trying to work on a few little projects and see where I'm at the end of the year and just hope for the best. So yeah.
That's cool, man. It's all, projects are good. So, all right. Thank you guys. Of course, thank you to Chris and thank you to Ernie for, talking with us. Thank you, William. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Ray. And thank you, Paul. And thank you guys for sticking with us to the very end of this stream. And we will talk to you later.